Welcome back. Welcome back. I'm just going to do a quick recap just for people that don't catch the stream. So we're trying to avoid putting in a bearish channel here. There's some liquidations up to 18.6 that I think we can get, but we're going to need a pump higher than that if we want to sort of get rid of some of this bearishness. We're on our day 3 now of our 3-day retracement. Right, we had our trap longs, trap shorts, weekend trap, false move up, 3 days down. Tomorrow we'll be looking for a pivot. So what I'm trying to figure out now is, as we pump up and grab that liquidity, are we going to reject and just sweep? Right. Target 2 is still where I'm looking at, 114. If that happens. But we're running out of time. It was more likely if we would have broke out of this earlier, to be honest with you. Right now, I'm just going to look for some sort of stopping volume candle down into this, maybe the 50% of this mark, right, of the channel that we're in. But zooming in the price, our W pattern here is still valid, right? We came down to that invalidation twice, but didn't invalidate. Stretched it out long, cup and handle, we're breaking out of that. This is what I'm talking about here. We come up and grab the rest of this liquidity. We would need to pop higher than that to break this bearish channel. Not, we're probably going to end up coming back down, breaking and sweeping this liquidity that we've built. So that's what I'll be looking for the next 24 hours. Obviously, today we have PAL, right? So we'll be watching that. But I'm not expecting any big news from that, right? We know we're not going to get any cuts. Hopefully we get to hear what he says. Not be so bearish, right? Give us a little bit of hope for the next cut in September. That would be great. We'd start sort of moving price. We wouldn't wait for it, right? If he gave us some sort of forward guidance, we wouldn't wait. But chances are he's going to play it pretty close to the cuff. I don't expect him to give up too much. But that's it. We'll definitely show it here. For right now, I'm looking to just finish this move and then see how we react to the top of this range. I think it's going to be a nothing burger, Rajesh. His words at the press conference are going to have a bigger effect than a pause. The pause is already baked in, right? Most people are expecting no pause at all. I mean, no action at all. So that's not going to be a huge market mover. But everything he says in the press conference will be, right? So that's where the volatility will come from. And as far as your question on time frame, it just depends on what you're doing, right? If you're trading short trades, just scalps, you know, them 5 minutes. But even when I'm on the 5 minute, I check the 15, I check the hour. I'm always aware of what my market structure is on every time frame. Yeah, we usually see it on Thursday, but since we have a FOMC tomorrow, excuse me, it's possible to see it on Wednesday. It usually gets pushed forward on FOMC weeks. That doesn't mean that we don't go down for a good portion of the day tomorrow, right? If we're going to push and this is going to be a bullish day, then the first sign is going to be that we get out of this. not only the measured move for that cup and handle, but we break and get the measured move for our W pattern and start to maybe build some structure up here because we need to get away from all of this liquidity. This is looking way too juicy down here to avoid. Eventually they'll come get it. No problem, bro. All right, I'm gonna turn Discord back on. Let's see what the first word we hear is.
It was born out of
What's
the
up, YouTube?
Occupy Wall Street movement.
We're back, guys. We're back.
Are we on the tube?
Yeah, we're back. We're back.
Sweet.
I was just doing a quick just run through.
Recap.
Exclusive.
Yeah, I did it earlier at the end of the last stream, but I'm trying to do it at the beginning of each stream, so when people miss it, all they have to do is watch the first like 10 minutes.
Very cool idea.
You've got a really nice like archive now of what people were thinking and saying at certain phases in the market, you know?
Yeah.
You can go back on in time. The thing with the archiving, what I did on my channel is put the dates on the title of the video, just so because when you try to scroll through the past, it gets annoying trying to figure out.
It doesn't date it. I just assumed that the date would be there somewhere. Damn, that sucks.
Yeah, it's you end up having to click into it and find the date rather than just scrolling through a list. Yeah.
And once you can throw that through AI and just let it like just chop all of this stuff up. Videos,
auto renaming.
I can't even imagine the amount of tokens that it would cost to do 12 hours, right? To go through that much video.
No, like on ChatGPT has these like little side gigs that people make, you know, their own little coded ChatGPTs. And there's one, I forget, it's like YouTube Grabber or something like that. And it will scan, if you look for keywords or something, it would scan anything that you said on, you know, of course it's going to sub-trade it or whatever, do all those things. But it's basically, it will scan everything and it can reword it for you if you want. It could do all the audio, but if you're looking for certain words, you know, like Bitcoin, Ethereum, or this, or, you know, rising wedge, you just type that word and it'll find it on the video and just queue it up right there for you. It's pretty cool.
Oh, that is pretty cool.
I think YouTube should implement, if I was, you know, to choose a feature, would be to have like a calendar view of someone's video archive, like, you know, view it by calendar, so you can like pick out the year, the month, the day. That'd be cool.
For sure. Scrolling through all of that shit.
I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna clip like vital moments and stuff like that, like just to have it more organized. And then maybe like it'd be cool to see like those, you know how you see those end of the year montages where they show you like all the news events that happen for the year. It'd be cool to have that for crypto, where you just have like clips, you know, of pivotal moments and shit, and then that's the video that you sort of come back to instead of having to go through all of that footage.
Oh yeah, and you could style on MCs too if you got some good calls. I mean, I got some good calls, but I got.
Let me tell y'all, if I wanted to play the influencer game, and I'm not trying to toot my own horn, but if I wanted to play the influencer game just with the last 6 months, I could put some crazy shit together.
All the I told you so's.
Oh my god. If it didn't feel so, to this day, that shit still feels gross, bro. Like the I told you so shit, it just feels like doesn't.
Yo, I had so many pinpoint pivots, like Ethereum, when a lot of people were still kind of like, we're not done. We're still got some to bleed. I was like, I'm all in Ethereum, and that was the pivot. But I got out so early, you know, and it's like I get in at the right time, but I get out super early, which is still fine because I get out in profit. But I did the same thing with about 4 cryptos after that. But they've always been on like the pivot point. I've been on a streak, so I'm just trying to keep that. But I get out early, you know, that's my problem or solution. You know, I don't know if that's a problem or solution. I always kind of reflect on that. I'm like,
early and then too late.
I could tell you from I could tell you from where I stand, not that you're asking me, but if I had to tell you what I notice is, you get out too early and you stay in too long. Like you do the same thing on both sides, but it's flipped. But it's the same problem. You know what I mean?
I'll stay in long and then stay in long enough for me to get back up and catch up, and then I'll get out
too early.
Yeah, exactly. That happened with Pepe with me.
Because the psychology of being underwater, bro, that shit is,
Yep.
that shit takes its toll.
It really does.
Hats off to anyone that can figure out Ethereum, because I'm so bad with ETH for some reason.
What's ETH
as
doing?
far as trading it? Oh, just in general, man. I just mean like, yeah. I just find.
I mean,
Ethereum
this year
difficult
it's been
with some of
frustrating
the-
because a lot of the bullshit that should have played out got broken apart by all the suppression. But like, I guess once you realize that, no, there's just hardcore suppression happening, so you've got to weigh on the side of things not playing out for as long, as long as they normally would. But it's been good. It just hasn't been a big mover. Right? The big thing on ETH was waiting for ETH BTC to bottom out. That was the main thing.
Yeah.
Playing ETH before that was the most frustrating thing ever because no matter what the pump was, it gave it back.
Speaking of ETH, it might be breaking down. I mean, wait, let me see. On a 15-minute. I mean, it's hit the 13 right now. See how it responds to that, and it's got a 200 beneath that. But
maybe look at my chart, Rick. Tell me if this has anything to do with why you're So we had this bull flag, right? The bull flag hasn't invalidated. So we're still in this bullish pattern, right? But then we have this bearish channel that broke down. But then the bearish channel now is breaking down into a bullish channel. But the bullish channel has a bearish channel at the bottom.
Yeah.
So,
the more you zoom in.
You get what
like
I mean?
fractal.
So it's like just looking at it and some of the subconscious TA that you do when you just look at a chart, like doing all that, it just leaves you like wait, what? Like you have to like blink again. Why did the chart go fuzzy for a second? There's just a lot going on there, bro. There's a lot going on.
How, generally speaking, with just market dynamics, a rising idea will have a falling result, just like a falling pattern or idea will have a rising result, like because it's just the flow of the market. It up and downs, it like cycles, it oscillates. So like any
Yeah.
rising wedge.
I mean, unless it's just a freaking crash, if it's like a straight down crash, like falling knife, or if it's like a parabolic pump, then there's no.
Hold on, look. Just when you thought, when you thought it was over, you zoom out on ETH, and the whole thing is a bearish channel.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
It's like a hockey stick.
What are we supposed to do with
that? It's still on a bull flag. There, you can also say it's on a bull flag.
But that's what I was saying. So like you're in a bull flag that is still actively breaking out, but you just came out of a bearish channel that broke down, so it feels bearish. But you're putting in another bullish channel, but at the very end of it, you've got this little bearish channel, and then your overall is a bearish channel. So it's like, bro, how about I just wait until you figure out what you want to do here?
Super macro.
Not only that, fundamentals I think still help a lot, and it gives a lot of weight, like what's going on. I think Trump.
I'm
loading
super
up
bullish
on that $2 billion,
ETH regardless. I don't care what the chart does right now. Yeah.
If I don't know if you can see my screen, but have you seen also the super macro on Ethereum is kind of interesting, and it's interesting. Like we have pulled up where we have, it makes sense because of this pivot here and that pivot right there. All-time high pivot, 4K pivot, producing this resistance right here. And it looks even more evident, like when you go logarithmic as well, it still retains that triangle. But check this out while you're on it and while I'm looking at Ethereum. Look at this. This is where it switched from proof of work to proof of stake. They called it the merge. Look at the dump candle of that week following the merge. So it rallied for 2 weeks into the merge, and then the merge happened, and it was a sell the news kind of thing. And then the newer one was like the spot ETF approval right here. If I go down to the daily, actually, So we were rallying for Ethereum up into the spot ETF approval here.
Yeah.
And then it just sold off. I think the thing that Ethereum suffered in that moment was that Bitcoin was retracing at that time. That was
ETH
the 23rd of
BTC
July
was getting absolutely slaughtered.
Yeah.
Yep. Look at
so there were no major
go up one time frame to the weekly.
Yeah.
That triple top right there. That's the start of the alt
Yeah,
season.
the 4K.
When Ethereum gets above that triple top right there, that's the start. You'll know it's time if it actually gets above. If it rejects again, then we're not ready yet. But that's the line that I'm sort of like staring at right now. And we're pretty close.
We're like knocking on the door of it.
Yeah.
So close.
We've had, I mean, it's been a hell of a range if you played that range too, because every time we've gotten knocked down from there, it's been pretty,
yeah.
You just get a running start, you know? Pull back and get a running start.
This was a very interesting diagonal range. We had a deviation to the top side, rejection, and then a deviation below rejection. And we came back into it like nothing happened.
Market symmetry. Yeah. Beautiful.
And then bam. Yep. Yeah.
I don't think these companies are scared to buy over 3,800 either. It's like you can see some of them are loading up. They're like, all right, 3,700, fine. 3,800, fine.
No, because they're gaining, so they're getting money to buy it, right? So like these funding rounds that they're having, they announced we're going to buy Ethereum and we're going to be an Ethereum treasury company, and then a bunch of money flows in, and then the NAV gets out of control, right? The premium on holding Ethereum versus holding the company. And then the funding rounds come in, and then it just keeps going and keeps going. So yeah, they don't care. As long as they can keep raising funds, they will keep buying, just like Michael Saylor.
We had sell pressure off the anchor VWAP there on Bitcoin.
They better have Michael Saylor's balls, though. So you can have his strategy, but if you don't have his balls or his deep pockets,
that risk level. But that BitMine immersion, they did like a 1 billion stock repurchase, and so instead of them buying ETH right now, they just kind of, they got the holding basically, and they just announced the $1 billion stock repurchase, and it's kind of like a scheme. They don't do the whole billion stock repurchase at once, and they're not going to buy right now, but they already announced it, which is strange, so they're like, all right, we might be buying higher, but they might be buying lower too, who knows. They have 625 ETH right now and 192 Bitcoin. It's BitMine immersion. They want to get 5% of Ethereum's entire supply. So they're trying to pull a Michael Saylor on Ethereum. He called Ether the most important macro trade for the next decade. And they're doing share buybacks instead of quickly getting more ETH. Okay, so that's what they're doing, share buybacks. Okay, I get it.
Dbloc, how did you get the value area high and low on your fixed range volume profile?
What do you mean? It's always been there.
Have you heard of Sharplink? Oh no, Sharplink gaming.
You have to click it in. I think.
I think I read something about Sharplink the other day.
Yeah, so they got 77,200 ETH. They just bought another they just bought another 77,000. So they got a total of 438,190 ETH. So they got more than $1.5 billion worth right now, and that's the gaming company, and they're not too big either, right? Sharplink. Like, it's still kind of under the radar, and they're scooping up billions of dollars of crypto. Like,
a lot of these companies, it's part of the Michael Saylor strategy is the fact that it's a last resort sort of thing, right? So it's like, I don't know. I like all this treasury company thing, and I think they're going to send us to great numbers and all that. But I also think that they're probably going to be the reason that all of this comes to an end in the bear market. When some of this stuff starts to unravel, bro. Like, they're not all going to do the right thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Some of them are going to run for the hills.
Yeah, they're saying since June, all of them, so all these, not all of the ones I mentioned, but public firms in total from their data that they gathered, 1% of all of the ETH in circulation just since June. And these are just public firms, basically. And they're just getting started. This guy, Jeffrey Kendrick, is saying it's going to grow tenfold. He's an analyst. Analyst?
Hey, chat, who's going to be the 25th like?
Let me smash that like.
Put it in the chat. I'll shout you out.
I'm going to tickle that like. Where's that like at? Let me get it.
There we go. Ones and zeros is 27. Appreciate it.
Pulse chain. Hell no, I'm not getting any pulse chain. You crazy? I'd rather catch me a case of the heebie-jeebies than get some pulse chain.
Yeah, your boy Tam was all about that. Harris.
This dude's coming out here talking about pulse chain being the ETH killer when we're talking about trillions of dollars coming in Ethereum. What are you talking about, Harry? There is no ETH killer.
So there's a coming. What?
What's that?
I don't know. I was going to say something innuendo. Either way.
Start innuendo here.
I used to use innuendo.
I used to use Nintendo.
Innuendo is a pretty cool audio program, actually.
GameCube, Nintendo. Wait, what's a good program for what? What's it called?
Audio production, Nuendo. I used to use it.
Nuendo. Oh, okay. I just remember all the ones back in the day. Fruity Loops, Ableton. There's one
Pro Tools.
Pro Tools. Thank you. Pro Tools. It's the one.
Acid was fun too. Acid, their software is pretty good.
Can't lie, I was just using GarageBand. Sorry,
GarageBand. You got to start somewhere, right?
Yeah, forget around the the Americans GarageBand, not GarageBand.
Like, do you guys drive in a parkway and park in a driveway?
It's a driveway. Park in a driveway.
So you guys park in a driveway also, and you drive in a parkway as well?
No parkway. I don't know what a parkway is.
We have a parkway where we drive in. That's our high-speed highway, basically. We call it a parkway.
Okay.
Makes no sense. It's ass backwards.
Yeah, why the hell would you call it a parkway? That's why I was really confusing.
It's just ass backwards. It's stupid. It's like, why they make, feet and inches? I guess UK has that too, though.
Yeah.
All those softwares you were...
What was that?
Oh, the music softwares you were talking about, they're like all Mac, aren't they? Like on Macs, Apple
not
Mac?
all of them. You can run Pro Tools on PC too, but they're mostly Mac-centric, most of them,
Yeah, is it like industry standard to do music on Macs, like music production? At one point, at least?
Yeah, And audit and and
Yeah.
video editing too, but PC. I mean,
Yeah.
the thing is, Macs are using PCs, Intel processors and stuff. You know, they used to have their own Motorola's, but now it's like it's basically a PC, even though it's a Mac. At least on desktops.
Sorry, I like re-diverted the conversation back to that. You were saying the Parkway driveway thing, and inches and feet. Yeah, man. Yeah.
1 hour bearish engulfing. It hasn't closed yet, but it looks like it might engulf. What's off the haven't closed any candles above 50 EMA on the 1 hour yet. It's spiked.
Yeah.
This is the most
And you
cut
guys,
PA I've seen. What's up?
you guys call it a sidewalk. We call it a footpath. What do you call it in the UK?
Pavement.
Oh, pavement. That's right.
Yeah.
We say pavement, just like that's the concrete. So like,
Yeah, but the sidewalk is the pavement to us, and
because you guys
football
don't really
people.
have curbs in England, you don't have like those metallic curbs we do, where you can foot stomp people on.
Oh shit!
Not metallic, but we've got we've got some concrete ones. We still call them curbs. I mean, you can still foot stomp people. Yeah.
Okay, all right. They still
Do
work
you
for
say
foot stomp? Great.
do you say parking lot or car park in the UK?
Car park.
Yeah, that's what we say too. Yeah, car park.
We say parking garage.
Parking garage. The parking lot.
Yeah,
the
car
parking
park.
lot.
Car park.
The pack.
And then there's the rubbish bin or the trash can.
Rubbish bin.
Rubbish bin.
Yeah. Recycling bin and rubbish bin.
Rubbish.
Garbage.
I used to date a
Yeah,
girl from the UK. She'd always say, "Why are you taking a piss?" I'm like looking at myself. I'm like, yo, I'm good.
I'm not
taking the piss.
I might be myself. I'm not gonna lie, there have been times that I got so messed up.
Taking a piss out of me.
You taking a piss?
Yeah, I can never get that. I'm like, why do you keep saying that? She's like, oh, it's just a thing. I'm like, it makes no sense to me. And then she explained it, and I was like, all right, okay, I get it a little bit. I guess we got those kind of things too.
And another one is, are you having a laugh?
Yeah, you're having a laugh.
You having a laugh, mate?
Oh dear.
You're having a laugh, aren't you?
Yeah, there's like all sorts of.
Yeah, little sayings. You're pulling my leg, aren't you?
I love how for whenever someone does an impression of us, though, it's always like some Dickensian Oliver twist.
Yeah,
always. It's always that. They always default to that, man. Oh my god.
I get all my
accents over there. Anytime you gotta say D or T, just erase it. Like
yeah.
Bloody.
Bloody a bottle of water.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. That's the classic bottle of water.
Yeah, bottle of water.
Listen, that's for the upperclassmen. The upperclassmen can afford those letters. We can't afford them.
Yeah.
Bottle of water.
What do you call
bottle of water?
A bottle of water.
A bottle of water.
We call a fork a fork. A fork.
Fork you.
Wait, what's the difference? You just said, what do you call a fork? I said a fork.
Oh,
yeah.
It's like he called me a fork.
Knife and a fork.
Yeah.
I said I want a fork on the table. I want a sheet on my bed. I want a fork on the table. I want the sheet on my bed.
This kind of humor.
That laugh.
Like that one? I know, right?
That was great.
I forget what that's from. He's like, peace to you, peace on you. And he's like, no, peace on me, peace on you.
I think I've seen the same one.
Yeah, I would switch it to Italian. I guess it was like Italian thing.
Rick, the
Yo.
just so you know, Andre Gica, you know that guy, that YouTuber, Andre Gica?
Andre Jik? Yeah, I've heard of him. Yep.
Yeah, he's just so you know, he made a video about XRP like a day ago. So
Oh, really? Wow. Oh,
could be a
I'll have
cheeky top signal, could be you know, just
Yeah.
worth paying attention to.
I'll have a look at it. Yeah. There's
He's
this
like, why
other
XRP
dude.
could explode.
There's this dude that made this big anti-crypto documentary on basically the day of the market pivot in 2022. He it went live like on the 1st of January or something like that. This documentary was called Bitcoin, the world's biggest scam, or something like
I
that.
remember it.
Do you remember it? And it was the
Yeah.
production was amazing, like really like professional production quality to it. Like he's really good at making, videos and editing and all that, but the message was terrible.
You know the craziest thing about that as well, yeah, is that if you go on the comments right now, you'll still find comments from very recently saying, yeah, it's a scam, blah, blah. Like it
Yeah.
really did some lasting damage.
Yeah. I think he
But-
was definitely, going down the correct path when he was talking about the NFT craze, like how crazy that was and stupid
Mhm.
and how predatory it was. Because, yes, I agree. But don't call it Bitcoin. Don't call it
Yeah, that's
Bitcoin, the world's biggest scam.
But they
Yeah.
know, they know that people know what Bitcoin is. They might not know what all these other things are, but they've heard of Bitcoin. So latch it onto
Yeah.
Bitcoin, call it a scam, you'll get like millions of views. Do you know what I'm saying? It's like
Yeah.
and
Definitely.
people always come up with something that they want to call it, a scam, or it's garbage for. Like the one I had heard for years was it destroys the environment, right? I'm like, well, crypto destroys the environment, that's why it's like bad. And I'm just like, bro, like you realize the amount of things that consume power that you do on a daily
Oh, yeah.
basis, right?
Yeah.
And we don't even bat an eyelid to those. But for parts of crypto, especially for like Bitcoin or for like the top 5, top 10, it's like, or even DeFi
Yeah.
based stuff, it's like if you're supposed to be an autonomous bank, right? Some of these things, especially the DeFi based stuff, sure, you're gonna say it consumes this amount of power, but then for like banks, you're gonna have the amount of energy that's expended during office hours, at night when things are left on, security systems, all the rest of this kind of stuff. But no one really pays attention to any of that. But
Really
that
good
seems,
point.
yeah,
That's a
you know
really
what I
good
mean?
point. Yeah.
And
But that
the
seems to be
push.
the prevailing thing that people are saying. Like that's the agenda that's run at the moment. Is it destroys the environment, so it's bad.
The isn't it interesting, the environmentalists that want to push for electric everything, like let's go Tesla's great, environmentally friendly, but to basically get the world off the the legacy equipment and industry like oil and steel, like all that, the amount of damage and like impact that would cost on the environment anyway is like that's still bad. That's a
Yes,
mining for the materials to make everything electric. You have to run more cables now, make more plants, more energy plants, more like what are the materials needed to make a solar panel? Like, you still have to mine for the minerals and the components to make solar panels.
Yep.
That's
Cobalt, all of that kind of stuff. Like it definitely does
Yeah.
lasting damage on the earth. So it's like it
Yeah.
kind of
Or the lithium.
Yeah, the lithium, exactly. And
The
the
batteries.
conditions they got people like sort of sifting through for that lithium is disgusting. It's bad. It's really, really
Yeah.
bad.
A lot of
Like
people don't even know some of these stations too, where they're charging, even though it's electricity, that electricity is getting its energy. A lot of them are from natural gas burning or even coal burning in the United States.
Yep.
They don't know that. And it's
Exactly.
and you're sitting there, you're
Yeah.
pumping, you're like, I'm so like, this is so clean. I'm just, plugging this in, and it's just like that's all it is. Electricity
Yeah.
comes from nowhere, but it's like, dude, they're burning coal, actual coal for this right now. It's like,
Yep.
Yeah, literally.
Which is why at the
when
time when Elon Musk was saying he had environmental concerns about Bitcoin because of the mining, right? It was so hypocritical because Tesla is, they're using electricity too. Like, you charge your whole fleet of cars off the same grid, buddy. Like,
Yeah, I didn't think about that.
with
Yeah.
wind turbines, the emissions impact or the carbon footprint that wind turbines leave behind to be manufactured, those carbon emissions exceed the
The output.
lifespan of the
Oh,
wind
yeah.
turbine by like 10 to 15 years.
But they're like a deficit. They're not running in surplus.
They're just buying land. They're just buying land.
Yeah.
That's
It's a
all
joke,
they're
man.
doing. And they're
The
saying,
whole
hey, we got to put a big wind turbine and take up all this acreage when it makes 0 sense. And then they freeze up during the winter, and then the heat goes out and people die because they freeze to death. This is real life. This is
the law.
real life.
Yeah. You know what? It all boils down to thermodynamics. You can't get something for nothing. You know, the universal rules of that. It's like, if you want output, you need input. You can't get it for free. There's no such thing as free energy or whatever. You can't bypass, the fact
I mean,
that
I kind of think there is a such thing as free energy, but that wasn't the point. That wasn't the point.
Oh,
I mean,
dude, there's definitely we should definitely push for more efficiency. There's no doubt about that, because there probably are better systems, that are being developed or pushed
like
toward.
magnets.
Yeah,
Magnets
can always be more efficient, but
well,
you can never
like
truly get away.
Niagara Falls, for example,
Yeah.
building a waterfall,
Oh,
a water
turbine.
or whatever,
Yeah.
right there, and it could power. I mean, it could power like at least
but that's
half
not
of the U.S. and Canada.
even a water
Yeah.
wheel or a water turbine. Like, it's not technically free energy. That energy came from the current of the flowing water.
Yeah,
That's
it's
correct. But just
It's
like
not
on
like it just
April, the
came
water's
out
gonna
of
flow.
nowhere. Like, it's not like it can't. It's not like it just magically got created out of nowhere. Though it's like that's the misconception about like free energy. It's like it can be free, meaning it doesn't cost anything. You can harness the power of nature, but like nature itself, that energy was already there. It existed.
Oh no, I agree. No, that is not what I would consider free energy. I just wasn't trying to go down the actual like free energy rabbit hole. To be fair, but yeah, I totally agree.
Yeah,
with what you're saying.
I dove deep into the rabbit hole when it came to magnets too, bro. Trust me, magnets are out of this freaking world, bro.
Yeah. Well, I guess it's the push toward efficiency. Like, you're never going to get it for complete free. Like, there's always going to be a trade-off. You have to pay for it somehow, whether it's through the materials that it took to get the system in place, or having to replace parts on the system. Like, all that kind of stuff requires. There's always a payoff. You have to. Yeah.
If somebody asked me, well, a lot of energy gets wasted through heat and friction because of the laws of thermodynamics. But like that's like another story of like the laws of physics itself.
Yeah, with science. Yeah.
I just want to say, if somebody asked me, what do you think the two coolest things in the universe are? I would say music and magnets.
Magnets. Hell yeah.
I love that, Qua. Oh hell yeah.
Magnets are pretty cool when you think about it.
Dude, because they kind of like to some degree, they don't defy the laws of physics, but they appear to in some cases.
Yeah,
Like
what they do
their own
is
sort of energy.
what they do is they show you that there's unknown.
Like there's unseen forces that like aren't even really fully understood.
Exactly.
You know those neodymium magnets, like they're a little bit stronger than your average magnet.
More than
Do they ever? can they ever lose their strength, like their pull, their attraction? Or
They can break.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
they
can
can
break
break.
them in half, but if you break a magnet in half, it just becomes another magnet. It becomes two magnets.
Can they
Like, so if you
can they lose their magnetism? Can they become neutral? You know what I mean?
I don't
Or
think
do you
so.
have to?
So like a ferrite magnet, you can actually magnetize it, but
Right.
like with
You can bring it up.
neodymium, it's like actually naturally magnetic already. It's like a
That's
rare
cool.
earth mineral. That's why they're so expensive and powerful.
Yeah. Yeah, they're pretty
But I
badass.
don't think they can. But like, say you were to take a neodymium magnet and you cut it in half, like, so there's a north
Mm.
pole and a south pole. If you cut it in half right at the pole, then each one would become a magnet. And each one would develop its own north and south pole.
Right. And then there's electromagnets, like where you turn the machine on and the magnetic quality gets turned on with the machine.
Correct.
Yeah.
That's
I don't
because
know how that
there's
works.
a switch.
Yeah, there's a
That's
switch to it.
Basically,
There's
an
a switch.
electromagnet is just you have an iron core, which is not originally magnetic. It's just iron. But if you
Yeah.
wrap like a coil around it and you put like a copper coil
Current
around it
through it?
and you run an electrical current through it, it becomes a magnet. It
That's
generates a magnetic field.
Yeah.
That's what an electromagnet is.
An electromagnet. Right, okay, yeah. Are they anywhere like they're pretty strong, right? They can pick up cars and things like in a scrapyard. They got those huge magnet things. They pick them
It
up.
depends on how much current you run
Pretty
through
cool.
it and how it's built, but yeah, they can get pretty strong.
Yeah, it
Like
kind of
an
like allows you to move
You-
current to like a different space kind of thing.
Mm.
Like it's
Yeah,
like that's how you transfer the energy.
What
That
about
is an
MRIs?
advantage. You can
Because
turn that on and off. Like like an electromagnet, you can turn it on and off because if you turn the switch off and you stop the electric current from flowing through it, then it's not a magnet anymore. It's just metal.
it's like those MRI machines are kind of dangerous. You know that with metal they get it's either MRI like the CAT scan or whatever the hell they are. Those machines.
Yeah,
They're
and I mean, actually, like the way
insane.
that those things spin, basically make all of the particles in your body basically like go to like their likeness, and then you're kind of like able to see through everything. Big
It's pretty
picture.
amazing.
There's like a bunch of like I can't imagine that would be that good because there's like a bunch of like iron and copper inside of your blood. Like there's like a bunch of iron molecules in your blood. Like and so like having a crazy ass electromagnets like pulling that stuff out of whack, I feel like wouldn't be good for you.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
personally, I wouldn't do it.
Yeah, they're pretty wild.
There was this lady that like apparently like allegedly like she was like a psychic and had psychic powers and she was helping the police like solve a bunch of like like those cold case mysteries like those like
Like I watched a TV show about that.
those
Medium.
those cases that like they just can't solve no matter what because like they have no leads. And this lady was helping the police solve a bunch of mysteries and a bunch of cases and stuff like using like psychic abilities apparently. And then she had like some sort of condition or whatever, or not a condition. She like developed a tumor or whatever. I forget what the story was, but she had to get an MRI. And she said that after she got the MRI, like she lost all of her psychic powers and psychic abilities.
Wow.
It moved the energy, bro.
Did she sue them?
I think she tried. I'm not sure, but I don't know. I don't know if the whole story was bullshit or if it was real or not. Like I don't even know. It was just a story I heard one time.
She probably would have, but she didn't know what the outcome was going to be. So she was like, nah, I'm just going to hold off.
She didn't have a
Apparently-
psychic.
I mean, I don't know if it was urban legend or what, but like apparently, like it was a real thing. Like she did help the police solve a bunch of cases, but then she couldn't do it after she had the MRI. She couldn't do it anymore,
Mm.
or she didn't do it anymore. Like I don't know if she chose not to, or she couldn't, or what. But
All I know is I ain't no snitch. I ain't helping the popo out for a no. Shit.
well, they paid her. She was like
Well, I mean, money talks. Money talks.
private investigator, detective, whatever you want to call it. She assisted the police. She was like a private investigator, but she was like paid or like a paid informant or whatever. I don't know what the actual job title would be, but she was on some sort of payroll because she was helping them.
Well, psychic snitch. Crazy job title.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you're into the tinfoil hat stuff, they have like there's all these like declassified files and stuff, and people like whistleblowers coming forward saying that they like studied and practiced remote viewing, and that like the FBI and CIA had them do remote viewing to spy on other countries and stuff. Like the CIA had these people that were like that had exceptional abilities and like in ESP or whatever. And they were able to use remote viewing to go and like find these locations and spy on people in other countries and stuff and like listen in their conversation and stuff like that.
I feel like that's about to fire somebody up. That is definitely true. I also know that, but
I mean, I believe it's true. I don't know. I don't have any like physical proof of it.
no,
I
it
believe
was.
it.
I was talking about the documents that you said. You were like there are actual documents. Yeah, no, there are actual documents.
Yeah,
Correct.
those are real. Those are real for sure.
Correct.
They were studying remote viewing, whether or not it actually took place or not, I don't know, but they were studying. Like that's a fact.
They've actually shown some very interesting studies here recently. Kind of the same thought in terms of is it possible? But they've been studying children, or I say children. They've been studying individuals with autism, and like the autistic individual can basically be like in a chair, like looking one way, and then and they can have their eyes closed, and someone can ask them like, how many fingers is your mom holding up? And their mom will be like behind them, and they can't see them, and then they just get it right. It's just right answer after right answer after right answer.
Yeah, I've seen that stuff too. Like there was this girl that was blindfolded and this guy was drawing on paper and she was drawing the same thing as him while she was blindfolded. But it's like, I don't know. I guess like that stuff, I tried not to trust it too much just because it's like it could be staged. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like-
I do know what you mean. And I didn't think of that at the time because based off what I saw, I mean, I'm as skeptic as they come, but based off what I saw, yeah, I don't think that it was staged. At least
like
some of the videos I saw, some of the stuff, it was.
I like stuff if it seems authentic, you're like, oh, okay, maybe that is. But I like stuff that I can't debunk. Like if it's something that like I can't debunk no matter how hard I try, then I'm like, okay, this is probably legit. You know what I mean?
Right.
There's some sort of legit. Like if I was to witness something like myself and I knew that it wasn't staged, like then it's like, okay, I can't debunk that because how the hell did they know that I was thinking that or whatever? Or like, you know what I'm saying? Like, but I can't tell if somebody makes a video and puts it online. They might just be trying to get views. I can't tell if it's real or like authentic, or if it's just completely staged or not. Like I can't tell because I wasn't there. You know?
Yeah, I thought I would have seen the video more. I only saw it one time. Well, I've seen different stuff, but I only saw this one video one time. Taking a nice little tumble here. Dominance is pushing.
Let's go home. I need my grid box to start printing again. If I just wake up and my short bot is in the profit, then I'll be like, I'll probably just close it and be okay with whatever profit it has. But this does look like a rise and wedge set. still has a decent amount of potential to break down. Or bear flag, however you want to look at it. All I know is I'm not looking for opportunities right now. There's one angular that we could break that would be bullish. But I don't think we expect it to happen. Tuesday, like 3 Asia section. $118,650 area. That area breaks, that would be bullish. But otherwise, I'm leaning towards the bearish side. So 115.5.
Yeah, hopefully dominance turns around here.
Speaking of which, I should probably go to bed. I really need to start getting up earlier. We got good old Papa Powell. Good old Jerome Powell. I'm gonna miss that guy. Been grown so attached to him after watching him speak on the podium for years.
TFO coach.
Dude, I was like hanging on every word that he says and every like trying to decipher everything he says in real time. But became something of a hobby.
I feel like the new guy's going to be such a noob, right? He's going to think he's perceiving what he's saying, but he's really going to give it away.
I
straight away.
think Powell enjoys the attention. If he was to do all the cuts, he's like, oh, no one cares what I say anymore.
It's like the ball's in my court. I need to just keep it here for as long as I possibly can.
The world's
I want
hanging
the
on his
spotlight
breath.
on me.
Yeah. Oh wow! Even the president's paying me visits, and I must be a big deal.
No, I think at the end of it, he just doesn't want to screw anything up.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, in all seriousness, he's just trying to stick to his guns with the whole achieving 2% CPI.
It's like, I got a job. I can't mess this up. Like, I'll let the new guy mess it.
Something tells me even if we got the 2% target or lower, he'd be like, okay, we need to see it do that for 6 months straight. We got to keep it paused. We got to make sure it's not a fluke.
It's data dependent, bro. Data dependent. Don't worry about it. We're waiting on the data for next month, and next month we'll be waiting on the data for the following. It's all good.
Man, it feels like interest rates haven't even really been affecting. Like, if inflation's been sticky, it's been above 2% but below 3%. The interest rates are at 5.5%, or were at that high, and they couldn't even get the inflation down to 2. Like, it's
Yeah.
almost like it doesn't matter. Like, it's just
Well, we
gonna be
hit
high inflation anyway.
after you hit like what they call the terminal rate, it's like calms down after that, and it starts to get like anticlimactic.
Yeah. Well, maybe they should have gone harder at it, so that
The
they could have
terminal
eased.
rate was like
You know.
6%. Shit was getting rough though. Like when they went up to 6%, like no, stop.
Well, 5.5% was the terminal interest rate.
Yeah, I don't know. But did they ever get it up to 6? It was fucking
No.
money.
Nah, 5.5, and then we're down to 4.5 now because he did 3 different cuts. One was a 50 basis point, and then there were 2 quarter cuts. And this was like leading up to the election.
Yeah, remember how excited everybody was when we did that 50?
Oh
It's like,
yeah,
so
it was a
it
big
looks
deal.
like we made a lot of good progress. So when we do 50 basis
Yeah,
points, everyone's like, yeah.
yeah. Finally,
We bounced off the bottom of that channel, Dbloc.
Yeah, we pushed the bottom of the wedge so far. So but I don't know. It's gonna be
man, have you noticed that
short-lived.
the down moves seem to be rapid, even in this area compared to the grinds back up?
Yeah,
It takes
Let's go.
feels like it takes ages, and then it's like, bam,
That's why I
one
don't
candle.
like. That's why I'm not liking the long positions. So the long positions keep screwing me over.
Yeah, I know. I
You
feel
kinda
you.
hit your target, and then it doesn't.
I feel you. Yeah, man.
And then
Oh, some
and
buys
before
coming
you
through.
are like, oh, okay, maybe it's not gonna hit my target. Let's see if momentum shifts to the downside, and just
Yeah,
rips down. It's like, all right, well, I guess I'll just rapture another one.
man. XRP and Solana gave that whole move up, back, like just then. Like the thing came right back around. BNB was that even went down further. It's crazy. Ethereum's holding up okay. Let's go Ethereum. Compared to the other big ones, you know.
Cheeky high low.
Yeah.
Starting to climb.
The elevator down and the staircase up.
Yep. That's right.
Hey, I wanted to come in here and say something. I've been looking more into what happened on Sunday with the EU deal, and I think it's massive. Like, it's an uncertainty killer. Like, this is more than just a trade deal where the US is getting paying 0 tariffs, and like they're going to still pay 15%, and they're going to be forced to buy our oil, and it's a defense deal all packaged in one. Like, it looks amazing for Trump.
Will the markets like that?
Oh yes. Oh yes.
Yeah.
And they've been showing it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, the details are
that.
still coming out. It's like they're not very transparent about it until I mean, has anyone come in and talk about this yet? I'm starting to get really too overly bullish and thinking like maybe there will be a surprise tomorrow, because this he was uncertain, and I think this might kill a lot of that.
Double's never a surprise.
I like that vector gap up there right above this range or this channel.
I guess we don't have to wait too much longer to find out, what this FOMC has.
Dbloc's putting measured moves.
If I was putting money on it, pause, man. It'd be a pause. I mean, that's the sure bet. That's a pretty safe bet.
Yeah, safe bet.
Don't forget about the vector below us.
I am totally open to a cut. Like, bring it on. But yeah, not expecting it. Not expecting it.
The money has to go somewhere, though.
Yeah, man. I guess what people would be looking forward to most is the conference after the rate decision. You know, like when he talks to the press, they're like asking questions, or the media rather.
Yeah, what signal does he give?
Yeah, like what's the tone? Like what is he talking optimistic or is he talking negatively? Is he talking tough, like, you know, being hawkish? That's something that I had to learn, like, because I was never interested in like all the Federal Reserve interest rate stuff, but you know, the longer you spend in markets and investing, you learn that it's very important. Like it's
Mm-hmm.
you know, you just pick it up. But yeah, having to learn what what dovish and hawkish meant, I was like, oh, okay, that makes sense. Dove is harmless and like peaceful, and then the killer hawk, the hawkishness.
He's got a hawkish tone.
Yeah, I'd imagine there's people like just tuned in that want to know what the hell those things mean, hawkish, dovish.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, hopefully there is some dovishness there about his statements. The decision is hawkish enough. Like, you know, give us something. Give us some hope.
Oh, I think
Talk
he will.
positively.
Make people like you on the way out.
Yeah. Judging by that Fed watch tool, like everyone's expecting a pause, so we already pretty much know the outcome, and it should be priced in locally for this decision. But you are right, because Dbloc mentioned it too. You were like saying, oh yeah, they're pricing in what the rest of the year, like with the, you know, they're expecting 2 cuts or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever it was. They're
Yeah, we've known
anticipating
that
Yeah.
for a long time. It's just how
Yeah.
do they stop the house prices from going up? I know they put some regulations in with Biden
Mm.
that limited how much large conglomerates over a certain market cap, like they couldn't just buy up a whole neighborhood. I just can't remember where those are, so I'm trying to find those rules.
Yeah, that seems pretty unfair. If someone had the money and to just completely price out everybody in the
Yeah,
city,
they ought to limit property taxes. That'd be a good
brutal.
start.
Well, that's happening. All that's happening.
Isn't parts of Texas like if you're a foreign investor, you cannot buy houses in Texas. Like it's for locals only kind of thing. Like it's for Texans.
I seriously think that's going to change soon because Texas, is anyone live in Texas right now? It just seems like their housing market is crashing, and it's like
There's a lot of foreign nationals that bought a lot of farmland in Texas.
Yeah, and that they just made that ruling or law or whatever recently, if I'm not mistaken.
I like
To
the
that
law.
point.
That's cool. Gives people gives the average, you know, the more middle income earners a fighting chance to buy a house, like
Well,
to get into
it
a
was
house.
because, to Drew's point, it was because they were buying the land that they were buying were next to military bases.
Oh yeah.
It's more of a national security threat, but the federal government hasn't done anything about it. And Texas took a stand from a state level.
That makes
Yeah.
sense. Because you guys are hyper capitalists, so in a way, it would almost make sense for you to just allow foreign nationals to do it. But if you do that, like the country's getting carved up, man. Surely that region's just gonna get carved. Various like millionaires just gonna come along and just be like, "Yeah, I'll take a piece of land. Why not?"
Yeah.
Just hold
Isn't it
hold it.
wild?
Yeah, China's been buying it up next to all the military bases next in all the states.
Billionaire Chinese, you know, real estate investors that don't even visit the country that they're buying property in, and they buy it up and then they rent it out, you know, and then that's crazy. Like
The average person and the average homeowner in China is like on their second home, like not their first, right? Like the majority of them are buying their second.
That's wild.
Like,
Yeah, that's
a lot of it is
crazy,
like an
dude.
investment vehicle. So that's why like sort of the Evergrande thing even ended up collapsing, right? Because for a lot of them, like that's basically their like once their stock market, right? It's like a safe pair of hands. You hand the money up front. They're gonna get to building, and then later on you're gonna sort of have your property there that that's gonna go up in value, and you're gonna hold on to.
That would
That's where
be
you get
so.
those fees.
It would be so. Like, I understand why property and real estate works so well is because there is real world demand. Like, people that have no choice. People need houses to live in, right? So there is real world demand, but the problem is they're playing these investment games with it, and people's lives, like getting by, like it's affecting people's ability to.
That's why we got to get the banks out of the system. That's why crypto's
like,
where we.
yeah,
I mean, that's why we're here.
I mean, we need a market to redirect that, that
That fraud.
yeah, or the like that level of investor games that these investors are playing. Like, go play it in a different market, man. Don't mess with the housing. Like, let people live, let people buy houses. Like, geez, it's crazy.
Housing's too safe. It's too safe for of an investment.
Yeah.
That's why, like, look at the UK. The UK, like, being a homeowner is the dream, man, because you have that and you're gonna be set for life.
Yeah, definitely.
You know what I mean? It's always like sort of a macro uptrend in terms of appreciating in value. And
it keeps your workforce working, If people owned their homes, you could take your foot off the gas with working, It's
the
like,
only
I don't
time,
need stress.
the only time the only time in the U.S. economy, in the U.S. that the value of land has gone down was the Great Recession and the Great Depression, and that's why on the books land does not depreciate. Houses and warehouses and things of that nature have depreciate on a 40-year schedule, but land does not depreciate. And that's why you want it on your balance sheet. So that way, if you ever fall into financial trouble, it's the same reason that Luna had Bitcoin on their balance sheet as their liquid cash. It's because if you ever fall into trouble, it's like, oh, well, I've got a liquid asset to sell. The difference is that land doesn't appreciate. The value of land doesn't go down. So you can always sell it at for basically a higher price, but that's not necessarily the case with gold. That's not necessarily the case with any type of crypto. I mean, it's just anyway. Yeah.
Right, because getting appraisals on your house and then paying a percentage of tax.
Yeah.
Is that how that works over there?
Yeah, what's interesting is it's like, I think it's the Constitution. If it's not the Constitution, it's one of the articles, but it did say for the it did not say originally life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Originally it said life, liberty, and the pursuit of property. And they changed that to the pursuit of happiness.
Wow.
Yeah, and so if it was life, liberty, and the pursuit of property, they would constitutionally not be allowed to tax us, which I still believe that they're not constitutionally allowed to tax us on it, but that's not the point.
Taxation is theft. We'll go in there.
Yeah, exactly. It's wild. I mean, the property taxes, the only thing people around like my area are talking about are how much more they're having to pay in property taxes. In terms of it used to be healthcare, or it used to be this or that, but now it's property taxes. It's insane. They deflated the dollar. They forced the value of real estate to go up just because they had to back the US dollar and not let the US dollar collapse again, because it was just like the mortgage crisis. If they let land, the value of land go down, then all of a sudden the US dollar collapses and the global economy collapses. I mean, that's why housing's at the prices that they are. But whenever you cause the problem, you can't tax us to save you, even though that's what they did with the mortgage crisis.
Yeah, that's exactly what they'll do. That's exactly what they'll do. Unfortunately.
Yeah. It just, it, gosh,
I mean, the print your way out of it, right? That's it. You're paying for it.
I'd like to take them people behind the barn. You know what I'm saying? I'd like to take them to the train tracks, baby. Choo choo.
Oh my god! I've
Not
never
the
heard
same.
something sound more deviant in my life than that. But here we are.
Oh, and let's not
I-
forget that none of them got arrested.
Yeah, of course. Why would they? Hey man, we're just trying to save the economy.
It's not
Oh,
the same as
unless you're talking
property
about the
tax.
people unless you're talking about those, like the people who, I mean, the people who did the subprime shit. I mean, that's some
Oh,
part of the
predatory.
game, baby.
Business is business.
Yeah.
It's a dog-eat
Listen,
dog world.
what is it they say in Jeremy I instead of margin call? It's like, we are selling assets at fair market value to willing participants, to willing buyers.
Yeah.
That's a good film as well, margin call.
I don't blame
Yeah.
the hedge
I'll have to
funds.
watch
I
it.
blame the government. The government put all these regulations in place and didn't enforce them. They had one job to do and they failed, and it caused the downfall of everything.
Hmm.
And then they bailed them out, and we paid for it.
Collective bailout.
I'm fired up.
I can tell.
Anti-monopoly laws. We have that in Australia with our supermarkets. And like certain things need to remain competitive, like industries. Like, so there can't just be one company that does the one thing, because then it's unfair, like, to the consumer, because they'll just set uncompetitive prices if they've got no competitors. Like, they're just going to set like unrealistic, like crazy high prices on things.
Correct. And so
Yeah.
the U.S. government had the SEC and the Securities and Exchange Commission in place to regulate the loans that were being given out on these homes. However,
Mm.
there was no actual regulation. No one was checking to make sure that the value was worth the value. Not only that, they were not checking to make sure that the individuals who applied for the loans and were given the loans were actually going to be able to pay the loans back. So the laws were in place, they just weren't enforced.
Reckon in Australia, your property prices are insane as well, right? I remember seeing
Yeah, dude. Yep,
what I
real
think was like
estate.
post-COVID.
It's crazy.
It was like there was like an in-person bidding war for a house. Like I'm sure it was just a bunch of like sort of theater, but it's still insane to see. Like there was like someone that they're literally standing
Yeah.
outside this house and just like bidding in person.
Oh
property.
man, it becomes like these like multi-millionaire, even billionaire investors that are just buying and selling to each other. They don't even live at the places, you know? They just put them up for lease or rent them out. But
Right. So it's always an asset on their books and it's an expense on yours.
yeah, it's like good luck trying to buy your first home to like a young family, you know? Like, you're not going to compete with someone with 10 times your money, like 10 times your income and whatever. That's crazy, man. It's the perceived scarcity of houses. You know, there's just not enough houses, maybe. There should be there should be plenty of places, like, you know, there's heaps of houses around.
That's why
But do
they're
you want to
buying up
build?
land and then putting as many houses on it as possible.
Mm.
Dude,
Yeah. Yep.
this system, man, it's screwed up.
It's messed up.
There's not enough builders either, because do
Mm.
you want to be a builder that builds $1 million or even a $500,000 house, but you have to you still have to build it, you know, in the same speed at which you build like a 200,000 or 300,000 house?
Yeah, definitely.
The signal seems to be from this administration that they want to raise the prices of gold and Bitcoin and the stock market, but they're trying not to raise the real estate. And so that's why Trump's floating the idea of no capital gains, not the same as your home, or what's that called? Your yearly tax, but no capital gains on homes. That's going to incentivize people to sell their houses and maybe go rent, especially if you're older, maybe.
Yeah.
I just don't know how they'll do it because
I remember when that used to be called equity.
What
know how to
have
get that
you
off.
have you heard of that city in China? Like I think it's, or maybe it's not quite a city, but there's this whole bunch of huge skyrise apartments
Yep.
that are empty. Like they built them
Those cities.
and no one's there. They're just ghosts. Yeah, ghost cities. No one can afford to live there. The Chinese people are too poor to move in, so they're just sitting there vacant. That's
There's
crazy.
a lot of that. There's a
People
lot of
own
that
them.
across the U.S.
Don't people still own them? And then
It's insane. So the supply is there, but there's no demand. Well, the demand's there. They can't afford it though, so the pricing is like wrong or something.
Well, they built it whenever the demand was there, but it took so many years for them
To
to
get it
build it
going.
that by the
But
time the economy crashed, the demand was no longer there, but they were
yeah,
already
right.
being built. Then those companies had to go bankrupt. Then whenever they got bought out on discount by people like BlackRock.
Yeah.
It's all it's all one big thing.
It's crazy, man. It's so crazy.
So it
The
looks like
world we
some
live in.
tsunami hit Hawaii a few minutes
Oh
ago.
shit. Oh
yeah, it's going
dear.
to hit over here. And they said here in Oregon coast, we're going to have maybe 4 or 5 foot waves. So I'll
Wow.
try to film it.
Would you surf that?
4 foot, 5 foot. That's not too bad.
Cowabunga, dude.
You're gonna get so pitted, bro.
Hang 10.
Oprah Winfrey, she hasn't opened her private road from Wailea to Kula, Hawaii, which would allow access for coastal folks to reach higher ground quickly.
Is it going to be pretty bad in Hawaii? What do we have any estimation of? I think they'll be fine.
I don't know, but they got air raids going on there right now.
Oh, really? Air raids? Is that a siren?
The siren, I mean, yeah, air raid sirens or whatever that siren sound.
That's freaky.
Yeah.
Can you imagine that? I would be freaked out.
Hopefully everyone's going to be okay.
Does anybody really want to own real estate right now? Like,
Hell yeah. Give me some. I want some. Always.
I need to sell a condo that is has a beautiful location on a river, but it has $1,463 HOA every month, and it increases every year, and it makes it so I'm renting it out. It's not profitable at all.
HOA. What is that?
Well, they have like a big pool, and they have all these amenities. They have a boat launch. And
Do you own the property itself or just the building?
just one unit.
We're just in the
do you have mineral rights too? Like, do you have ownership to the actual property?
No.
Yeah, that's a problem. That's going to be a tough sell.
Yeah. And the whole area, like the location, has turned into like homeless camps around. The Safeway is like our grocery store. It just it up and left. So it's declining in its property value, but not. It's still I'm gonna make money.
Well,
I want
I
out.
was going to ask if it's not a money pit, staying until you can get at least a somewhat fair deal. But if you're already losing money, it's like just take a L and take your best offer and just get out of it.
Yeah, it's just been a headache. There's been plumbing issues and
$1,500 a month in HOA, basically.
yeah, it's a 3-bedroom, 2-bath, and it's
insanity.
It's a bottom one.
It must be
They
nice
pay
there, right?
$3,500.
It's probably pretty nice there, though. Like they probably have a nice view or
Oh, yeah.
something, right? Like a lake by.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's really nice. Like I think
I
a lot of
need
old
I
people would like to
need
retire.
like 200 acres.
Yeah. That's the goal. Some chickens and a cow and some pigs.
Well, I'm not even saying that. Just like 200 acres, like with a river going through it in Wyoming to pay $1,500 a month for HOA. I mean, that's
Oh, I don't want
insane.
an HOA. No.
No,
I mean,
I know.
another option is you get the community together and you guys revolt. But you have to
No, I'm
organize.
grandfathered in. I'm grandfathered into owning.
No, but that's what I'm saying.
And
Even if you're grandfathered into owning, you're still a legit owner. You can gather up the rest of the owners and you guys can try to revolt and, have a little union, form a little union to make sure the wages, not the wages, the HOA fees are fair.
So I'm guessing HOA is like maintenance costs, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh. Yeah, I
I
mean,
had one
all the flats in London are
different.
like that, man. So I'm surprised you guys can even get stuff that's like you can bypass it.
But if you get some of your neighbors that have balls and are willing to do that and that have some maybe good lawyers or know their way around the law, you guys might have an angle if it's really unfair, if it's unjustified, the fees, like they should actually there should be a board of the HOA, and if you ask for an invoice, you should ask them every month where that money's going. Like how much are they pruning your trees properly? Because I bet you they're only using 20% of that money and the rest is getting pocketed. So if I were you, I would make official request and ask ChatGPT to help you to make a request form to the HOA director and ask if you can see an invoice of the last 4 months of what they've been, spending and exactly how it tallies out. Actually, you should do that every quarter. And
Yeah, so there's only one other owner that doesn't live in the unit, and I talk with them, but everybody else owns it and lives inside, and they love the amenities. And there's
they're all
there's like
happy.
sun tanning rooms. It's kind of like an old person's condominium, and it has all
Nobody,
the
but
stuff old people.
nobody's pissed off at the high fees though. Everyone's like kind of just docile and
No, because they all
happy.
own it. They're all like 60, 70, 80, and they're all retiring, and they don't have rent. They just kind of pay for their
Right.
pool and their boat spot
So
and all
everyone's
these
happy.
things.
No one really cares except for you, right?
Yeah, and they don't want us renting anymore, so they're
Yeah.
kind of forcing us out.
Yeah. So be like, okay, give us a good offer on the unit and we'll get out.
Just never, I'm never buy property where you share a roof with someone else or anything like that.
Yeah, but townhouses can be a trick, and especially if you're splitting water bills and things like that.
Well, if I was gonna live in it for me, yeah, I'll buy a townhouse to live in for me and to enjoy a nice place, and yeah. But it's a headache though later on. Things just change years down the road.
I mean, you can always get creative.
I'd rather just own Bitcoin and cold storage and not deal with property maintenance and
Well,
all of
hurry
it.
up, chop, get some buying power out of that unit, and that's what I'm saying. Like, just take it out, just get rid of it. Just hurry up,
Yeah.
get rid of it, get that equity, and
You
invest
should
it.
be able to or what's it called, where you 1031 exchange into Bitcoin because it's property for property, but it's not technically like.
Yeah, nah, we still got a while to get there, but we're getting closer.
We should also be able to depreciate our UTXOs.
But yeah,
What
that's
is
what I
that?
would do.
What is UTXO?
In Bitcoin, a UTXO, you can think of it as in cash, like um, a $1 bill or a $5 bill or a $10 bill. So say you're sending money to your cold storage, okay? But say you're only sending 10,000 satoshis. If you send 10,000 satoshis, then you send 50,000 satoshis. When you want to go spend that money 5-10 years down the road, you need to spend it in the allotments that you sent it in the first place. Otherwise, you'll be combining UTXOs, which will cause you more sats per VByte. And so right now you
I
can
got you.
if you haven't,
That's
yeah, you got me.
insane. I've never heard that before, actually. I mean, anything you say past now will be over my head, but big picture, I do understand. That's insane.
It's not a big deal unless you let like 5-10 years elapse and you can combine your UTXOs really easily. But if you let time go on and it turns into a bit, Bitcoin turns into a big number, you'll be paying fees that are astronomical. Especially if you're like, don't send $10 at a time, under, I don't know, 500 Satoshi or whatever, everybody has different, but don't send small amounts to cold storage.
Right.
That's why now that like-kind exchange is being allowed for Fidelity, and Fidelity is going to probably front this before I bet. Like, they're going to let you get Bitcoin out of your Bitcoin ETF. That's why it's better to own the ETF now, if this truly happens and they allow that, because you don't have to manage your UTXOs. You don't have to think about losing it. You can insure it and put it in a tax-free thing, and you can gain money from it without having to go to some like second layer. You can like do option strategy income. So I whoever was all in on the ETF, it is better now, I think.
You just blew my mind.
Except for self-sovereignty or whatever, not your keys, not your coins. But if you can move it all off later before they steal it from you.
I got some homework to do.
Have you been sending a lot of small transactions to cold storage?
No, it's just the whole dynamic in general is like good to know for larger dollars.
Yeah. I was the first time before I learned about it, and it's not that big of a deal. And the best wallet to combine them all on is what's that one? Sparrow. Or like if you really want to air gap your cold storage, you want to be open source everything.
Interesting.
I'll step back, but I'm actually thinking we have a higher chance with the EU deal. I just feel so bullish about the EU deal. And all this stuff about being able to sell your property, no taxes, and being able to use crypto asset to be able to be assessed for a better property. Pre-legislation. But the most interesting conversation, I think I like hearing my voice right now. I just want to talk, but I thought the most interesting conversation earlier, maybe this morning, was like Drew and Manny were talking about financial advisors and what they can and can't do, and it's really about what container they're working with. And it's like that is a huge topic right now, and I think it's like gonna change over time. But we need financial advisors to get a little bit more, to be more like an engineer in a sense, because UTX management can be complex. Multi-sig, you want to have another person. When you have multi-sig, you want to have another person that has access to half of the key. They can't open it themselves, but you and them can sign transactions together. It's like, it makes a lot of sense because you don't want to have all your keys in your own house. That's a $5 wrench attack. So I think there is a place for financial advisors that specialize in Bitcoin, which they already exist.
We're literally living right now we are in the transition of the old world into the newer what's going to become the new world. You know, the
Excellent.
whole it's all getting revolutionized, man. It's pretty cool. Lucky we're
Super cool.
involved, and we're capitalizing on that change right now, like us in crypto.
Hey, did you
And most
you guys seen
most people.
oh wait, what you said?
Oh, that's all. Yeah. What are you gonna say?
You guys seen that guy Minority Mindset at the YouTube channel?
No, I haven't.
Jaspreet Singh is a Sikh guy, Indian guy. He's an investor.
Oh yeah.
And I remember he made a video. I just went back to look at it again. He made a video like a year ago, like, or well, yeah, close to a year ago now, I guess. I sold my Bitcoin, right? And he was just like, I'm out. I think he sold like most of it, and he sold it at like 67K or something like that. And he was like, yeah, I just want to. He's like, it's not liquid enough or something. I need like something that gives me returns. I'm putting it into property. And I think a lot of people at the time was like, you're an idiot. What the hell are you doing? And like, blah, blah. And yeah, now he's I mean, he's not gonna really walk back and say he regrets it. I think he's just gonna say, oh, I'm gonna put into stocks instead. Stocks is gonna be better or something. Or he just has a portfolio that he sort of like rotates into like at certain times. But I think he bought. What did he buy? Let me see. He bought pretty low. Where is that? Yeah, he bought pretty low. So just selling off. But it was always, I did always think it was a bit of a weird decision. Like it just felt like such a weird time in the cycle to just sell off like that.
Yeah.
And he sold like most of it.
I'll tell you what, man. The people that warn and threaten these recessions, like it comes from so many different places, but God, it's disappointing because it never happened. Like it never. Like they always say, "Oh, it's happening this year. Or it's doing it next year," and then
Yeah.
it just doesn't come. It's like, "Oh, where's our big discount? Where's the sale?"
Listen, like if there's something that I've always noticed as well, yeah, the same thing is that when it comes to recessions and property market crashes, like people always are calling it, but the reality is like property and like the markets, the pace that they move, even though the prices like and the volatility is there, right? Prices are just like, I mean, the pace is glacial. It really is glacial.
Yeah,
Like it takes years. It's like an oil tanker trying to turn around, right? It takes like weeks.
a long time. Yeah,
You know what I mean? Months for anything to sort of like begin to happen. And so
exactly.
like the
Macro.
time, because I remember I got swept up in like that years ago, like our property crash is happening now. It's definitely happening. And then it's just like even I even spoke to like estate agents and they were like, yeah, we're gonna like weather the storm now, like we're sort of preparing for this and that. And yeah, I mean, and then they say, oh well, the market was resilient. Like it's always the same thing over and over again. The market's more resilient than
Exactly. Yeah, it's kind of like it almost boils back to that Mayan calendar 2012 or Y2K year 2000 or like all these big doomsday things that they threaten and warn about, and it just
and then it turns out
but well,
it's nothing better.
yeah, I feel like if you think too much like that, you're gonna miss like all of the other times where it's a bull opportunity or like it's a growth opportunity, like because you're always waiting for the crash, you're always waiting for the devastation. So yeah,
Well, it's like they always say, right? Time in the market beats timing the market.
yeah, that's true.
And it's hard to really disagree with that when you zoom out, you know.
Yeah,
Especially with Bitcoin. I mean, it makes all its moves in like 10 days out of the entire year. So it's really hard to catch it.
100%.
yeah,
It's like Another way to say that is dead guy portfolio. And the way I do it, I'm a terrible trader. I'm here watching and I'm learning a bunch. I'm a terrible trader. I can't beat Bitcoin's rate over the average long term. And once I fail and I lose money, once when I say, oh my God, now that's a big number in US dollar. I start thinking about all the things I could do with it, like in real life or whatever you want to call it. And that's when, I just call it capitulation or whatever. That's when I think I can do better. But I know there's a lot of people here that are probably doing good, and I'm learning a bunch.
We're all learning,
But yeah,
man.
I have those. Y'all probably are like me, and you have some coins set aside that you don't trade with, maybe, or you have.
Yeah.
I mean, something.
Good practice to make a pile that you don't touch. It's good. Even if it's just small, it's like, oh, this is what it feels like to commit to something, like to hold and invest. That's the thing. And like the timing thing, it's like, even with the cycle theory, like the 4-year thing, like, yes, that's proven to be the case. And, it's probably the closest thing we have to what to expect, or like what kind of forecast we have on crypto is this 4-year cycle thing. But there's no silver bullets, there's no guarantees, there's no crystal balls either. So it's like, okay, well, you just got to do the best with what we have, and that's the past performance, I guess. That means next year's a bear market, and that toward, like, say, Q3, Q4, you should really be building in preparation for the next markup, the next bull market kind of thing.
You're on the side that interest rates are going to be cuts. Cuts are going to be lowered until April of next year.
Yeah,
so maybe
I think
we gotta.
I think the direction of the Fed from here on out is either further pause or cut. Like that's kind of like where it's heading. So, and we've already been tight. The economy's been tight since 2022. So, expecting further tightening off the back of being tight for 3 years, I don't know. I feel like that's the riskier bet to bet that. I think it's the opposite. I think we're going to be moving toward loosening it back up. But I guess we'll see. If circumstances change, like if inflation takes off out of nowhere for whatever reason, I doubt it. But yeah, we didn't see COVID coming, and that happened that came onto the world very rapidly, didn't it? In a matter of months. There was the news of the breakout in Wuhan was in November, late November.
Okay,
and
good.
then by late February, it was global. Like it was by March, you were hearing that it
Were you one of the
crossed.
ones that knew though in November early? Like,
No,
were you following it?
Oh, well, I heard that. I saw the news stories like, oh, there's some flu in China, like, and that reminded me of SARS. When there was the SARS outbreak back in like the early 2000s or whenever it was. I'm like, oh, okay, there's some illness like a flu, and you expect it to just be localized. You don't expect it to jump across into other countries and start, and then death tolls rising like they did, and it got very crazy, as I'm sure everyone's very well aware.
Oh, in the
of how
news, I mean, we all sensationalized it. I mean, and Trump was coming on every single day to talk about it. I don't know if that was helping or hurting or sensationalizing. He was like 15 days, and then it turned into 30.
Yeah. Whether you were like, part of what would be considered the official account, like the official story for it, or you were against it, if you were just talking about it, you were feeding that attention to it, the media. And the media is always going to just report on what's getting attention. That's their job. That's how they make money.
That's why
But
CNN put the death toll ticker on the screen.
it's crazy,
Wow.
huh? It's very scary.
Well, listen, our prime minister said, let the bodies pile high in the streets. I mean, he didn't say it publicly, he said it behind closed doors, but it leaked out that he said it.
Really? Damn.
Yeah, because basically they said, do a lockdown,
Oh
and he
yeah.
was like, I'm not doing no bloody, like, I'm not doing lockdown. And then he's like, no, you, like, seriously, you need to do a lockdown. He was like, people will die. And he's like, well, then let the bodies pile high in the streets. Like, I'm not.
Oh, okay.
And then eventually he
was
did a
his
lockdown
attitude.
anyway.
Yeah.
He delayed it. He did it later than he was supposed to, and basically he got like more people. So if you're gonna do it, you might as well do it early rather than do it late, right? And be reactionary. And then basically
Was
a lot
that
of people on him.
Was that Boris Johnson?
That was Boris Johnson. Yep.
Yeah. He
Oh,
ended
God,
up
yeah.
getting COVID himself. I remember.
He did, yeah. I remember being quite skeptical of that at the time, but like,
Yeah.
it's pretty believable. I mean, he basically, it was comical because it was like he said, "Look at me, I'm fine. I shook hands with everybody, right?" And then like a week later, he's in intensive care, and then they're like wheeling him around. Like they got a video where like, I think after he sort of has a bit of recovery, like they got him on a sort of on a bed on a stretcher, like basically, and they're just wheeling him out, and all the nurses and everything clapping. And I'm just like,
and then
it's just too theatrical. Like, and he's such a liar. Like, he's such a liar. Like, and it's not even in like a sort of all politicians lie kind of thing. The guy's legitimately a liar. So it's like, I wouldn't put it past someone like him to really do that level of theater. You know what I mean?
I have a customer, a regular customer that comes into my shop, and he looks just like Boris Johnson, and he's even from England, man. Let me show you. I've got footage of him. I want to show you. I'll DM you it. It's crazy. Yeah, you'll be like, "What the hell?"
All right,
Hang
one
on
second.
I have to find it. Yeah, you might have to add me.
I don't want to defend Boris Johnson, but that is kind of like what we came to a conclusion of is like, get the vaccine or let the bodies pile up. I mean, kind of. I don't like those words.
Yeah, it's pretty gnarly.
I mean, there was no vaccine at the time, and him saying that the bodies pile up was him refusing to do a lockdown, basically, like at the time. Where and
saying that
time he did it
that
anyway,
early is wild. That's wild.
Yeah. He said that shit in like, I can't remember, it was like April, whatever, March, April.
Crap, that's super early still, though. I mean, Italy closed down. I remember they were the first country that closed down, and we were all still in the office. I turned around, I'm like, "There's no managers here. Should we just work from home?" I was like, "What is going on?"
Yeah, Italy, because I remember on the news there was basically said Italy's like about a month or two ahead of us, and this is what's going to happen if we don't like act now. And they were just showing all the people in sort of hospital and all the rest of that. And then we still were just like, yeah, but yeah. And then when it finally started to hit us, we were just like, oh shit. And then we just like started to do lockdowns basically. And then we had the first lockdown, and then one of our, I mean, this is when Rishi Sunak was in a different department and he wasn't yet prime minister. But basically, because the economy was at a standstill, he was trying to find ways to stimulate the economy, right? I think he was Chancellor of the Exchequer at the time, so he deals with like the budget. And he did a program called Eat Out to Help Out, where basically like he was giving like subsidies to like restaurants and stuff to try and keep them afloat without doing the furlough. Because we did the furlough scheme already, where we sort of gave them like cash injections because of the fact that literally everything was just frozen, everything was stopped. So he did Eat Out to Help Out. People then started to leave their homes and go into restaurants and started eating and stuff. And then we had a spike in COVID cases again, and we had another lockdown basically. So we just made things worse. It was comical, man. It was all just a comedy of errors. Where's the hang on, let me. Were you gonna
I'm still,
2.0 or from?
Yeah, I'm still trying to find this picture. I thought I sent it to my colleague, my workmate, but I'm still looking for it.
Yeah.
I will find it. We'll find it. It's like going through albums of conversations with people because I just remember being blown away when he walked in because I thought it was actually him. I was like, "What the hell? What are you doing in Australia, dude?"
Yes, and no, we like vegan sausage rolls, and do you know how much a sausage roll costs, Boris? £2.50. Guys, it's crazy as well because I remember everyone loved him when he was mayor of London, and then he just absolutely shat the bed as prime minister. If he was basically prime minister in any other time, they probably would have just loved him, even though he's a sleazeball. But he also wouldn't have become prime minister under any other circumstances. Basically, I think like it required something like Brexit to basically the Brexit thing is what allowed him to get into power, and then the COVID thing is what like dismantled him. So maybe if it's like COVID never happened and Brexit still happened, he probably would have still been in power. Actually, I could see it.
Yeah,
I could see it.
true.
Like people really were willing to forgive him for everything, no matter what he like. It was like a new scandal every week, and people were just like, "Yeah, well, everyone makes mistakes, it's fine."
Oh, I found it.
Okay.
Okay. I have to save it back to my phone again. You sort of have to imagine Boris with a haircut, but he still looks like him a lot.
Well, that's impossible. Can't ever think of him without the mop. But
I mean, if it helps, he's got blonde hair. So, all right,
I've never seen. I think I've seen Boris like with like his hair neat like once, just once. Like every other time, he's just been completely disheveled. It's insane.
Yeah. Okay. I gotta message you now. I gotta try and find where you are on the list.
Yeah. I've just accepted.
Oh yeah. Message. Okay. I'm just gonna write test. Tell me if you can read that. Can you see that?
Yeah, I can see it.
Oh, okay, cool. So this is him walking into the store.
All right.
And this is him coming to the counter with his beer. Wearing a big orange t-shirt.
Oh my god.
Can you see the resemblance? Like it could be his brother or something. I don't know.
Let me see the next. Listen, the guy's probably he's got some. Oh yeah, I can see it. And yeah, if he had that haircut,
Yeah,
definitely the second one. It's the second one that shows me it. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, he's got a bunch of siblings. He at least got his sister's there.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
most likely got a bunch of siblings. The guy's got like 6 or 7 kids, I think, all of which are illegitimate.
Oh, true. Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah,
That's
he's
crazy.
got a bunch of illegitimate kids, so who knows, man? Who knows who's rolling around out there?
Yeah, yeah. You never know. It could be his cousin or something. I don't know.
Yeah, really could be. I mean, the guy
I'm
was
too-
Boris was born in New York as well. He's not even technically.
Oh,
Like, I
really?
mean, he's British, but he's like born in he's like sort of New York born.
So he's technically American then.
Yeah,
There you
he's
go.
technically a Yank. We got you guys to blame. Not you, obviously, Eric, but everyone else is in there. Blaming everyone else.
Hey, that's me.
There you go.
Yeah, what are their laws? What are the
I'll
laws
take the
around
blame.
becoming prime minister? Do you have to be born in England to become prime minister of England?
Nah. It's not like
Apparently
America
not.
where you got to be born there. Like
Yeah.
you can be born
You can come
wherever.
from anywhere.
I think as long as you're like actually a citizen and you're past the smell test,
Yeah.
then I think you're good.
Totally.
And on our system it's such a mess anyway. Like in terms of how you can end up in power, like a lot of times it's internal squabbles will get you into power. Like no one even needs to vote you in. Like in terms of your constituents, it's crazy.
Yeah.
How Margaret Thatcher got into power.
Have you heard the name Anthony Albanese before?
No, I haven't. He's
the Australian Prime Minister right now.
Let's have a look.
He's been in for a while, Anthony Albanese. And before that, it was Scott Morrison. And before that, it was Julia Gillard. And then before that, it was Tony Abbott. And then before that, it was Kevin Rudd. And then it was John Howard before that. Wow, I can't believe I remember all those people. That's crazy.
Nice. I was impressed.
Oh yeah.
Top story on when I type in Anthony Albanese. Children to be banned from having YouTube accounts as Albanese government.
Yeah, they're banning the kids, man, from using social media and YouTube. It's crazy.
Well, that's a step ahead of us because I was thinking we were ahead of the curve, man. Like we just had the sort of, I don't know if you heard me saying it earlier, like our government's just had a bill that's like requiring age verification for like anything that's deemed like sort of adult content. So like obviously the porn sites are require adult verification, but like also it's things with just mature content. So like there's a bunch of subreddits that now you need like show your ID in order to access, unless you got a VPN, of course. But there's things like Twitter, like now it's just banned, like it's just blocked. It blocks and it filters out like a bunch of the content like that's deemed like adult or unsafe. And that's not only for the UK, but that's now spread across to the EU because like we seem to share the same terms and conditions despite the fact that we're not part of the same union anymore. So now a bunch of people from different countries is like, I can't use it either. Like I can't see anything.
Some of the stuff that is on there can be quite radical and inflammatory. Like it's very crazy on there. Like I mean, free speech there, go for it. But like, damn, it's
a toxic place for sure.
It's very toxic. Yeah.
But there's somebody thinking the children is gonna be essentially, free reign for them to do anything, because also like if you use an Xbox, you require an age verification to play certain games now or to access certain content on Xbox. So it's extended to basically everything. I don't know. I'd be surprised if it sort of stays, but we'll have to see if it sticks and it stays. It's kind of insane. I think a lot of people are raging. They're just losing it.
Yeah, I mean, how long have we had the internet now? Like the sort of in its current form. I guess it changes every day, but like kids have been using and accessing wild content on the internet for bloody 20 years at least.
Literally.
And it's I don't know. They think that they're gonna fix something by blocking it now, like or something. I don't know.
I'm gonna be honest. I kind of wish that there would have been some content blockers for some things I've seen on the internet.
Me too.
Yeah.
Disagree with that.
Did you guys use like LimeWire or Napster back in the day?
Yeah.
Slow down.
Oh boy.
Yeah, you either got that Bill Clinton, when you're trying to download music, you got that Bill Clinton clip, or what was the other stuff? Or you just saw some bad stuff, man. I'm not even gonna mention like the names and stuff, but there's some bad stuff. Yeah.
It's
even the Darwin Award stuff was like bad. Like you're literally seeing like stuff. It's just bad.
Yeah, like people have never been exposed to that kind of content before. Like it's just like so crazy.
Yeah, it's mental.
Yeah.
Like the stuff I've seen where I couldn't eat for like 2 days. Like this is grim. But yeah. At the same time, if we're saying that now this is going to be the means as to which they can now like, now kids can't access like certain things. I mean, sure, like in terms of the most low hanging fruit, like the regular porn sites and stuff, like they can't just simply go on there without a VPN. But the average 8-year-old will know how to use a VPN, man. Like I've seen I've seen 4-year-olds, like they're sitting there on a tablet and they're watching something like loudly, and it's got like some, and like whatever the sound of it is, it's like the mom's like, "What are you listening? Like, what are you watching?" And you see like the kid just like sort of swipe quick and go nothing.
Yeah.
They're tech savvy now, man. They know they'll
Oh,
what takes another kid to say, "Hey, use a VPN." They go, "What's a VPN?" Oh, it's just get this, and then you just do that, and next thing you know, you can access everything. So
my 3, or he's not even 3 yet. He's 3 in August, but he can use an iPad better than he can talk, if that makes sense. Like he's more of a pro on the iPad than him being able to like articulate sentences and whatnot. He's good. He can still talk, but like, yeah, man, these kids pick up like the technology is so second nature to them. It's kind of crazy.
100.
I was gonna say, wait, do you have kids, Joe?
No.
Oh, I was gonna say you can.
Big buyers.
I mean,
yeah,
definitely worth it to administer your home network. Even if they get on a VPN, you can still control like
yeah,
prevent them from bad stuff, whitelist
Right.
some stuff.
Yeah. No, for sure. I mean, with my kids, I think I would definitely be doing that. But I think I would also be considering like how to approach the idea that stuff exists, because the thing is when you're sort of not exposed or completely like repressed from it, and then you get access to it with no like sort of regulation at all, then how are you gonna even behave, right? It's like I've got to sort of do my best to sort of actually do some parenting.
Oh yeah.
When
I don't
push
have
comes to
sons,
shove.
but I don't know how I could help the sons.
Yeah,
That's a
man.
hard one.
It'd be tough, man. It'd be tough.
It is tricky because, like, in the same token, you don't want to shelter your kids from the world because the world is the world. You know, the sooner they learn how the world is, obviously you don't have to show them things that are shocking or anything, but like, yeah, you don't want to like be lying to them about. But you want to keep their innocence, of course, like for as long as possible. Like you want them to be kids. But yeah, the world is the world is digital, and yeah, the skills they learn from getting on the computer and whatnot, but is probably like pretty useful to have, like going into their adult life, like when they grow up, like, oh yeah, I learned to do this when I was a kid. But yeah, it's just common sense, man. Like the parenting thing, it's important that they're, not completely out of control and just able to access absolutely everything. That's crazy.
Yeah, for
I
sure.
was, and now I'm a crypto degen.
No, there you go.
Yeah. Yeah.
But also the computers were beige back then.
Yeah. Yep. And now they've gone yellow. That plastic has like you know how all the beige stuff like slowly goes like it yellows over time.
Yeah.
It oxidizes.
Really want a beige computer and then have like a sleeper build inside.
Yeah, I've seen those. That's crazy. Yeah, man, they look
like
pretty
it's from
cool.
the 90s.
But it's actually like the cutting edge of of computer. Yeah.
Whatever the newest NVIDIA thing is.
Yeah.
One of those Acorn computers as well back in the day. Or is that too old?
The which one?
Acorn computers. Those in the
Acorn.
school. Yeah, they had those in school. I remember those little Acorn computers. They I think that was like sort of alternative, right? I think they had I think it was Mac, there was PC, there was Acorn, I think back then.
Oh, it's a British computer. Oh yeah, we definitely had Windows or Macs.
Yeah, we had Macintosh, Apple Macintosh, and this is dude. They had this paper. I remember they had this game on the school computers. It was like a paper plane game, and you like flew this paper plane. It was like a side scroller kind of style of game, but yeah, you had to like keep the plane going through the through the house or through the office and without hitting anything. It was kind of fun.
Yeah.
Back in the day.
That you get friggin' what's it? I mean, Lemmings was the one I remember playing at school.
Oh, Lemmings, yes, dude, 100%. And there was this other game called Descent or something.
I think I remember Descent. Let me see.
And it was like a spaceship game, and you're in like this spacecraft, and man, I gotta find it. Yeah, it was crazy.
I remember Lemmings. That lovely. I still remember the password to get you to like level 7 or something. Like lovely legs, and then it gets you to pass level 7. It's crazy. Certain things like just stick with you for like.
Do you remember when? Remember when Apple brought out those Macintosh that were like colored and they were like this bubble looking thing? What the
Yeah.
hell?
Oh yeah, those are the ones, dude.
Yeah. That was
You
like
guys ever
late.
play Age of Empires?
Oh yeah,
Oh,
dude.
you know,
Age.
like Age of Empires 2, I love that game, man. It's a
Oh yeah,
classic.
dude.
Age of Empires 2 and Age of Mythology. I absolutely love those games, man. Like, oh man. Jeez. Just you mentioned it, it makes me want to sort of boot it up. I think I've got it like remastered somewhere, you know. I think I'm pretty sure I bought that. Oh,
But
yeah,
you
Age of
didn't. You
Empires.
probably didn't play Oregon Trail because you guys aren't from United States.
I remember hearing about Oregon Trail. Isn't that stuff where like like you could just die of dysentery and shit, like random shit like that?
Yeah, dude, that was the game we were allowed to play during like school. It was
Yeah,
Oh,
bro.
really?
It was capitalism at its finest.
oh good because I
Yeah,
literally
dude.
am in Oregon and like that's where I grew up. So I was like, did other people play that?
Okay, it's in Oregon. You played the Oregon Trail. That's pretty cool.
Bro, I was not allowed to have video games like growing up, but
Oh,
I
really?
had Oregon Trail on the PC cause I was buying, I
Hey.
was
Yeah.
selling, I was flipping, I was, you know what I mean?
Listen, Oregon Trail. No, I've never played it. I think I've seen a video of someone playing it and then hearing about it. And I was just like, what is this game? This is crazy. But yeah, wasn't it like really hard to keep people from dying? Like your like sort of what is it? I don't know what to call it. Community, the wagon. No, there's like a
Yeah.
term. I can't remember the term I'm thinking, but
Everybody
like the
died and you
families.
never made it to the end.
Yeah. Or was it impossible to complete? Or was it just a thing where
Oh, some people did. You know,
okay.
I think I want to talk about Bitcoin again. I really want to just say I think there's a chance the 4-year cycle's over, right? And I mean, we all know there might be that chance. What is the 4-year cycle even based off of? Is it based off of halvings?
Yeah, the halvings. Yep.
Yeah, the halving and the sort of the TradFi and presidential cycles, like it's
Cycle.
sort of timed for all of those really. But like the halving is
And
like the actual halving the hash rate, making it harder to
and
mine, it's creating
this is the
more.
fourth halving, and we started early before. This was the first time the bull run kind of kicked off before the halving.
Yeah. Well, yes. I mean, yeah. You could argue at times. Some will say that it does tend to kick off around the time of the halving anyway. But like, yeah, for sure. Like we hit all-time high before the halving, which was unprecedented. Like
Well, the
that's
first
never.
three they were really delayed. They were like
Yeah.
4 or 6 months delayed
You normally
bull
like
run
you normally
after.
dump into the halving as well. I remember like normally you dump into the halving, but like this time it was
Yeah,
like we
dumb.
dumped into like all-time high in the halving. So let me see.
Now we're 4 out of 4. We saw a bull run, and then what happens is people they feel the halved reward. They feel the limited supply, and then they FOMO in, right? So everybody FOMOs in, and then people realize they were top buyers, and they capitulate, and then this happens over the course of a year or something, or 2 years maybe if it turns into a bear, and then we're already about a year away from the next halving, and it kind of just I understand that cycle, but because there's right now I don't know how anyone's making money on option strategies on MSTR or IBIT or anything because it's just not enough premium because there's no volatility. And that I just don't remember a time where there's no volatility. So either there's a large amount of volatility coming like tomorrow or really soon.
Mhm.
And I mean downside because if it just keeps going up, that's not volatility. Like the IV doesn't expand.
So
So
yeah,
it
I
might just
think
go up slowly forever.
yeah, but I think yeah, we do expect our drawdowns. It's just that will they get less and less violent over time? Yeah, because the asset will mature, right? Can't just have insane sort of ups and then no downs. Like this, the expansion and contraction is always gonna have to happen. But at the same time, like if you look at early on, which to me the data early on is just it's going to be nowhere near as reliable. I think just because of the amount of players that's in the space, but regardless, it is there, and and I think it should be respected just because of the fact that obviously the hash rate back then and what was required, the power required to mine was very different to what it is now, and that's sort of shown in the charts as well as who was there. So like, was it early on first cycle? Let's see, bull market 243 days, 17,794% up, and then bear market 163 days, 93.6% down, and then let's see the exponential accumulation. Bull market 368 days after the halving is when it ended, but we got 9,218% up. Bear market 408 days worth of bear market, 86% down, and then from there it's just sort of like 84% down in the 2018, and then I forget what let's see the next one. This one's quite an old chart, but obviously like the downsides like get gentler and gentler, but also the upside's gonna get gentler and gentler. It all just has to like just get less volatile over time. Where's the rest of
I would say that I don't think we can crash unless we get way ahead. Like, unless there is an extreme amount of FOMO of people who are like not very strong hands. And
well, yeah, I think that if in order for that to happen, I think we'll have to have a sort of violent movement up, basically, like a expansion,
blow off
like
the
a
top. Yeah, we're
blow
not
off
going to
top.
crash unless we have a blow off the top.
Yeah. I mean, it's true. I mean, the thing is though, is that with that said, last cycle in 2021 we had a double top, right, rather than a blow off top, and that was still enough for people to from win and for us to get like that contraction phase, and for people to capitulate. I think the market does find its ways to capitulate, right? Rather whether it's like a huge drawdown or it's like a sort of sideways and down like time-based correction that just like bores people to death. Like I think one or the other can happen. I think 90% down, those days are probably over. Do you know what I mean? If they find a way to do that, then that's impressive. But I don't think that's likely. So yeah, blow off top. I mean, people in here the Dbloc is one of Dbloc thinks about 150K. You get some that might think a little bit more, some may think a little bit less, but at some point, probably some kind of expansion like upwards and quickly. It's probably gonna be enough to actually get people talking about it, right? And FOMO again. If they're like, oh my
Wait,
god,
but
it's going to 200, it's going to 300, it's going to 500K, right?
you said double top, but for that double top in like 2021, that was 8 times the top of like the 20,000 from 17. And we are only 2 times the top of the 2021.
So for I mean, so for 2021 we had 60K, 69K for the final top, and then the last cycle was 20K for the the 2018 top, right? So that's sort of 3x from there, and then 2x from here. Maybe we actually just overshoot it a little bit and we get a bit more, and then probably after that I can imagine that we're gonna start to get sort of less and less like sort of crazy blow off tops, and then we'll just have to find other ways to sort of shape people out in the market. But I think the way that we're sort of timed, where we're sort of very much tied around like TradFi and other cycles, I think that's going to be the way that we shake the weak hands out. You know what I mean? The same way the stock market stays very stubborn until it's time to start shaking people out, they'll find a way, and I think it's going to be kind of similar here, right? It's very possible that we break the 4-year cycle. I mean, eventually it will have to break, most likely, but in some kind of rather break, it will like morph into something else. But I don't know. This has always been how I personally feel about it. You never know. Could always be wrong. But I think there's certain cycles that have been pretty reliable, right? And 4-year cycles have been pretty reliable. Bitcoin's kind of got it baked in. You also got the property cycle as well, like 18.6 years, I believe. Property cycle of expansion and contraction, and those things tend to be quite consistent as well. So sometimes I don't know. It for me it makes more sense to bet on the consistency of those cycles, at least for now, until they break, and then when they
You
do
said
break with
the
new data.
real estate is like 18.6 years.
Yeah, should be 18.6 years. Let me see, 18-year property cycle.
Yeah, why didn't I even know that? That's
Yeah,
interesting.
like usually around that time, there's some type of like either crisis or something that causes a contraction. Because if you look at like the
I thought it
last,
was like 100 years.
well, I know for us we had, let's see, we had 2008. Before 2008, it was 1991. For 1991, it was. I'm pretty sure it goes in that cycle, and it's been pretty consistent. Because, yeah, like we every 18 years or so years, I think we have sort of a property like contraction cycle. There's always something that's to tie into it. 18-year property cycle. Let me see if I can find it. And I'll just 18-year property cycle is a theory suggesting that real estate markets go through predictable phases of recovery, expansion, hypersupply, and recession. Typically, every 18 years, the cycle helps investors understand market trends and make informed decisions about buying and selling properties. And let me see if I can find a article. Key.
So that means we're right there. This is the this
Yeah.
should real estate should crash.
Yeah, that's what I know that's what Dbloc's sort of been having his eye on, right? And he's sort of looking at various assets as a result of that. I think I'm sure if you ask him, he'll definitely be able to go into detail about, because I don't want to misquote him, but I believe he's got his eye on a bunch of those cycles, and he's looking to play it in a way that benefits him. Let me see. Okay.
I mean, houses are really expensive, but I don't know if there's like a crazy amount of speculation on them, or I just haven't seen it.
Right.
There are a lot of people that own multiple homes, though. And it's like their whole entire gig,
Mm-hmm.
and
Yeah.
they're just in crazy debt.
Yeah, and it's not going to be as bad as 2008, right? I don't know if they'll ever allow it to. Well, I don't know about ever, but if they're going to allow it to get that bad anytime soon, because that was bad, right? Like you had sort of strippers just owning like 4 properties and stuff. Like you had like most people on, like, you got ninja loans, you had subprime mortgages, you had subprime auto loans, you had just credit was just being given out like everywhere. You had 100%, like you had no money down. Like they were just absolutely going insane, and then it just
Yeah.
hit
I
breaking
was a
point.
high
And
schooler. I like didn't even really understand what was going on.
yeah, I was in like just hitting university, so yeah, even I wasn't really paying attention. I was too busy drinking. Like I wasn't even see what the hell was going
Right.
on. But I was just like, yeah, this is. But looking back, it's like, yeah, this is mad. And it hit us with a bad
Good.
recession in the UK. Like we were like, hit hard.
Well, that'd be interesting to know about those. Someone mentioned like increasing vacancy and then still more completions of new construction. Because that would be what maybe causes it.
Because recovery boom, correction, and crash. Let's see the
I don't know.
supply and demand dynamics along with socioeconomic influences drive the cycle. Through the boom phase, speculation increases, leading to sustainable price growth, which we have had. I'm interested to see how it sort of factors in alongside COVID, because that definitely did affect house prices. It affects the house prices in a weird way. I think like there was, in the UK it froze everything, and then there was a lot of pent up demand. So when people were able to buy, and there was also like work from home and all the rest of that. Like we sort of had this big uptick in buys, and then like normally in the UK it's like every 10 years you doubles in price, so sort of like a 10-year annual sort of capital gain in the value. And then I think it was running harder than that. It was like 14, 16, 18% or something stupid. So I don't know. For us, it feels like people have been saying this thing's gonna happen and it hasn't happened yet, but I'm keeping an eye on it. I'm keeping an eye on it. So it does feel like we're sort of on track for that to happen. And then if that does happen, like what's gonna be the catalyst to cause it? You know, it's just the $1 billion question, I guess. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, this will work. I need to post this.
Bitcoin's up there near the local tops, like the local highs, and I
Okay.
mean super local.
Super local.
Yeah, 15-minute chart.
Across the
Are
road,
we
yeah.
just like, are we just going up to the local so that in 7 hours we can just come back down to 0.1 again?
Probably.
Yeah, feeling like it, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just in waves between the top and the bottom.
Scare me off, PA, man.
Maybe people just are buying right now because, like, what if the EU deal gives enough certainty?
Yeah, could
It's
be.
possible. I mean, if that's what if they come out and start mentioning that stuff and they start doing victory laps, then yeah, I imagine it will affect the market positively. You know,
That's what I'm going to be listening for. I'm going to be listening for Powell to say, you know, the EU deal was unexpected and I feel more certain now. I would be like, holy shit, all in.
The China deal is the one they need to work on.
yeah, that one will definitely send markets like vertical.
What's that? China?
Yeah, the China deal. I think that would definitely send markets like sort of moving in upwards. Definitely have to moving upwards.
They're the
Did
world
we just
manufacturer.
did we just get another extension of 90 days or where are we at with that?
I'm not too sure. Does anyone know about that one? That one, I think I heard somebody say, "Oh, it's basically done," but I was saying wait for confirmation on it because sometimes America will say, "Yeah, it's done," and then China will go, "Nah, we're not done yet," and then that will sort of start adding volatility.
No, it's not finished.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. But they have a tariff truce is the latest, I guess. They probably won't buy our oil.
Yeah, you boys got to hash it out. US and China.
Joe, this means you could buy US car. Like maybe you could buy a Rivian well, you could already buy Tesla, I guess.
Who else? Yeah, yeah, we could buy a Tesla. It's we just couldn't do the self-driving functionality is just not there the way it is in the US. That was the
But
difference.
yeah, you guys drive on the wrong side, right?
Yeah, the right side. You're right. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, on the right side.
No, the
The
wrong side. Yes, the left side. The left. We do. When I say the right side, I meant the correct side.
yeah,
But
yeah.
we're on that.
If you're backwards, yeah, left side.
Yeah,
All right.
well, that's why. Welcome to.
And your steering wheel's on the other side. Like that's crazy.
Listen, this is what we do. This is what we
Good
do.
for delivering mail though. Or pizza or anything. So wait, you couldn't buy like a Ford Taurus. You couldn't buy like a Chevrolet truck in where you're from, right?
Chevrolet, yeah, we could. I don't know if we could get access to all the models, but yeah, we could drive a Chevrolet. But Ford Taurus, I don't know if I saw Ford Taurus as well. Let me actually.
Yeah, I think you guys had specific models that had it was so regulated. I mean, it sounds like the whole goal with all this trade tariff stuff is that like Trump wants just open free trade, zero across the board.
Mm-hmm.
But all these other countries are devaluing their dollar way more than we can devalue ours. And he's just like, look, that's what the deal's about.
Listen, he's wanted access to certain markets in the Europe for a while. And he's been
This
trying.
Europe deal is huge, dude. Like I think we might cut. I think this is it.
Like and the UK, I remember. I mean, even before. No, I think Trump, as soon as he came in, he was like, "Yeah, like, wants to cut a deal," but it's like he wanted access to our healthcare system. I need to obviously get all of the medicines and drugs in there and probably try and carve that out. But it's like we were sort of like, nah, that's a sacred cow. We can't really touch it in the way that you would want. I don't know what the deal is actually between the UK and US. Let me actually find that out. Let me US UK trade deal details. Enhances American access to UK markets, particularly in agriculture, automotive, and aerospace sectors. Increases 10% tariff on the first 100,000 UK vehicles imported to the US, and aims to eliminate non-tariff barriers, creating significant opportunities for US exporters. So, I guess Rolls Royces and Jaguars and various cars that we have over here, Bentleys, are going to be. So after the first 100,000 is tariff free. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, it only ended up being a break for all the wealthy. It's a crap deal so far. There's nothing of significance done. It's just like giving the tax breaks and the tax loopholes for all the billionaires' mansions and yachts. Like it just it doesn't even it's not even gonna affect the average citizen.
Right. You guys like you like Range Rovers over there actually, so I guess that'll probably be something that the rich would love after the first 100,000 have been imported. You get a big
Well, we'll
Range.
be
I don't know.
15% less incentivized to not buy those.
Yeah, they're in the garage all the time.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah. I know 3 different people that own car dealerships, and they all say, "Whatever you do, don't buy one. You're gonna spend so much money on it in the shop," and they're always broken down for some reason. And I love the look of them, the new models and stuff for the last handful of years. Before they were kind of ugly and boxy, but I love the look of them lately. But apparently, whatever's going on with the manufacturing aspect of it, they're not holding up day to day.
The ugly boxy ones you're talking about, the green ones, like the sort of military green ones.
Yeah, I don't know until they changed the whole look, 5 years ago or so, 6 years ago. That
yeah.
Much more modern and sleek now. Before they just look like a box on wheels, and
yeah.
They're sweet looking now.
They look better, but maybe they're encountering those issues talking about, because there's like an older one, like older than like 5 years ago, like the green one. It's like the Prince Philip used to drive it. Like that shit will go through. You can probably send that through a war zone, like, and you'll probably come out fine. I think it's very sturdy. So it's surprising to hear that the new ones are like not so sturdy.
I mean, they're designed for like long off-road treks.
Yeah.
But they're used in like stop-start highways.
True. So you're gonna get some issues with that, I'm sure. So yeah.
Bentleys are from
Yeah.
Too, right?
Yep. So we got Aston Martins, Bentleys, Jaguars, Land Rovers, Range Rovers, Lotus, but no one drives them anymore. Well, no, you don't see anyone driving them. As in, like, they're still obviously prestige
Yeah, those are
cars.
rare.
Yeah, exactly. You're not going to see them. That's a better term to use. They're rare. McLaren, MG, Mini, Vauxhall, Rolls Royce. Those are the ones that you'll see around. Mini
Are
Coopers and that.
MGs still being produced? I haven't seen one of those since the late 70s, early 80s.
Yeah, but again, like, no one really, you'll see
And that's
some.
what a lot of people don't understand either. Is like they're always playing, well, they don't buy our cars. They don't, France and Japan. And it's like, well, it's because their roads are smaller. Their parking spots are smaller. Like everything is so, minuscule over there. Like our cars are like the big giant, boats that we used to drive in the 70s and early 80s, over there now, they just, our automobiles are too big for those markets. So yeah, there's not a
Yeah.
big market for it. It's
So
not like the
sometimes,
government. Mhm.
sometimes what you get as well, you get just getting sold to foreign markets, and we just don't notice it at all. Like, for example, I just did some research here now with MG, and they're saying the top 10 largest markets for MG motor vehicles is number 1 is China. So I didn't realize that at all. That China like buys up a lot of MG vehicles and they drive them.
I didn't even know those were made still. Huh.
Yeah, there you go. And that was via 2023. Those figures. So
Gotcha.
yeah. I mean, it's like not
That's
a
cool.
huge amount of sales, but like it's still, that's the number 1
Oh,
market.
I forgot how many different makes you guys have though. You guys kick
Oh,
out a
yeah.
lot of autos.
Yeah. That was our thing for a while, and then sort of really slowed it down. I think now they
Did you
just sort
say
of go brands, right?
did you say Jaguar as well?
Yeah, Jaguar as well.
Okay. I didn't hear that. Yeah, I love Jags.
Yeah. They got sort of Jaguar. I think they got absorbed into like the Land Rover brand, and then now it's like not the brand but the company, right? So like they still have the brand being separate, but they're just owned by Land Rover. But yeah,
Cougars are nice too.
Cougars, this guy. Yeah, man, it's some nice stuff, man. There's definitely some nice. Fucking. To now, still no one even knows if I'm talking about Cougars or Jaguars. For God's sake.
Get Joe all frazzled now.
I know, right? But yeah, I think from us, it's like Mini Coopers, Aston Martins, Bentleys, Jags. Vauxhalls are very common around here. Like you still see the Vauxhall cars, but would those get like sort of exported elsewhere and be
What
popular
are they
still?
called?
Vauxhall, VAUXHALL, Vauxhall.
Never heard of that one either. Huh.
Yeah. That's a very local. They're locally sold. I don't even know who even drives them abroad. Let's see if I can find it out. Top 10 markets, is that somewhere?
Yeah, I never heard of that either.
Yeah.
Now we're going into the 3-day retracement. We should be jumping here soon.
Yeah, something's probably going to be happening. I mean, Dbloc's clearly showing that he thinks we're going to get a breakdown and hit target 1 again and maybe beyond. I'll have to see.
Wait, Rubber, did you say something about the EU deal being good or bad?
Well, it didn't have a whole, from what I saw when they announced it a few weeks ago, it wasn't anything of major substance. It was mostly high-end cards, automobiles and stuff, that really is not going to affect the average, U.S. citizen. It just, I don't know if they've added on to the deal since then, but when they say, "Oh, we struck a deal with Great Britain," and then once you tore it down, it was like, a second, this is like on these autos that are like over $100,000 automobiles. But I don't know. They may have made some amendments since or some additions. But
yeah. Here's the crazy stuff. So it succeeded on Sunday, but I didn't find out till just this morning that this includes defense deal, like, which is like, I think it's like a 50-year contract. This includes them buying U.S. oil, I think at a 15-year contract, and at a it looks like $750 billion over 1 year. Like, we're talking round up to $1 trillion, but it doesn't
What's
make
really
sense.
weird is what I saw yesterday. Yeah, he's made 3 different deals, 3 different countries or entities, whether it was EU, a conglomeration, and all the deals total up to 145% of our energy. Means we're
Yep.
going to be in an energy deficit. It makes
That's
zero
why I
sense.
said it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense.
No,
Last year, so I just said 750 this year. Last year was 14 billion is what we exported to EU.
Yeah.
I was like, this doesn't make sense.
So he's going to have to renege on some of the stuff, and then it just, yeah, it's not going to be good. It's going to blow up in our face.
Well, if it's oil though, if it's just oil going to them, I mean, we have it, and it's not going to be real oil. It's going to be just like synthetic. Like, I'm talking about like on a computer, just Chevron communicating to, isn't Shell EU? I think they are.
BP.
BP, Shell. I'm pretty sure Shell's a US company, isn't it? Shell.
That's what I thought.
Oh, is it US? Well, yeah, BP is British.
BP's British, yeah.
Whatever the EU companies are, yeah, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's just going to be like, there's not going to actually be giving them energy. We're just going to like, it's in the books.
If I'm not mistaken, I think all 3 of them, it all came under the guise of energy. And so it was a conglomeration
but energy
of oil,
is localized.
natural gas, and maybe one other item. But yeah, I didn't hear anything since Sunday. I hadn't heard that. So
it's like a trade deal, but the natural gas they pick up in Germany that they mine out of the ground.
mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure this is just going to be, it's just paperwork, because if you send a what is it called, a container of oil from here to there, you would have used how many containers of energy to send that weight there?
It's not energy efficient.
Yeah, so it will be a paperwork deal. Like, nothing actually goes there. I don't know how they do it, actually.
Trade deals.
Because we'll just be giving it to where we get the energy from, which is probably the Middle East. So we'll just redirect. I don't know.
Good old fossils, man. Fossil fuels.
Sure.
I mean, didn't Elon say if we just use enough solar panels, then we could use enough, everyone would have enough energy?
I don't know. That cat says a lot.
What's the biggest material that is needed in solar panels?
What was the question? What's the main materials needed for solar panels? I mean, I've seen different stuff. That's
Silicon. Something that's mined? Is silicon mined? Like, how do you develop silicon?
Silicon is sand.
Oh, sand. Okay.
Silicon is what converts the sunlight and the heat into energy that can be stored.
Right. And then all of the networks, like the grid surrounding that would be setting up, like these solar farms and everything. I would imagine there's a lot of copper, like, for wiring it up, hooking it all up.
Oh yeah, I mean, to transfer the energy.
Yeah, all of the infrastructure needed to develop what would be like a global solar network.
What, like the pyramids?
A lot of harness the sun, bro.
Like Luxor in Vegas?
And then
Well, the
not only
pyramids are
that,
actually
you have
made
to
out of sand, which is silicon,
uh,
which would
then you would have
actually
to
convert the energy into something that could be stored. I mean,
what is the upkeep on a solar farm too? Like how often do you have to replace the panels, maintenance, like all that kind of stuff? That all plays
Because
into
you got to
it.
clean those. You got to scrub those down every once in a while so they get the right
Yeah,
amount of
the efficiency.
light and everything else. And yeah,
it requires
Yeah.
subsidies to make it worth it.
Mm. It's like that thing. It all comes back to you don't get something for nothing, as far as it
yeah.
like an outcome, an output.
Well, the bad thing
Although
was
the push
but
for efficiency is necessary. I just I would imagine.
yeah.
If
The
we
good
can get something more efficient, then that's cool. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
the good thing is like any new tech. I mean, it's all only going to keep getting better. And I mean, look what electric cars were 10 years ago. And the
Yeah.
battery storage and everything else like that. And everyone's like, it's not efficient. We got to stick with fossil fuels. And like, well, yeah, right now,
Mm.
but if we keep developing and keep, it's just like everything. We
Solar
need to do
panels
that.
have been inefficient since the 70s.
Mm. Okay.
Is it
What about if the whole world is using electric cars? That's a hell of a lot of lithium or whatever the batteries are, right?
oh yeah.
So when they need replacing, what do we do with the old ones? Like is it what kind of impact to the environment does
I
that
don't know
have? You know
about the
what I mean? Like
recycling aspect of that or anything.
Yeah, no idea.
Well, that's
Yeah,
why they want you to recycle the batteries. It's so that they actually get more benefit than anyone. It's not green per se in
right.
terms of dollars. It is green in general, but it's green in terms of dollars because they're able to get, take those minerals back that they'd have to mine. It's like the battery for a Tesla takes 15,000 gallons of diesel in an earth mover just to mine enough cobalt for one battery.
You want to hear a crazy story? So my dad had 10 patents, and he sold one to the Wall. I mean, most of it was printing press. He was very mechanically inclined, and sold one to the Wall Street Journal, one to some big Chinese newspaper place. He had he had a couple businesses off of a couple of them, but and he had all of his patents hanging in his office at home. And there was 4 of us kids, but he would talk to us about all the other patents, and I even worked for the one company for when I was in college for the one that he had, a business going off of. But he had one patent he would never talk to us about. He would just change the subject or just stay quiet or whatever. And just so happened it was a car motor that he and a buddy designed that ran on water, just regular tap water. And it was in the mid 70s, right when the big oil crisis was happening. Carter was in and everything else like that. And he never did anything with it. And every time we would ask him about it, I mean, I could go fishing with him for 5 hours in a boat and we'd talk about everything. And once I would bring that up, zip, that was it. It's the only thing we could say. He took it to a grave with him. Only thing we could surmise is Big Oil paid him a little visit and said, "Hey, you got a beautiful wife and 4 beautiful kids there. Be ashamed if something happened to them. You better drop that patent and not do a damn thing with it."
It's the same thing. It's the same reason why we don't have engines that give us 70 miles to the gallon in a big diesel truck. It's because Big Oil. The Big Oil has bought those patents. I mean, I'm not saying that they bought your father's, but I mean, you can look up over the years. Oil's bought the patents. Vehicle manufacturers like GM and Ford have bought the patents. It's across the board, and it's so that they can control it.
Who is that? You know that guy who's he's like 21. I think no, not 21. I think he's quite young though. Julian Brown.
He turns
who's
garbage.
He turns like plastic into like gasoline and shit.
Wow.
He's missing right now.
Yeah, that's a new technology.
Yeah, and it's like he's called it plastiline and all the rest of that. And now all of a sudden, like he's going missing and like, do you know what I mean? It's like what the
Well, that technology is rolling out, I know, all across the United States. They're
That's
they're
cool.
building all of it right now.
That's very cool. Like, but like, see, even certain things like that, I'm just like, man. So if
I
they're
think
rolling it
it's
out right now, then I wonder how.
yeah.
If
I
he
think they
gets,
take like the polyethylene and the plastic and break it back down into the gas form or liquid or whatever. But yeah,
There's
no,
no concern
I've been
about
told
microplastics.
I've been told on pretty good authority that it's happening.
so I guess they found a way around the patents then, because I'm assuming he hasn't sold that off.
I've asked some questions and I haven't gotten any straight answers.
I'm gonna look some more into it. See what,
Sounds pretty funny business to me. Borderline controversial or not true.
Oh, you think
I
this is
mean,
it's
even a
hoax?
car running on water, that sounds like a steamboat, maybe. Or a hydrogen car?
No. Plastic is made from the same. Plastic is made from oil, so they're
Yeah.
they're essentially reverse engineering the plastic back down into its original piece.
Well, you'll never get back to crude though.
I mean, I don't know the science behind it. I'm just that's as much as I know. But yeah, I hear you. Don't get me wrong. I'm just trying to say what I do know. That's all.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it sounds so unbelievable to me.
Yeah, that's the
It just
same
sounds
thing I
wild.
thought. Yeah.
That's what Big Gasoline wants you to think, man.
I watched that Plastini guy and his TikTok, and I mean, he looks like a hoot. Like, kind of.
Well, the thing
I
that
just don't know.
confuses me is that if we're trying to get rid of gas, why would we try to reverse engineer something to produce it?
Well, I mean, it depends on if he's we, right? I guess different people have different
Yeah,
interests
yeah,
of
yeah,
finding,
yeah, totally.
right? Like, if he just finds out this is how you can do a thing, then he brings it to light. It might not be in the interest of those who want to phase it out, but for him, he's gonna be like, "Well, I've never seen this been done before, right? Here's this invention."
I'm trying to figure out how they're actually going to keep up with the need for plastic, because from what I understand, these facilities that they're building are massive, and they're going to be able to take essentially a lot of plastic, truckloads upon truckloads upon truckloads a day, and basically go through it or whatever. And I don't know how, based on the scale of how large they're building these things, I don't understand how they're going to be able to actually get the plastic. I mean, it actually does solve the problem of the fact that plastics, or like whenever you recycle plastics, they just go straight to the dump. And the dump either puts them in a landfill or they put them on a vessel. The vessel goes to China, and China ships it to Taiwan, and they dump it in the oceans over there in Taiwan. So, I mean, at least it would get that out of the landfill. But I don't know if plastic is about to like have a recycle value like aluminum kind of thing.
Hey, random question. Crazy Train. Were you ever part of Static's community Discord?
Negative, Ghost Rider.
Oh, okay. I must be thinking of someone completely different there. Never mind. I just swear someone was in there that used the same picture that you have as your avatar, like that Discord default one.
Oh,
On the
dude.
Discord.
Yeah,
the
that's the
little radio
default,
with
bro.
that.
That's the
Yeah,
default, dude.
whatever that is. The
I've
speaker.
never changed it, dude.
It's so funny.
Wait, is the plastic guy or is the uncle with water, are they talking about the lubrication and the gears of the engine, or are they talking about fuel?
Oh, it was my dad, and it was the propulsion. It was the engine, car motor.
With pressurized water?
Well,
Man, it's been so long. I was such a little kid.
theoretically,
Go
it would
back
turn it
and
into hydrogen. So it would theoretically would turn it into hydrogen. I mean, that's what they're about to move to. They're about to breaking news. They're about to get away from. We just broke through that uptrend, or that,
Dude, we're cutting. We're cutting this morning, man. It's gonna happen. The EU deal's huge. It gives the dollar more backing. Like we were like, why aren't you just buy oil using the US dollar?
Ooh.
This means we can expand Bitcoin further. We're going to the moon tonight.
This thing looks nasty good.
I think that the plastic car though is gonna put microplastics in the air.
boy,
Well, supposedly we all got microplastics in the balls anyway, so what's a little bit more microplastic?
I don't know. Maybe it makes you live longer. I don't know.
Maybe. Funny, I mean, even the recycling thing is interesting because like not 100 years ago, but maybe close to it, like they were advertising this amazing invention called like plastic, which it just never it barely degrades. You can just like reuse it over and over and over again, and then apparently they needed to be able to sell like more plastic, so and no one wanted to buy it because they kept reusing the old stuff because it was so good. So eventually they were like, oh yeah, you got to recycle it because it's like, good for the environment. And, don't get me wrong, like obviously there should be ways to try and break that stuff down and not have it end up in landfills. But the problem is that a lot of it did end up in landfills and it just made things like worse, right? So
Yeah,
it's
it's
kind of
like ink cartridges for like printers. The reason they want you to recycle those is because all of their manufacturing costs involved is in the cartridge itself.
cartridge.
The ink costs nothing.
Yeah.
it's
the
just
same.
crazy.
It's the same exact reason that they want you to recycle batteries.
Yeah,
It's
and it's
just money.
it's insane because I mean the ink literally costs more than the printer. Like at times, like there's times where like I've bought a cheap printer and
Exactly.
I need more ink, so I just get rid of it and just buy another printer. Like
It's the same thing they're doing with energy.
Yeah,
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
buy
Might as well
printers
get rid
anymore.
of this gas guzzling engine and buy a battery that's more efficient. It's the same thing.
The
Repeat and
printer thing is
repeat.
very, very clever because it's like the cheap printer draws you in to buy one because look at how cheap it is, man. Like as if you can't afford a $30 printer or whatever.
Yep.
But then it's like you get it home and you're like, cool, I got the printer. The demo ink that it comes with lasts what, 5 pages, if
Yep.
that.
All their margin is
then
in
you're
the ink.
forced to go out and buy the ink, which is the real where they
Yeah.
make the real money.
Sure,
Yeah, it's a
for sure.
clever system.
Yeah.
Because if the cost of a printer at home was like what you pay up front, not as many people would be going for it, I would imagine,
Okay.
It's like, what, I have
Just
to
like
buy this,
buying
and this? Like, yeah.
buying razors to shave with.
Yeah.
You pay more. You
Yep.
pay a fortune for those little freaking cartridges. It costs them a dime to make.
Yeah.
I have an Epson printer
Exactly.
and I have refillables, and it was only, I think it was 150, which is expensive for a printer, but you can do it all.
The razor concept, whenever Dollar Shave Club came out, they were the first ones to actually introduce the whole subscription business model in terms
Right.
of
Cheaper prices on the refills.
yeah, exactly, because razor company's business model was built upon like them not knowing if their consumer would return. So they didn't know if they were going to have cash flow or not. But whenever they changed it to a cash flow model, it completely changed business. I mean, that's why we have all these subscription models we have now. It's literally because of razors and Dollar Shave Club.
So, someone might be able to help me with the facts on this, but isn't there some car company that has a subscription service for the heat warmers, the seat warmers? in the car. Like I think it's like Mercedes Benz or something. I don't know.
Interesting.
There's
Never heard.
a subscription service to like heat your seats in your car. It's like,
Yes.
what the
Oh,
hell?
Isn't
That'd
that
be sweet.
Tesla?
Like, it just doesn't make sense.
I don't know why, but I
That's
want to say.
BMW.
Was it BMW?
Yeah, BMW
Yeah,
does that.
that is so weird, dude.
Oh yeah,
A
you're right. Yeah,
subscription service.
BMW introduces new heated seat subscription in the UK. What the hell?
It's so weird, man. Like, why would you need a subscription to turn your cars? A feature of your car to turn it on. Like something that is so manual. Like,
Oh, they
you have
did
to
it
pay a
because they
subscription if you
didn't
want to put your
want
windows down.
they didn't want to create another SKU and have to on the production line have to create two different versions of the car. So it's a one. It should just be.
So it's probably in every car, and you just have the opportunity to throw the switch and have it go onto your credit card, or leave it off and not have to pay extra for it. So it probably was already designed and came in every single car, but it wasn't active unless you paid the little extra fee.
It was only a one-time fee at the time of purchase of the car, and then if you didn't, then yeah, that doesn't make sense. That's crazy because their
It's very
cars aren't
weird.
smart. Then the resale value of the car. Does it have the subscription or not?
Dude, imagine subscribing to be able to put the windows down on your car. Like, you want to put your window down? Well, that's $5 a month, mate.
Listen, this subscription is Amazon, Netflix, Spotify, BMW heated cars, heated car seats. Like, what the hell?
Well, that's what Tesla does. Tesla does it for the self-drive package. If you don't end up purchasing the full self-drive, which obviously fluctuates in price. I mean, it went from what, 12 grand, 15 grand, 8 grand. It's all over the place. But if you don't purchase that when buying the car, they give you an option to pay a $200 monthly fee for that same full self-driving package, but it becomes a monthly fee.
Oh, right. So the 8
amazing.
grand is the one-off payment, but you pay 200 and you could be paying that for like far more than you would if you just bought it up front.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, basically. Or when you buy the car, you can, if you're not leasing and you're purchasing, you can basically, take a loan out and just include it all in there.
Right.
But the only
But
difference
then-
is you can still fully purchase it whenever you like through the Tesla app. So it's not like you missed opportunity. So if it goes down in price, you can end up still buying the full package at a cheaper price. Unlike BMW, from what you're saying, where if you don't buy it from the dealership, then you're kind of stuck with it, right?
Yeah, that's kind of crazy, man. I didn't know car companies are such a racket. I know they say you drive it off the out the dealership and you lose 30% of its value like instantly, right?
Yeah, any new car, yeah, unfortunately.
Crazy stuff.
Hey, so what's a sausage roll? Is it like a Costco hot dog?
Kind of, yeah, but it's in a pastry.
Do you have Costco's?
Yeah, we do. Not many though.
Like a pig in a blanket, but a sausage.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's like that or a Costco hot dog, but like in a pastry roll. And it's like
Do your Costco hot dogs, are they cheap? Are they like $1.50?
I don't know, but I know that you guys have had that forever, right? And the guy is like a billionaire. He's like, I'm gonna keep it $1.50 forever or something, right?
Yeah, but there's
he can
I used
have
to go
them. They're
every week.
awful.
You don't think they're good?
Oh no.
I think they're great. I mean, they were better when they used to be like Polishes or like actual hot dog, but now they have microplastics in them. A guy on YouTube, he like completely put it in a centrifuge, decomposed it or burnt it up or something, put it in a centrifuge and did all this chemistry stuff, and he found a large number of microplastics.
What doesn't anymore?
Well, that's from what they're feeding the animals.
It's probably pigs. They'll just eat anything.
They come through to us. Yeah. It's
So
interesting. I was watching earlier a thing with Neil deGrasse Tyson. I could watch him all day and all night, but he was talking about how from the caveman days to the mid 1850s, from the caveman days, the average life expectancy, half the people only made it to 30 years old. Fast forward all the way to the 1850s, it only went up 5 years. Half the people passed away at 35. So all those generations and centuries, we only picked up 5 years. He goes, now think about it. He goes, they were eating organic. The water was pure. The air was clear. Like they could have been, he goes, but what made the difference in our life expectancy is the scientific method came out in the mid 1800s, and science is what keeps us, going to today. But the average human, I mean, people wonder why our eyes start to fail at 40, because we weren't designed to be going past 40. Like we were tits up by then. Our eyes were not even supposed to be working anymore. So,
good point.
along with our knees and hips and everything else,
Bro, like I mean, the first case of general anesthetic, right? That was like in the 1800s. Like before that, if we needed to
first
go
case of what?
and to using general anesthetic, like putting in hospitals, was like in the 1800s, 1847. So it's like before that, Jesus, you needed to go and get something like done, surgery and all of that. I mean, they're just soaring through you, like when you're awake and shit like that. It's brutal, like to think of the ways in which you had to even
Think of all the battles through centuries of guys that were lined up row by row by row with swords, and the awful, horrible deaths they laid out there and suffered with it for hours and days of just laying out in the fields and just, I mean, oh man,
That's crazy. That's crazy, man. Like so. Yeah, for sure. Like that sort of only gaining 5 years from that's insane. But it's when you think about it, it's what makes sense. I believe they said a lot of people died from poor dental hygiene as well. Like
majority of the people, either the mothers or the children died at childbirth, or by the time they were 25, they were dying of diseases of the gums, teeth.
Wow. Toothache.
Yeah, right.
Taken out by a toothache. My God.
You get an abscess in there, and it's not draining. I mean, that's literally just poison in your mouth. So,
you can't be English and talking about dental hygiene.
Well, that one's been long debunked because I realized actually after doing some research and really paying attention to you guys that the Midwest and the South, your teeth. Oh, don't get me started. It's only because a lot of you guys get veneers that you try and perpetuate this lie, man. I mean, you guys have comparable teeth quality.
You know what? You know that there's a similar, not similar, but there's a lie about Australia too, and that's that everything wants to kill you as soon as you step outside.
Hey, I believe it now,
dude. It's not true. It's you could walk barefoot through the bushland all day and be fine.
Jeez.
Trust me.
I was about to start swearing. Can I have no charts? Like when I think I read an article like on like crack.com or something like that, like years ago as a teenager. It was like top 10 things in Australia that can kill you, and I was just like, yeah, all right, I'm never going there.
Like, you know who starts all these myths? Australians, because it's to prevent people coming here.
No, it's well done.
Like, oh man, no, it's terrible. Don't come. Everything will kill you. Careful.
Well, British people who go there, they do love it. But listen, when I heard about Sydney Funnel Web, I was like, yeah, that's like nightmare fuel. I'm good.
Yeah, I'm from Sydney. Never seen one in the wild, by the way. Never seen one.
There you go.
Never saw what?
They tried to eradicate them from your city, right? I think.
A Sydney funnel web spider. Like you have to go looking for them to try and find one. I think.
Oh,
they're not just out there crawling around. You know what I mean?
I think
they're
very. I think the other night we were talking about jumping spiders, and Joe was about ready to run out of the room.
That's a hard pass.
It's like if you were to ask an American how many times have you come face to face with a grizzly bear when you were out walking in the woods, in the forest.
I live in I live in Colorado. Go hiking all the time. I've never even seen one from a distance.
Yeah, maybe a black bear or brown, like the
Yeah, there's
smaller
some
one.
around, but I
But you
have
never
yet to
really.
see them. I mean, I'll occasionally see somebody put something on social
Mm.
media, that lives around here that it was getting in their trash or roaming around their yard on their
Yeah.
ring doorbell. But I mean,
I would
that's usually at
imagine
night.
they'd give you a wide. They would give you a wide berth, wouldn't they? They'd be like,
Yeah,
"Oh, what the hell's
and
that? Like,
really,
what's this human?"
the majority of the bears are just north of Colorado, like up in Montana and Idaho, and so like that's where you'd start
Yeah.
finding the black and the brown bears and everything else. But
Yeah. I think, to me, it sounds like you'd have to like corner them or have them feel
stumble
threatened
upon
by
it,
you
yeah,
for them to attack you. Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
said,
Or
don't said
don't approach a
don't
mama bear with her cubs.
oh, and if you're getting chased by one, try to find a steep hill to run down, because if you
Yeah.
try to run up a hill, they'll chase you down. But if you go downhill, because of the way their body's built, their center of gravity, they'll just
They're just
tumble.
gonna
They can't
fall.
they can't
They
they
can't
can't
do
run
it.
downhill. Yeah, they can't run
Yeah,
downhill fast because
Yeah. They're not built for it.
down the hill. Then if you ever get chased by a bear,
who knows if
definitely don't
that's
go up a
just
tree,
don't
right? They can
just don't
climb those trees pretty quickly.
Just
yeah.
don't come across a bear in a valley because there's no hills. Everything's uphill when you're in a valley.
And don't smear honey all over yourself.
No picnic baskets, yeah. All right, no.
Hey, boo
Oh
boo,
yeah.
you get a picnic basket.
Yogi.
But
Is
yeah,
that Hanna Barbera or whatever his
yeah,
name is?
Oh yeah.
kind of
Yeah.
Barbera cartoons. Guys,
That's good.
I mean, it's. I think someone was just like, I think they said something like, "Oh, you realize Hanna-Barbera cartoons are all for adults, right?" And I sort of think back, and I'm like, you know what? You're actually right. Like the subject matter is very much adult. It's not like, even though it's for kids, right? Because it's cartoons and stuff, but it's like even Fred Flintstone and just like the general, like all of his storylines just tend to be like, I don't know, the wife's maxing out the credit card, or like, do you know what I mean? Some like
Yeah.
really adult subject matter that like adults can actually relate to if they're watching it. Like back as a kid, you're just like, it's like a bunch of like cartoons doing silly stuff.
Yeah,
you're just
Wilma
like
and Betty
the
had some short
pictures.
skirts on and some plunging V-neck tops on.
100%.
Yeah.
100%. So it's kind of crazy when you think about it, right?
Oh
Like
my god! And what about Catwoman of the Batman series back then?
Oh yeah, dude.
Back in the day.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
Catwoman, various the more she like got
Evolved.
revised through the years, like the you know what I mean,
yeah.
the crazy she looked, like especially when she got up to like the 90s with Michelle Pfeiffer in the live action films. I mean, she was basically just a dominatrix.
Wasn't Halle Berry one
Yep,
also?
Halle
Halle.
Berry as well.
Ugh,
exactly. She just became more and more of a dominatrix.
Whips
Honestly.
and chains.
I
Literally.
need a cold shower.
Yeah, man. And then you got some Disney things like, well, not as much, but man, Ariel. She's got a freaking a clamshell bikini top. Clamshell.
Oh God,
that's so funny.
I didn't know where you're. I didn't know where
Always
you're
thought that
going there
was
when you started
hilarious.
off with clam.
A
I'm like, oh
clam,
my God,
a clam, yeah,
God.
clamshell. Yeah, that's funny as hell.
Yeah, it's got some. It's crazy stuff, man. I think once you get into that sort of animation room, like I don't know, all bets are off. They just start drawing whatever. And
So
pretty
old
impressive when
Disney.
you go to Disney and you
Disney's
go into
crazy.
the area like their art galleries, and the actual artists are sitting there, and you can watch them sketch out and start doing all the that they have certain prints and stuff, like one of 400 or one of 40 that they do, and just all hand done. And man, it's a great talent and gift. I mean, I can't draw a stick man, but the stuff they do is amazing.
No, 100%, 100%. It's a fine
Yeah,
art.
it is cool. You got to respect the old school Everything was so manual back then. Like there was no
Oh,
computers
gosh.
aiding you with drawings and stuff. It was just all
They were
Right.
bleeding on that
one by
on
one.
those details, man. They were bleeding on it. But like it's as a result of it, like the look, the final look is still something that looks better than most things today, right?
Mhm.
I agree. It's got way more heart to it because you can see that it's that it's a person that did that rather than
100%.
automated. It's just not impressive if it's a computer.
Like the
Like I mean,
combination
look, Pixar looks pretty and it's pretty cool, but it lacks soul to me. It's kind of
yeah.
soulless. Yeah.
I think I love both, but I think yeah, like definitely like Fantasia to this day is still one of the best looking things like that's come out of
Yeah.
animation. Right? So
Yeah, it's pretty
sure.
cool.
I mean, in
Yeah.
defense to Pixar though, like when Toy Story first came out, that was huge, bro. That's still an art
Oh, it was
within
a big
itself.
leap.
You
100%.
know,
It
it's
was
still
a
like
big
a
leap
bunch of
in
shapes, a
technology.
bunch like it's
Yeah,
still
the
created
primitive
with,
polygons.
you know,
Yeah.
like making video games. I mean, nowadays you could download Unreal Engine and you got all these preset assets you purchase and you can get the license to use them in your game or animation or whatever you're
Yeah.
creating. You know,
You
but
just
back when
dump them
Pixar
in,
first came out, like everything was being created from like triangles and circles.
from scratch. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean, I find it
I've
amazing.
got a degree.
I think Toy Story is
I've
still
learned
better
all
than
this,
reality, but yeah.
all these programs. I got a degree in animation, so I know
Oh,
like
wow.
with the polygons and everything. Yeah, man, they start with a primitive. I have no idea what it's like now because I graduated in 2013, so this is like a lifetime ago when it comes to computer animation. You know, like the
Gotcha.
technologies now would be crazy. But
No, it's insane now. Yeah.
it's sad that AI and there's so much automation and copy paste. Like there's not much effort anymore. I would imagine there's so
Nah, not
much
anymore.
like,
So you
streamlining,
just
and
write a
it's all
prompt
for the
now.
sake of yeah. Like and look, things will always move in the direction of efficiency and cost efficiency, and you know what I mean. Unless you're doing it for the art, strictly for the art, like.
hmm
That's why eventually, if I make a lot of money, if I get ahead and make a lot of money in crypto, I want to open a traditional animation studio, like with real artists and everything authentically done, like no computers. You know what I mean? That would be cool.
Looking forward to it, man.
There's a
Yeah.
series that's doing that. I forget what it is. Though. I read it somewhere.
Mhm.
It's some anime. I
Yeah.
don't remember, but they're doing everything like OG, old school, like hand
Yeah.
drawn,
Yeah.
page by page. I don't remember what series it is though. But I
Yeah.
think it was coming out on Netflix.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
People
That's
freak out about the paper, like, oh, it's such a waste of paper, dude. Paper literally grows on trees, like. It's, and the world has moved away from paper now, so there's more of it. So it's more abundant,
Yeah.
you know?
I even buy my toilet
Yeah.
paper and paper towels are made out of bamboo now.
Yeah.
'Cause it just grows so much faster.
Yeah, true. Yeah,
And
bamboo.
they've got it down now where it feels just like regular toilet paper and paper towels, and
Oh, yeah.
it's just as
All you need is the
it's
fibers. Yeah.
it's a little
It doesn't
it's a little
disintegrate.
yeah, it's a little more expensive, but not using up all that paper and trees and stuff.
Yeah.
It said it takes like
Definitely.
3 years for bamboo to sprout up out of the ground. And then once it sprouts out of the ground, it's like it can grow up to like 10 inches a day or something like that.
Oh,
Wow.
you can't. It's hard to manage if it's in your backyard or anything. It just
Yeah.
it'll
It's like
take
a
over the
weed.
whole yard. Yeah.
It's amazing. Man, have you seen those videos of the dudes with the big machetes cutting up bamboo, like fresh bamboo? It's so
Yeah, you
like
can
relaxing to
eat
watch.
it.
It just slices like celery. It's just thump thump, and it's just falling apart with this machete.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
They're probably getting bamboo sheets out for a soup.
Yeah, you can see why the pandas go crazy about it. It's probably like soft and
Have you guys
productive.
ever tried like sugarcane, like an authentic sugarcane?
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
man, we have it
awesome.
in Australia. The state that I
Oh,
live in is like sugarcane farms everywhere.
that's awesome, bro. Those things are delicious.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, short
Jeez, there's
short cane syrup and go all in on sugar cane right now.
Yeah.
We're putting all
Our
our
They have it in-
Coca-Cola's always
Coca-Cola.
been sugarcane in
You
Australia.
can have it in Coke now.
Yeah.
Exactly.
We've had it the whole
Coca-Cola.
Guys,
time.
we're pumping. We're pumping.
Let's go. It's a
I
sugar
needed
pump.
needed to jump over to Suey and get along on Suey. I'm waiting to. It just Suey's been kind of not as impressive as it was. Well, it did pump pretty good for a while there, so I guess can't be too picky. But been a little lackluster the last 10 days or so.
So, does anybody buy or like Bitcoin treasury companies or own any of that? Or have a good case against it?
Treasury company? I've got no experience in that. Sorry.
Yeah, maybe I should just stick to the altcoins.
I don't know, man. You probably know more about it than me, to be honest.
I just
Most
do a
people
lot of
know a lot.
leverage.
Yeah, I
A lot of
like
random little
option income
pockets.
strategies, but it's so crowded right now. And MSTR earnings are today or tomorrow, Thursday.
When's GDP drop? That's only a matter of hours away, isn't it?
I think that's today. Yeah.
Yeah.
Shit,
Dang,
it's
well
1:30
done.
here. I gotta get to bed.
So GDP's like
Crypto
8:30
don't sleep.
a.m. something. Crypto don't sleep.
Yo, you know I'm still awake at 3:30 in the morning here, cuz she.
Are we gonna find
Yeah,
out
let's
if we're in
see.
a recession, or are we already in one? Or
So the forecast is very positive. So we're not going to have a recession, basically. If we come anywhere
Well,
close to the forecast, we're good.
That's the
We're
bad
sweet.
news
We're
is that
honey
if
nose.
the forecast is that and we meet it, then that's fine. But if we undercut it, if we come underneath
Mm,
it, that's where it's going to get sticky. Is
right.
so. I mean, you'd rather have a low forecast and over exceed it
And then
than.
get a better result. Yeah.
Mhm.
Either way you cut it, though, the ultimate is that we have a positive GDP, or that you guys have, like it's come in
Yeah.
positive, not a negative. Because if it's a negative, that is a technically you call that a recession. Yeah.
It's going to get bad is they're forecasting. So when he started talking about all these tariffs right towards the end of the year after he got elected and stuff like that, a whole bunch of the corporations here, they pre-ordered a shitload of stuff from everything from China, Taiwan, Korea, like anything they could get. They got all their inventory. So they've been sitting on all this inventory collecting dust, but they've been feathering it out now to their clients as they buy through the year. And they got it at a good price.
Yeah.
Well, they're expecting those inventories are supposed to start running out around September, October. And now
Yeah.
these new tariffs are going to go in. Now everything's going to get more expensive. And, it always gets, shit runs downhill. So it's all going to end up in our lap, the consumers. And that's when the pinch is really going to start hitting by Christmas time, I think. But I don't know. I've watched too many top-notch economists through the years get shit wrong all the time, so I'm sure as hell not going to have the answer for it.
Well, I'll tell you that with XLM and PayPal joining forces, and PayPal looking like it's gonna be able to allow you to transact 100 different cryptocurrencies with a snap of like basically your finger. I just look towards XLM because that's where it's gonna be saving you money.
Hey, you know what? They bumped the forecast up for GDP. It was 2.4%. Now it's 2.5%. The forecast. They've bumped it up.
Gains.
Interesting. Yeah. Yeah, that's cool. Man.
No, but apparently PayPal, whenever you pay with cryptocurrency, it's only going to charge you like a 1.5% fee, or
Mm-hmm.
that's what's going to be essentially expense to the consumer, versus normally whenever you pay with a credit card or whatever, there's at least a 3% fee already built into whatever it is you're buying. Or you just have to pay an additional fee on top of whatever it is you're buying, like gasoline. Cash versus credit. What about crypto versus credit versus cash? Cuz she.
It's like you
Yeah.
fell off a cliff there.
She.
Yeah. The bank's about to fall off a cliff. Cuz she.
PayPal stock is
shit.
actually looking pretty promising here too.
Yeah, you might want to get into it, cuz straight up with a fade up. Not financial advice.
I can't keep up with everything. Why? I'm trying to figure out why SUI, and then now I'm trying to look why XLM, and now I should just go to bed.
Bro,
Looks like SUI.
XLM been here. XLM been here. It been here, dog. It been doing the thing. Hey, it's just all coming to fruition, cuz it's just all coming to fruition. Sheesh. Sheesh.
Well, all I know about XLM is that it's like
Well,
it's like XRP, but it's it's more open
it's
source.
the
It
cousin.
sounds like.
It's the
Yeah.
consumer version. XRP is banks. XLM is me to you. And guess who
Yeah.
picked it up? PayPal. You know, think about how much money they spent to figure that out. They could have asked me that 5 years ago. I'd have given them the answer. I'd have been like, XLM, cuz.
I feel
But
like
they might
the
have not
XLM
spent any
trade,
money.
getting
Wait,
into
so
XLM
they
is like getting involved with XRP with gloves on. You know what I mean? Like if you don't want to touch XRP, you can do it with XLM. You can trade the movement. You know?
did it have a fair like beginning?
Yeah, I
The
think so.
founder,
The
the
dude that made
founder of,
XLM comes from Ripple. Yeah,
yeah, one of the founders of
Jed McCaleb.
XRP broke off and started XLM. He just
Oh,
started it as a nonprofit.
so who holds all the pre-mined coins? Is
Me.
it
No,
in?
I don't know.
That would
I'm
be.
pretty
I would
sure.
need to know that, or unless they're like programmatically locked behind a time lock, and they'll
Well,
be.
well, the thing is that the each transaction goes back into the coin, like it's either 0.1 XLM or 0.01. So once all these transactions start happening across the platform, it's just going to make the coin stronger. I've been saying it for years. It's
It will
happening.
make.
It's
It will make
happening.
the coin stronger because it makes people burn a portion of it on trends
No,
on
the
sending.
like the gas fee, the transaction fee goes back into the coin itself.
The gas fee goes back into the pre-mined coins or the coin that you're sending, the wallet.
Like whenever you transfer on XLM's platform, it costs either 0.1 or 0.01 XLM. So
Who gets that?
therefore, it goes back into the foundation. It's a nonprofit.
Ooh, I don't know. That sounds funny. But hey, if PayPal's behind it, it must be huge. When did this PayPal come out? I'm reading this now. This is the back end of the PayPal stablecoin. That's huge.
Yeah, dog. I've been trying to tell y'all. I've been trying to tell everybody for years, cuz I've been telling y'all. Not really, but I've been telling other people.
It's been around the block too. It's like literally it's been around since,
Yeah, dude.
you know,
When Rick
for a while.
the other day, he made the comment that he'd been trading for like 8 years or since 2018 or whatever.
Yeah.
And I looked at XLM and I was thinking, I'm like, dang, you get XLM at a 4-cent discount right now. But no, when it start going, it ain't gonna stop.
Have you
I
seen the
think the
history
transactional
page?
volume alone will prevent it from coming down. I mean, I don't know how it doesn't. Whenever it replaces credit cards and everything and cuts the fee in half, I'm just saying, bro. I'm just saying. I mean, the math mask, the math mask.
I haven't heard math yet. Wait.
When
I'm so skeptical about anything besides Bitcoin right now. I don't know why. But
Okay,
there's no proof of work,
Bitcoin
right?
costs
Those
too
words
much.
matter.
Bitcoin costs too much to move, so they made Ethereum. Ethereum costs too much to move, so they made XRP. And then one of the guys who made XRP was like, "Wait a minute, this don't work right either." And then XLM came out, and anyway, you got like 2.5 trillion in BTC. You got like 800 billion in ETH, and you got like 200 and some maybe in like XRP. And guess what? XLM sitting down there at like 15 bill. I mean, think about the gains, cuz this is our ticket out of here. We going to the moon. Put on your spacesuits. Put on your spacesuits.
Wait, so with
yeah,
pre-mined coins, is there any way to earn them besides for buying them?
I don't know all the I don't know that much, to be honest with you, brother. I wish I did.
2014 is when XLM started. The Stellar network. Stellar.
OG.
Well, I'll learn
Stellar
a
lumens.
bunch about it. I'll come back and I'll let you know why I don't
Yeah.
like it. Probably.
It's been out for a while.
I hope you do. I hope that's the conclusion you come to.
That sounded
No,
like I
no,
don't like it. I don't know
actually mean
why I
that.
don't like it, but I'm gonna go find a reason. I'll be back.
Yeah.
Well, I don't like
I'm
it because
just
it's pre-mined. So it's
right,
I
right,
mean,
right, right.
that's a pretty big deal. That's
Yeah, of
50% of it
course.
was just controlled by someone else, and like that's pretty crazy to not be able to answer. I mean, I can't really answer about Satoshi's Genesis
There you
coins,
go. There you go. There you
but
go.
I
There
can.
you go.
But I've
Let's put it back in terms of reality. I love that.
well,
I
I said
love that.
I said can't really, but now that they're less than 6% of the entire thing, it's like, oh, it doesn't really matter anymore. And if he did come back, it wouldn't really matter anymore anyway. And
Yeah,
he
but
is
the
already
difference.
dead.
Yeah, but the
Why
difference
don't we
is
ask
that
ChatGPT like
this is
live? Let's
this
ask him
actually has
questions.
utility, and
Yeah,
it
find me a question. I'll ask ChatGPT right now. We'll
I-
figure it
yeah,
out.
find me a DApp that is of this utility, and I guess we have time to see if these stable coins will really work out. But maybe they already do work out. You
XLM
guys all
isn't
use.
just a stable
Make
coin. I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's going to
special.
be what people use to
Stellar
transact
XLM
money
stands out
back and
for a
forth.
few reasons. It's designed to facilitate fast and low cost cross border transactions, which is great for remittances and financial inclusion. It also has a decentralized exchange built in, making it easier to trade assets. Plus, it's
crazy.
got a strong focus on interoperability, connecting different financial systems. All of these factors make it pretty unique.
Why is it valuable though? Like, why would I buy
How is it?
that? Why would I invest into XLM instead of say Ripple XRP?
That's a great
Because
question. The value of XLM often comes from its use case and its ecosystem. It's known for its speed and low transaction fees, making it attractive for cross-border payments, especially in regions that need affordable remittances. Also, Stellar's close relationship with various nonprofits and financial institutions helps drive adoption. On the other hand, XRP is more focused on banking institutions and large-scale transfers. So really depends on your investment goals and which ecosystem you believe in more.
I want to know when Rick started
some better questions?
started with this whole American accent.
Yeah.
Rick, when
well, it sounded like
Yeah.
Mark Zuckerberg, to be honest with you. But the thing is with XLM versus XRP, theoretically,
Yeah.
if you get rid of the banks, then you don't necessarily need that transactional volume.
Bringing up Mark Zuckerberg, that means we should talk about SUI, it looks like, because I was originally going to look at that. But XLM is a hard fork of Ripple. So they have the same blockchain. They're pre-mined. There's no proof of work. you don't know, there is no inflation because it already all exists, and somebody does have control over those wallets, and they could move it. And Ripple should be considered centralized. It sounds like XLM might be less centralized. What interested me the most from the Sam Altman sounding GPT was it has a decentralized exchange built into it. That sounds super interesting.
I'm going to ask it about that pre-mined factor. Like, wouldn't that be considered a
no
trust? What would you say? What's the word?
Current.
Like a deterrent for investors, the fact that the supply is pre-mined, and then maybe it'll explain and defend why it's not a problem or something. I don't know. Is the fact that XLM is pre-mined, is that of detriment to an investor? Like, is that a concern?
It's definitely a point that some.
Can you repeat that?
Sure, it's definitely a point that some investors consider. The fact that XLM is pre-mined means that all of its tokens were created at the start, which can sometimes raise concerns about centralization or the distribution of those tokens. But the Stellar team has tried to mitigate that by having a transparent distribution plan and focusing on decentralization. So it's something to keep in mind, but not necessarily a deal breaker for everyone.
Who gets okay? I
Ooh.
wanted to also talk about who gets to decide to be on the development team, because we know who Bitcoin Core is, and honestly, a lot of them are kind of pushing too hard on trying to put in pseudo smart contracts into the BIP 89, or I think it's literally it's BIP 420, and it's going to add smart contract availability, but it's going to make nodes have to store hundreds of gigabytes more every year, and that's not scalable. So everybody that I know runs Bitcoin knots on their nodes, and then you can filter out what we allow. And it's not even a soft fork, but it's a different filter of running a Bitcoin node. You can't do that stuff with XLM. I don't even know how to go about running a. Is there even XLM nodes? Are there even nodes if all the Bitcoin's already mined? Or I mean, all the XLM's already mined. It's like, are there even nodes? And can I run a node? Is there any incentive to me running a node?
I have no idea, bro. I'm not sure. Good question.
The answer
just
lies
doesn't-
within.
I'm gonna Google it.
Beauty is in the eye of the beholder.
How? Well, if it's all pre-mined, yeah, I guess it works off. Yeah, like what
There's no
system is in
nodes.
place to distribute? Like, how is it distributed?
The nodes, guys,
Distributed.
being able to run your own node for about $50 with a Raspberry Pi, but you should spend 150 and upgrade it. That's what makes Bitcoin decentralized. And that's the only way you can really know if your Bitcoin is really there. If you're sitting on PayPal and looking at your Bitcoin or Cash App or wherever, you know, until you send it, you won't know if it was actually ever there or not, because you're running someone else's server. You're looking at. You got to download the whole blockchain or a partial blockchain and really confirm you have your Bitcoin someday. And that's the only way you can combine UTXOs.
Yeah,
I think
that's digging
Ledger
deep.
actually does it. I think Ledger does it. The Ledger Nano and all those ones. I think it like automatically is
Yeah.
smart doing it. Some of the smarter wallets nowadays are doing that. Or maybe they're
You're
not.
on
I'm not
like
sure.
the investor pathway, like digging into the fundamentals.
Well, I don't want to be in
That's good
a
though.
bit connect situation, you know, like
No,
even
of
for a
course.
second.
Yeah, I'm pretty much just I went down the technical analysis trading pathway with a very like, basic understanding of each of the, the cryptos, Bitcoin, Ethereum, XRP,
Well, there might be a
Solana,
reason.
so on and so
Maybe
forth.
this is probably the
Hmm.
question. Why do we need a centralized, because I'm going to call XLM centralized now. It seems like we've determined that. Why would we need, or it has the possibility to be centralized at any moment, you know, and I can't go verify with my own node. It's all pre-mined. I can't even mine it and earn it myself. It's like trading. That's what makes Bitcoin physical too, is being able to trade. We're turning real world energy into something that
And if it's
can't be immutable.
Hey
it
guys.
can't just be duplicated on the spot. Yeah. Yo.
Yeah, I've been listening to you guys. Just want a quick jump in for XRP. Actually, there's only about 4 or 5 validators run by Ripple. 75% of the validator is run by non-profit organization like university, and even Bitso crypto exchange run one of that as well. You can tell I'm XRP maniac. Yeah.
Mhm. Nice.
75%.
It's
So I'll research all that. 75% of XRP it sounds like of the XRP coins are held by nonprofit.
No, it's like a validator. So to how can I explain that? There's like a node, right? So 75% of the node that they call it validators is run by non-Ripple. So Ripple only run 5 of them, and yeah.
Oh, and can I run an XRP node?
Yeah, you can.
Okay. Well, that's interesting. We could all run it, but 75% is run by a nonprofit.
Yeah. So if you search it up, the University of Nicosia, I can get the whole list, but I'll post it on a general chat. Yeah, you can check it. You can check on xrbl.org.
there are approximately 930 XRP ledger nodes according to BitHomp. And what did you say? There's 5 controlled by
4 to 5, if I recall from my memory. So only 4 to 5 is run by Ripple. The rest is not by Ripple. And to improve on the ledger itself, all of the validators have to vote. So Ripple, you can say, only have 4 to 5 shares of the vote. So 75% is not part of the Ripple. That's why people, when people say Ripple control and centralize, I sort of like disagree with that. It's not, Ripple is not centralized. Yeah, XRP is not centralized.
Yeah.
Wait. I want you to stay. I want to talk. So
yeah,
what would running an XRP node consist of if there's no blockchain? Like, what does it mean? So voting. You said there's voting. I know about the DAO and Ethereum
protocol.
and how you can have a consensus to vote there. So it sounds similar to that. So has there ever been a change to XRP or Ripple from a vote that you know about?
Yeah. Just recently, they do have a automated market maker, AMM. So there was a vote. Ripple was, if I recall, Ripple was the one introduced the AMM, but the rest of the validators voted down, and Ripple have to go back and get back to their drawing board and come up with a different proposal. Well, I'm not very technical person, but yeah, even Ripple doesn't have a say what the blockchain, the whole ecosystem is going to do. So all the validators have to agree on it and vote on it.
Okay. Thank you. I haven't met someone that is like an XRP fan or maximalist that just wasn't like a dick. So it's good to meet you.
Yeah, no worries.
I don't mean offense to that. I just mean that people on Twitter are just like,
yep.
They don't try to answer, or like they don't know, and then they're just like an asshole. I'm like, man, you should really know if you should want to know.
Yeah. When it's text-based, I feel the tone can be misconstrued, or people like act differently when it's just text, which is why you get a lot of like, I don't know, like even in the YouTube chat in Dbloc's YouTube, right? Some of the comments in there are like kind of critical of the speakers in here, and it's like, damn, you wouldn't say that verbally if you were in here. You know what I mean? Because it's keyboard warrior syndrome, they feel safe typing it, but they don't feel safe saying it, speaking it, because of the flack that so yeah, like that's what I think you would experience, like if you were to ask questions about it in a text-based format online.
Oh, and I have a terrible tone, and I take everything personally. So yeah, I gotta. So
It's all
when
good.
in 2017 I took a college course that was called Blockchain Development and Security, and it was super fun. We studied Bitcoin. Went way into the Lightning Network, and then our final of that class was to make a decentralized application or a DApp, you know. And we didn't have. I don't think I knew about XRP then. I think it was there though. I think it was number 3. We didn't mess with it, and I made some stuff on Ethereum and on Solidity, but the question that the professor kept asking us was he didn't want to push Bitcoin on us, but it seemed like he was a super fan of it, and he kept asking us. He said, "What purpose? Just remember, what purpose?" And I think it's his fault that I'm now a Bitcoin toxic Bitcoin maximalist, but he kept asking, for what reason would you need a um, for what reason would you need a coin or another coin that can do something decentralized or that can be decentralized? Like, why not just use AWS? Right? So it sounds like XRP, the purpose of it may not be like money, kind of like Ethereum. It's not really about money, but it's going to hold some value because you can um, host like the back end of a website and control what that website does and have it interact with the Ethereum blockchain. I don't know if to even call XRP a blockchain or not, but there
Um,
is a ledger for sure.
yeah, Matt, I just shared the link. So it's from the official xrpl.org, right? And you can read it there. Like you can run a node validator yourself.
Oh yeah, I have this open. I already had this open. Yes, I'm gonna try to do it. This is my weekend project. Thank you.
Yeah,
Because I
good
don't
man.
want to be so down on XRP saying it's centralized, especially if I'm wrong.
No,
And I've been saying that for
I'm
too
not.
long.
I just want to like get it right, like because I feel like XRP has a really good potential. Yeah.
It's the reason why it's third in market cap by size.
Yeah.
Wait,
And
It's
SEC
been
is
around for
suing
a
that.
really long time.
why are you picking
I don't know.
XRP over XLM?
I'm waiting for the spot ETF approval for XRP. That's my reason why I'm in XRP.
That has to be bullish,
Or
right?
trying to catch that. Yeah, like when that goes live, if there's going to be Wall Street inflows, like what happened with Bitcoin.
Well, for one thing, XRP has a EVM. XRP now has EVM. XLM not yet. So yeah.
Is that an emulator or what is EVM?
I think it's one of the side chain. Now it can run a smart contract on the XRPL itself.
XLM votes on that on August 15th. Protocol 23. Gains.
I could be wrong. I'm not very into XLM, so I could be wrong. But XRP indeed have a
nobody is.
EVM now.
It's
Yeah.
okay. Nobody is.
It's okay.
Why do we need a
Nobody.
side chain? Why do we need a side chain if someone's saying
Exactly.
we got it because it's like less expensive?
Hey,
Mhm.
Maximus, if possible, if you could
Yep.
turn your input volume down just a little bit in your Discord settings, because your volume is coming through like 3 times louder on YouTube. It's blowing everybody's
Oh,
ears out.
yeah.
No worries.
All right, folks,
If
I
you're
am
using-
heading to bed. Have a good night, good morning, good afternoon, happy trading, whatever, and let's get some big runners Wednesday. Cheers.
Heck yeah. Sleep well.
Have a good one, dude. Sleep well.
Okay,
Yeah, I think
wait. Does this mean we get to have like S coins, or what are they called? Meme coins on XRP? Is that what a
Yes.
sidechain is?
There already is. Yeah.
They already are? Oh, good.
Yeah, apparently. Yeah. XRP Ledger has its own ecosystem now. Kind of like how there's an Ethereum and a Solana ecosystem. There's now like an XRP ecosystem, I would imagine, because of that.
Okay, so EVM is going to make it so they can transact for a penny.
Yeah, I'm not sure, like more than that, like anything more than that. But Maybe.
I'm on this xrplevm.org, and they say their block time, like a Bitcoin block, is 10 minutes. Their block is 3 to 5 seconds. They don't have nodes that are, all around the world that need, and they're probably some Raspberry Pis, and they need 10 minutes to get all the way around the world and run on these low CPUs for anyone to be able to run a node.
What's your background? Are you like into software development, or are you a programmer, or
What you know?
what
Yeah.
you know? What's your expertise?
Yeah. I do that. I was a
That's
software
cool.
engineer.
We
then-
need more of that in our community, because then we can, like, ask the nuts and bolts type questions, or at least have people that are privy to the more the in-depth capabilities of each of these things that we're throwing our money at.
Yeah, it's been very interesting.
Yeah.
Seriously, like it's been very interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, blockchain, man. The whole thing is pretty awesome. The way, like, as I know it, like it's very hard to hack into it, or to derail it, or to duplicate it, especially Bitcoin, right? Like, it's what is it? A 51% attack. You need to control 51% of the hash rate or the network to do a double spend, like to basically counterfeit, or you know what I mean?
Oh yeah. I mean,
And
it's not
if
possible.
that was to
but
happen, people would know about it too. That all of a sudden half the network's being controlled by one entity. You'd know about it. Yeah, pretty impossible.
I mean, you can go to like
think it would've-
mempool.space. Sometimes I just sit on that site and I'm just watching the blocks come by. And if I see too
really?
many of the same blocks mined by the same
Thing, it looks sus.
yeah, it's like I have to go check who is Foundry USA? Like they have a lot of hash rate right now.
Bruh. Interesting.
And then there's
Yeah, it's,
Trump's son's mining company. They're like they're mining a ton of blocks.
as far as the volume thing, YouTube, with certain speakers, I think that's when a person is running Discord through a web browser. It can come through ultra loud. So I don't know
I'm
if
doing
that's
that.
what was happening. Yeah? Okay. Rather than
could be
the
loud.
Discord application. But I mean, that's just a guess, because someone had the same issue before, and when we figured out that they were running it through a web page, through a
Wait,
browser.
is Maximus talking right now?
Oh, not right now. No. He just typed in
I
it
thank
in
him for coming in.
the YouTube chat. Yeah. Yeah, it's cool to hear a variety of voices in it. And, like, people have knowledge on certain topics and things. It's really good. That's why
This
these groups
EVM thing
are very helpful to be
I'm
part
sorry.
of. Yeah.
Oh
The
man,
EVM thing?
I want to be a good trader. But it's like
Yeah,
I think
me too.
you got to follow these
I've been at
groups
it.
a little
Hey,
bit.
me 3.
Yeah, man. I think everyone, no matter what your experience is, we always strive to be better. So yeah, man, if I can be better through whatever avenue that is, I'm all ears,
If you guys are anything like me, like normal retail person, we probably are really good at buying the dip, but we're not good at selling the top.
Yeah, taking profits. Yeah, true that.
Like
I can attest to
yeah,
that.
and then yeah.
Man, I'd be happy. I'm totally happy to learn something new about trading or whatever. I've been in it since 2018, right? Involved in crypto. And if someone teaches me something that's been here for 5 months or less, then I don't care. Cool. Show me. Teach me. if something that I don't know. Yeah, that's what's cool because
Yeah,
it's like you have eyes on so many parts of the internet. Like if you have a group of people, it's not just one person with their capability on what they've researched. You've got like 100 people looking on all avenues of and all different things they find interesting about crypto, and they share it. They bring it here, and we all get to like learn about it or think about it or discuss it or debate it, whatever it may be.
I think I've gotten
good.
better at like focusing in on like technique and really like hammering out the basics versus trying to look at too much to comprehend and like just following along and applying the basics and the measured
My
moves.
thing was that I thought I had to become more technical with it and dig deeper into like more complex things and tools. But I've come kind of full circle, and I realized, like, hey man, the basics, like keeping it simple, is it's not that it's better, it's just that it's easier to make decisions based off like more clearer data, like more clearer information and analysis. You know what I mean? Because the amount of times that I've done looking at 5 different ways to interpret a chart and then try to find harmony, like you end up just in paralysis because you can't find that alignment between all things at once to find that perfect trade. You know what I mean? So it's like,
Okay.
yeah, find a system and stick
I
with
know
it
why I don't
and have
like
your
XRP.
invalidations. Why is that?
And I'm sorry. I'm getting excited, but this is
I was XLM, so I'm happy to hear this.
well, I may find the same thing about XLM. But so Ripple is a company, or it's like a group of people, whatever. If it's a nonprofit, then that's like ChatGPT is a nonprofit or whatever. That's stupid. Ripple they put 55 billion XRP in escrow in 2017. They can then they say they're through transparency we lock 1 billion XRP and then we can release some or any amount of that 1 billion we want every month. And this is them saying they're being transparent, but they can change how much they want of that anytime they want. They also they paid themselves an extreme amount of money, these insiders. And they just sold a bunch of it too.
What, they just dip into
Founders,
the pool,
Chris
you mean?
Larson, Jed McClellan. Yeah, they dip into the pool. 20 billion XRP, they just dipped into the pool. That doesn't sound like 1 billion a month. They just did that. I mean, we're just if XRP takes off, then we're just replacing the Fed with XRP, and that's silly.
Exactly.
Well,
and
I know what you
3
mean.
5 seconds. Yeah.
Their ability to affect the rules on what they're saying they're abiding by. I know what you mean. It's kind of like the US. They've got a set of rules and function that they run government and the economy by, right? But if they need to, they can adjust it so that to achieve a goal, like in the global financial crisis, they bailed the banks out that were failing.
Yeah.
You know,
so that's
like
what it is.
Who decided on that? Like there was no vote. The U.S. people, the citizens, didn't vote for that, but they decided to do that.
George W. Bush.
Yeah, I mean, and like all sorts of government decisions, like we appoint the people to represent our interests, but ultimately they're gonna they're gonna push their ideas and decisions and things without asking people about it. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's not too dissimilar from the way that corporations and governments and institutions operate in the real world, like that we're used to anyway. You know. But yeah, dude, from that perspective, this is this is another huge merit to Bitcoin, right? It's like you can't just duplicate it. You can't just push out a whole bunch of it at once if you want to, because the team decided to. It has to be mined for. It has to be earned, like with energy. Like it, there's input to
Yeah.
to produce the output of Bitcoin, and that's becoming rarer as each halving goes by. Like it's the reward's getting halved each time someone solves a
It's
block or whatever
deflationary.
thing. Right. So
It's
that is good.
deflationary.
It's incredible. It is the
Yeah, it
perfect
will
asset,
be.
really.
It's like if Bitcoin really works out, you'll be working at your job. You probably won't be working anymore though. You'll probably retire early if you want. But the people who are working at their job, they will have to you have to get your mind around this concept because this is actually crazy. Because Bitcoin's going to go up and everything else compared to Bitcoin is going to go down. So you'll be actually negotiating with your boss about getting paid less Bitcoin over time, like at your career. Like that's something I thought about the other day. I was like, we're actually going to be fighting to get paid less if we get paid in Bitcoin. Like that far off
Right, I
future. It might
see.
not happen
Yeah,
in our
yeah,
lifetime.
because of the deflationary aspect. Yeah. Because yeah, when you think about money, it's like, okay, a tank of gas in your car back in the day cost you $10 or something like that. And then today, I don't know what it is in the US. Like, let's say, how much does it cost to fill your car up on average? What, like $60 or more?
Oh yeah, a big car.
So
Yeah.
that's a huge different number. Like that's a bigger number than the old school. Whereas with Bitcoin, it's the other way around. It's like from the past, some dude bought 2 pizzas for 10,000 Bitcoin or something. That's
Yeah.
insane. And then if you were to buy 2 pizzas with Bitcoin today, it'd be like 0.002 Bitcoin to get those 2 pizzas. You know what I mean? Like so it's like the other way around. You talk about big numbers from the past, not smaller numbers.
Yeah.
Because of
And
the
those guys will look like
deflation aspect.
idiots. But that guy that bought the 2 pizzas with his kids, he was a Bitcoin Core developer, and he actually did a lot.
Right.
He efficiently made the mining C++ code better, and he's actually a genius. Someone just needed to like. That was the first time it was given a real world value. I think it was like, I think that was pre Mount Gox or after.
And that is a very old meme too. Like that story became a meme, right? Like it's a famous
Or Pizza Day.
story from years and years ago. So he's had plenty of opportunity to reinvest and have more Bitcoin and still come out winning huge, you
Oh,
know.
he had so much Bitcoin, dude. He still probably does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Possibly.
He was definitely mining.
Yeah. It's impressive.
Yeah, no, so to sum it up, I don't like XRP because it's Bitcoin has no single issuer, but XRP has these COOs and chairmen that are allowed to decide up to 1 billion or zero or anything in between at a monthly rate. And yeah, I bought some in 2017 for like 0.3 cents and it just didn't do anything. And as I learned about it, I was like, so there are these actual people that can decide the issuance rate of a pre-mined coin. I was like, dang, I don't know. I don't like it. I bet cool apps will be made on it. Who knows? And maybe we need that because maybe we need to bail ourselves out or be able to print more in a wartime. Maybe that will be chosen.
Yeah, I think the world's going to be a combination of a handful of cryptos anyway, or probably maybe it'll be as diverse as it is right now because of how easy it is to create like cryptos. You know what I mean? Like you've got
Nothing's going to be as cyberpunk as Bitcoin.
right. But as far as like you know how with the web, the internet, in the dot-com boom, the dot-com market, there were so many ideas, so many tech companies and website startups and domain names bought and sold. It was like a frenzy, and the market ripped. And then in the year 2000, it crashed. The year 2000, the dot-com bubble burst, and then out came a handful of like really big companies like Google. Microsoft did well, although that was already a computer company beforehand. That was more of like they were producing a product. But yeah, websites, Amazon, Google, you name it. Like there's more, like eBay, I guess. Yeah. Anyway, people are trying to put that framework or that narrative onto crypto, that there's only going to be these like four main things that survive or something, and everything else is going to go to shit and won't be around. But I don't know. I don't think that's the case. I think memes are always going to have a place because they're honest about what they are. They're not trying to be like to come up with an answer to like a problem. They're just like a thing, like simply put, it is vaporware. Like it doesn't mean anything. It's just tradable. That's simply it. It's purely a traded asset on a market, and it's just purely supply demand. They're
Yeah,
not
but
trying
in
to
the
suggest that they're anything other than that.
wait, but you're
Ooh.
comparing that to
Oh.
Dotcom era of like the
Mhm.
booms and busts, like Pets.com, eToys,
Yeah.
Pixelon, The Globe.
Yep.
But those were like pretty legitimate sounding companies. They just
Yeah. And
didn't make it.
right. And they had people, they had teams of people behind them, like so it was down to the people to take the company into success. You know what I mean? Like it's at the fate of the team essentially as to whether it's gonna sink or swim. Whereas with crypto, it's like the market determines it. Like there's not a team that keeps Pepe afloat, and we're waiting on the team's success to make gains on Pepe. It's purely a supply demand thing. Like the animals out there, it's up to the market to do with it what they please. You know what I mean? They're not trying to, like, there's no Pepe.com website. They don't produce a product. There's no, you know what I mean? So it's different in that sense, I think.
I don't understand why we have Pepe and Fartcoin and all this.
They're purely traded. They're just assets to be traded on a market. They're just virtual vaporware. You know, they're not real. They're just completely virtual. They're like proxy assets.
Crazy.
And it's like, yep. And the crypto market is a bunch of players. Like it's just PvP, right? Let's just say there's, I don't know, 600 million players. Each person has a wallet, and you buy up the things that you think are gonna perform on the market, and you sell the ones, or you don't get involved in the ones that you don't think. So it's like, yeah, that's kind of like how the total crypto market cap, well, a lot of it, not all of it, but a certain portion of the market is like that. It's purely just off performance on the charts. And that's why these alts go flat and dormant in the bear market, because no one's interested. No one's hanging around because they think Pepe is going to revolutionize the payment system or something. You know what I mean? It's purely for like bull market performance, and then you let it go, like you sell it. Once it's done the performance, then you get out of it. It's like it's
And
literally a pump and
Dogecoin
dump.
Dogecoin is like kind
Dogecoin,
of in between that and then also a
it's
possible future of it
yes.
working out and being our
Well,
underlying medium of exchange.
yeah, so Dogecoin comes, it's like a copy paste of Litecoin. It uses the script, I think it's called the script algorithm or something. The protocol that they made the thing on, right? Which is like a copy paste of Bitcoin. The idea of Bitcoin, it's proof of work, so is Dogecoin. You mine it, and yeah, I don't know too much more about the tokenomics, but I know that it is technically infinite, but there is like it's inflation is controlled, if that makes sense. Like it can only
Yeah, I
inflate
do.
a certain amount each year. Yeah, something like that.
It's 1 minute
You probably
block
understand more
times.
than me. Mm-hmm.
But actually, how is it? I remember looking it up before. I was like, actually, that's really interesting. But it's but because of a 1 minute block time, I don't know. Everyone
Yeah.
that runs it, you have to use your supercomputer, the best computer in your
Mm-hmm.
house. And everybody
So
needs to be high speed internet and all that.
yeah, the risk
Probably
with a
not gonna
hell of a
run
lot
over
of
a
the
tornado.
cryptos. Yeah. The life of a lot of cryptos like the existence depends on a platform supporting the buying and selling of it. You know what I mean? There was a coin called Silly. It was like a meme coin, and it got delisted from Bybit and probably some other exchanges too. And okay, now you've taken away the exposure to the market to buy, like potential buyers, people to get into it. So if that happens to a lot of these like random altcoins, they just die, you know? You take away their exposure to the market and they fall. They go away. They just, they're a shadow of their former selves, like when they were the hot thing of the week or whatever, like when they were rallying that 1 month 3 years ago. So yeah, you do have to be careful about, okay, is it available? How many central exchanges is it on? And how long has it been on there? And yeah, because like coins do go through these process of being given a chance by these exchanges, and if the interest isn't there, they delist them, and they just become like defunct or yeah. However, there is the DEXs, the decentralized exchanges where everything still exists. You can still access everything, kind of thing, But it's nowhere near the volumes, I don't think, as to what the central exchanges pull. And it's a
It's so
cesspool.
Maximus.
The DEXs, yeah. So in a
Okay,
way,
so go ahead, sorry.
the exchanges, the crypto exchanges, Mexi, Bybit, Coinbase, Binance, these are like the gatekeepers. They kind of call the shots on what flies and what doesn't fly in the market in a way. Especially Binance. Like if you get listed on Binance, it's such a big deal. Or any of the exchanges really. Like if you get your coin that you made to be listed, yeah, it can be a big deal. I mean, Pepe was kind of like that. It got listed on Mexi, caused a huge pump, and then it started popping up on every other, exchange, and yeah, I don't see it getting delisted anytime soon, at least. So yeah, that kind of, I guess my point was after all that is that the memes are very unique, but highly speculative compared to say Bitcoin and Ethereum and XRP. These things that are considered blue chips are supposed to be the safer bet with crypto. It's like a spectrum of confidence. Like the highest confidence thing on the spectrum is Bitcoin, and then you go all the way down to the lowest confidence stuff, like the crap that exists on pump.fun, made by some 16-year-old in his parents' basement and launched with a market cap of $2,000 or something. You know what I mean? Like there's a whole gamut in between that of of how confident you can be putting your money in for growth. So yeah, don't go putting the lion's share of your portfolio into something with extreme speculation, like extremely like doubtful future stuff. I know that's like that's very obvious, basic, but I don't know. Maybe someone needs to hear that. This is why like most people are weighted with their portfolio is weighted heavily in Bitcoin. Like 60% or more of their portfolio would be Bitcoin.
I wanted to ask you
And then it
personal
sort of
questions
tapers
like
out.
that. I wanted to
Mm,
ask you that, Rick. Like, what
yeah.
about? Are you comfortable talking about portfolio
Yeah.
percentages?
Sure, dude. My goal ultimately is to hold as much Bitcoin as I can get because that's the one I trust the most.
Are you
And you'd be
trade
crazy
alts
not
to
to
try to
back.
get more Bitcoin?
Correct. Yeah, they're just a tool to acquire more Bitcoin, essentially. Yeah. And if it's not me buying Bitcoin now, it's me earning more tether, like more stable coin, to bring to the bear market. So I'm just stacking the dry powder up so that I've got something to accumulate Bitcoin when it goes through that that bear market we're all hoping for, that we're preying on to come about eventually. Because if
Risk
you're
it for
not
the
in
biscuit.
Bitcoin now, you need a bear market to get in, right? You need the discount. You don't want to buy it at the premium unless you're Michael Saylor, who just buys it anyway at any price. He just gets it whenever it's there to get. He doesn't care about the price too much because he's got like a very high time frame plan about it, like 20 years, whatever, or more.
Well, I mean, if Bitcoin just dumps to below 70,000, he's underwater.
Yeah, I don't know where his like what his special price is about when he's like in profit or at deficit with it.
His like
You're saying
the
70?
weighted average of everything is 70 right now.
Okay.
From his
Yeah.
latest buy
Interesting.
yesterday morning. But he
Mhm.
just opened up Stretch too. That's something I wanted to bring up because it's kind of like a stable coin. It's going to pay a variable rate and starts out at 9%. And if there's like low demand for it, the price won't stay at 100. It will be a little under. And in that case, the plan is to increase the variable rate to attract more buyers. I'm sitting there going, oh, I'm gonna keep an eye on that, because I have to keep a certain amount of cash just to
Yeah.
sleep at night and also cover expenses of other businesses. I have a kid and other things, but it's like that's where I would want my cash to be, earn the highest yield. But earning that high yield, is it too good to be true? I don't know.
I think the interesting thing about the cycles is that the bear market reveals where the foundations are. You know what I mean? Like Bitcoin, we were able to reveal that Bitcoin's new foundation was at $15,600, whereas before it was $3,000, the previous bear market. And then before that,
I
it
was
was, a whole bunch left.
It
So,
should have never
yeah.
been at 15. If I was watching it, I would have put it way higher. I mean, I was not
Yeah,
watching the price of stuff then.
I don't think people were expecting 15 because,
That was
yeah,
low,
it
dude.
dipped pretty low. Yeah. I was like, when it did the June dump, I think it went down to 20 or maybe 17 on the wick, but it settled at about 20,000 ish. And that sort of felt like it was forming the floor because it used that level for a long time. I'm going to go back and have a look on a chart, but let's see. Yeah, it was after the Celsius crash. The Celsius crash is that sort of felt like it was the rock bottom because it wicked to it, and then we did not go back to that wick for, I think it was almost 5 months, and this is like getting late into the bear cycle too. So, but it was that FTX crash that happened that got us to wind down from that. Oh, I guess it was an 18,000 floor down to like 15,500 ish. Is that final that final flush out?
What's your percentage of Aussie dollar you have to hold? You're like 50% dollar, 50% crypto?
50%?
Or
What
you
do you
own a
mean? What
house
do
or
you
anything?
mean? Oh no, I don't own a house. Hell no. I wish.
So you're
Yeah,
like
I'm
50? Or Ray
oh
Dalio, he just
like
said
right
everyone
now.
should be 15% gold and Bitcoin, which I'm thinking that's kind of low. Yeah,
Yeah,
like
my lion's
everything, your
share in
entire.
spot is Bitcoin. Like as far as a ratio goes, like as a percentage, probably like 60%.
Nice. Yeah.
But yeah, what I do actively, like, because that's just I just have that in a wallet on Binance. What I do actively is on Bybit. It's just the perpetuals to try and up my cash, my tether balance, essentially. That's the goal ultimately. And yeah, it's a mission, dude, because you go up, you go back, you go up, and you go back. So it's like it's a bit grueling. And if you don't have the risk management, like it's very easy to let it slip,
So
especially
no
after a
cold
good month like
storage?
we've just had.
Do you have any
Oh no, I
self-custody
don't,
Bitcoin?
dude. Not worth like the stuff I have is not of enough size for me to be concerned about. Like oh, I need to look after this myself. You know what I mean? But
So the
dude,
stuff
after
on
this, Binance, yeah,
Wait, this stuff on you're saying it's not worth anything, but you said it's stuff on Binance is 60% of your
of
portfolio?
everything that I have,
Everything?
yeah,
Net. Dude, and you
yeah,
want
it's
to
pretty
sell it at the
big.
top this cycle. That's why it's in the
Yeah,
exchange,
yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah, yeah,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
I'll be distributing
You should have a
later
little
into
bit.
this year. Yeah,
You should
no,
have a
you're
little
right.
bit
I
that you're
I
not
do.
planning to sell in a cold storage wallet, like a Ledger or
Yeah, 100%.
a
Yeah,
regular
you're
gold.
right. I do want to
Let's
go
do it.
down that self custody path, definitely.
You just download Sparrow Wallet. It's open source and just have it on your computer. That's probably one of the safest ways right now. Write the 12 words or make it a 24-word one. Doesn't really matter. On some paper. That's
Mm,
a great way to self custody in like 10 minutes. And
yeah,
you'll
yeah.
connect to it like an Electrum node. That's trustworthy enough. More than a
It's like
you're
Exodus.
probably interacting with the Chinese company of Binance. I think they're Chinese or Singapore.
Yeah, yeah. The
Outside the
global
US.
finance global. Yeah. Mhm.
And they're probably the most well-regarded exchange we have in the world. But is
Yeah, they're
there
the
like
biggest. They're the Titanic of crypto. Yeah.
you have two-factor authentication, right? You're forced to do that.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
that makes me
Yeah.
better bet.
KYC, 2FA, all that good stuff. Yeah. They know who I
Okay, well,
am.
I can't get you to take it off the exchange, even if I wanted to convince you. But dude, I don't
Oh,
think there is going to be a down. Like
yeah,
I think
I
it's going
know
to go
the
down, but I
merit of
don't think
that.
there's gonna. This is the bottom of this cycle. It's like 100K, dude. But like
Could be.
I don't think.
Yeah.
I think this is the bottom, dude. 75K is definitely the bottom of 2025. Now, if we go to 500,000, we could come back down to something. We go to 200,000,
Yeah.
we can come back down to 80, but
Yeah. It's
it'll
hard to
take a couple
say, man.
weeks.
It's hard to say where the bottom's gonna be. Like, because we don't know where the top is yet. So it's like, how do you really forecast? But if you go off prior cycles, most bear markets, apart from the last one, they maintain levels above the previous bull market all-time high. So, for example, if the last bear market played by the rhythm that we were getting on Bitcoin, that means that it shouldn't have fallen below 20K. But it did. It fell down to 15 and a half. So that was a first for Bitcoin. The first bear
I
market
don't
that
even
produced
remember that.
a low. Yeah.
No, that's really
Yep.
bad. Really.
Yeah, it's not bad. I think it's just a sign of the fact that Bitcoin, from a performance perspective, is plateauing. Like, and that's what happens when something gets so immense in size. Like, the performance is going to diminish unless you give up a whole bunch of the size to come back down and start over again.
Exactly. Yeah, we're not going to
Yep.
see a 60x. So that's why you trade
No. Yeah.
altcoins. You're looking for something
Yes.
more.
Performance. Yeah.
I mean,
You want
we
more
may see a
horsepower.
60x 21 years from now. We may be
Yeah.
60x this. No. 60x is too
I
much.
think
That's
it depending on your goals, Bitcoin's performance is still very attractive. Like from bear to bull, like from the bottom to the top. Like this one's been great. Like what is it? After the FTX crash to now, it's gone up 600%, like 6x your money basically. So if you had 50 grand, you've now got, what's that? 350 grand profit or something like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's pretty good
But it doesn't make
for
money.
like a couple
It
of
doesn't
years.
make any money. It's like you have to sell it
Musical
to make
chairs.
money.
Yeah, you do. You have to take the profit. Yeah.
I heard some guys what they do is they maybe are in their 50s or 60s, or they're approaching those times where they can get the subsidy healthcare or whatever the government gives you. And their goal, that what they say is, they're at a point now where they can say, well, I'll sell 25% every 4 years to just like make my life a little better. And that means I'll run
Right.
out of Bitcoin in 16 years when I'm
Mhm.
when I want to be done with everything.
Yeah.
I was like, oh,
The ultimate goal for me is just to get off the dependency of a 9 to 5, so I can retire essentially. Dude, that's awesome. I don't want a gold like boat or like a G6 jet. I don't care about that crap. You know what I mean? I just want to have a house, a car, be able to eat and survive and pay the bills and maybe travel a bit. And I don't think that's too greedy in our
are you
first
working
world.
right now?
Yeah, I work. Yep. So I have an income. So I still bring. I haven't. An interesting fact is I haven't bought crypto at all this year, 2025. It's too high. We're in a bull market. Like bringing fiat, you know, everything that I'm using is what I've traded with and like built up from the bottom. You know,
This is the most hated
so
rally, dude. It it
it
may
is. It's
just
very brutal.
you may just if you're in the mindset that it's too high, then did you buy it 15
Yeah, yeah.
or 20?
Dude, I was bringing money in before FTX collapsed. I was starting to build this Bitcoin position. It was actually a trade that went sour, like a trade that went bad, and I had to bring fiat in to keep it from liquidating, essentially. So I wasn't, yeah, it was defensive. Um, I even like this is really bad advice, but in the bear market, I got a credit card that I could afford to pay off and pay back, right? But I needed the money now. Like I needed the finances because we were in a situation, like, or I was in a situation where I needed to defend the position, and it worked out. I got through it, and I didn't do it impulsively. I thought about it, like, can I do this? And like, can I make this work? And it was yes, I can do that. I work a job. I've got an income. I can pay off the credit card. It's an interest-free card. Like there's a fee to it, a monthly fee of $30 or something, like $1 a day or whatever, or less than that actually. And yeah, I can repay it. I've paid it off now, by the way. But yeah, I at the time I needed the money there and then, and I didn't have it, so that gave me the option. It gave me the freedom to live off the credit card while I bought with my income the crypto. And then
You
like
Nice, you did that
it
at
was a
15.
time sensitive at 15,000. Yeah, no, it was no Bitcoin was at 18K and then it crashed to 15, and I was, just using my pay every week. I was just injecting more fiat into my account to, yeah, defend that position. And it came up in profit. I think the average was like it averaged out to be like a $23,000 Bitcoin position. Like price 23,000 price. But yeah, man, dude, I wish I still had that position. I shouldn't have touched it. I could have taken that even into today. You know what I mean? But
Oh, you sold it?
yeah,
Where at?
sold it. Yep, there were shiny other things performing at the time, and Bitcoin was doing nothing. So the
You sold at
temptation was
40?
just too much. No, I sold less than that. I sold it like in the 30s. The position was 24, but remember, this was before the ETF thing was even talked about as a possibility. So Bitcoin at the time was still very speculative, and people didn't really know whether it was going to crash back below 20,000. So it was more of a move out of like fear that I wouldn't get the chance to get out with all this money, into the position because it was getting heavy for me. So I was like, oh, I better tap out while I have the chance. So it was, yeah, it was like an emotional decision, and I've learned from that. Totally learned from that. So it's all been a learning experience to me.
Heck
And
yeah, dude. You sound
I'm
like a really good
36.
trader.
Oh,
Oh,
I'm
you're really young.
trying.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm 36 years old, and like I'm not. I wouldn't say I'm like I wish I was in my 20s figuring this stuff out. In my early 20s, because then you've got a whole decade more time to take
We don't
advantage of
care
the
about those
market. But
things in 20s. We don't care. And you're not divorced
I'm.
or you don't have kids, so you're
No, I
gonna
got
be
no
you're
dependents.
gonna be
No, I
fine.
don't have a house. I don't have a wife. I don't have kids. I don't have. Yeah. All I got is my phone bill, my internet bill, electricity, and rent. That's about it.
Yeah, you should be like
So yeah,
90%
man.
Bitcoin.
Yeah, pretty heavy. That's the plan, man. When the cycle, because my level of conviction has gone up tenfold to like Bitcoin essentially. Like now that it's become so much more legitimized by not just the US, so many other countries are like opening up and opening their eyes to the potential, that it's digital gold essentially. And that the market has so much growth potential. It's like, yes, it's volatile, and that steers a lot of people away because they're scared of it. But you know, if you can anticipate, I'm not trying to say time the market, but anticipate the cycles of the economy and know like what's more likely to be around the corner, then you can kind of position yourself with a bit of premeditation. You can sort of plan it, and you obviously you have your strategies, your exit strategies if you're wrong about the plan. See, the biggest risk I'm actually facing is that I'm waiting for a bear market that may never come to the depth that I want to get it at. You know what I mean? That's the risk of not buying it here. You know,
Yeah,
but
that's called
like,
getting
yeah,
locked
I'm not
out.
right. I'm not confident that there won't be you know what I mean? Like, I think there's still going to be a bear market. Look at the way Bitcoin has behaved whenever there's any kind of scare in the world. Like, it dips, it dumps out just like the stock market does. It's still considered a risk asset. It's not, by no means is it a defense asset. It's a risk on asset, cryptocurrency. People, I know that there's some kind of narrative trying to be pushed. They're trying to push that Bitcoin's not going to crash like it has in the past because of the ETFs and Wall Street. But dude, that's a big claim. We don't know that. We don't know that it's going to hold value. Like,
Every single cycle, every bull cycle, everybody has said near the top that this cycle will be different. It's the same mindset that everyone always has when it's the most overextended. And I agree, like, yeah, ETFs, they'll inflow, right? But if the stock market and the S&P 500 and all these institutionalized assets with like more than a 10 times market cap can 40% drawdown as well during bear markets and whatever narrative, it doesn't mean that it won't now.
Drop it like it's hot. Yeah, it's a hot potato, man. Like, it's as much as we love Bitcoin, and I do, like, I love it to the point that I want it to go down so far so I can get as much of it as I can. That's how much I love it. You know what I mean?
Straight up.
That's how much I believe in it and want to be involved in it, is that I want it to. Which is, people get confused by that. It's like, when YouTube channels in the bear market will push FUD, and I think it's like, okay, they must be trying to drive the price down. they want to buy more of it. You know what I mean? It's like, and same, like you wait for the media to sell it down the road, like sell it down the river. It happens every time, every bear market. It becomes the ugliest thing to be involved in. They want you to part with your crypto. I don't know.
Selling extreme greed and buying extreme fear.
Yeah, check out this. I don't know if you've seen this before when I've talked about it, but check out this billboard that I came across in the depth of the bear market. I'll put it on my screen right now. So this was a picture that I took of a billboard at the bottom of the bear market after the exit collapsed. A Taco Bell ad printed on a billboard next to a train line. Yeah, cheesy tacos worth trading in your crypto for. You know, like they're saying, sell your crypto at the bottom of the market and go and buy some tacos with that money.
That's in Australia.
It's kind of like, yeah. They were poking fun at crypto for like losing all its value essentially because of the bear market. So yeah, stuff like that. Like companies that have no business talking about crypto all of a sudden have an opinion or will drive narratives. You know what I mean? And it's a capitulation narrative. They all push it, and you'll see. You will see.
I can't wait for the next narrative. It's gonna be funny.
Yeah.
And now you might get a partnership with Pudgy Penguins and McDonald's. Talk about ironic.
Yeah. And here's another good picture that I made. So that's Do Kwon of Terra Luna. That is Alex Mashinsky of Celsius, and that's Sam Bankman-Fried of FTX. And I called them the champions of the 2022 bear market. They caused all the problems, man. These three dudes. They were the ones caught, you know, doing the wrong thing, or just their bets were so
it wasn't
risky.
Sam's
The way
fault.
they were running.
Sam's the best guy
Yeah.
in that picture, I think.
Maybe. I don't know.
The more I look into
He
it,
didn't know what he
like,
was doing, maybe.
He didn't know what
he
he
didn't
was
quite
doing.
comprehend. Yeah,
His
he's
girlfriend,
silly kid.
It was too messy, and they were pushed out of the U.S. and to the Bahamas or some shit. I mean,
we needed a fall guy, man. We needed someone to blame and get
there's
angry
always
about.
a fall guy.
For the
Yeah, the
state of the crypto.
documentaries, they go back, dude. There's old ones that, like in New York, where the guys were the fall guys. I forget their names.
Yeah.
But I
Hey,
want
to the
to
YouTube
try
chat.
to. Yeah.
I was showing that picture in Discord in Dbloc's Discord channel. I've got my screen share in there, and I was just showing some stuff. Sorry, go
Join
ahead. What were you
Discord
saying?
and watch
Yeah,
the screen.
yeah. Become
You
a
get
member.
I thought that was a meme or something.
Become a member. I feel like I hold it down for the other side of the clock when Dbloc's asleep. You know, Australia's awake, America's asleep. It's kind of like the after hours.
I can't go to bed.
Staying up all night.
I think the EU deal's too big. I think we're gonna moon tonight, man.
I'd love to see it. I don't know about if that's gonna happen, but yeah, we'll see.
He's gonna say in the interview after he cuts the rate by 25 bips, he's gonna say the EU deal was bigger than I thought. I'm less uncertain, and yeah, we're gonna consider buying Bitcoin. It'd be crazy.
Oh yeah, so this is my chart with all of the notes about what happened where in the prior cycle with crypto. Let me turn all these like lines off so you can read it better. I'll jump down to the daily time frame. This is like a little bit of a history lesson in Bitcoin, I guess, at least from 2021, because there was the COVID dip back here, and at the start of 2020 there was a crash to almost 3,000. What a time to buy it. Right there, the discount. But anyway,
I want to go back.
Yeah, climbing up. Okay, see these arrows and these annotations? So Elon Musk puts the Bitcoin symbol in his Twitter bio. So you know how you have a Twitter page? Like if you're a user on Twitter, you can go visit Elon Musk's Twitter page, and he basically put the symbol of Bitcoin in his bio, and it pumped like on that day. See the wick? It went all the way up. It pumped to like 38,500 or something like that, and then settled back down. And then there was an announcement by Tesla that they bought $2.4 billion worth of Bitcoin, and then Bitcoin
Bro,
got its biggest daily candle in history, like right there. See that?
he bought near the top? Damn, I thought he bought much lower. That's insane.
Well, oh no, that was just an announcement that he had bought it, that Tesla had bought it. They could have done it down here.
Yeah,
They were just
okay, then they definitely did.
Yeah.
They definitely accumulated and said that to fucking shill it, bro.
And then you've got okay, so that happened there. It pumped, we got our
You're forgetting
Wyckoff
August
distribution.
10th. August 10th, 2020,
August
Michael
10th?
Saylor buys Bitcoin.
Oh yeah. So I guess
And then
yeah,
he
this sort of
tweeted at
starts
Elon,
here.
and he convinced Elon to
Yeah.
buy it on, and Elon bought it on
Oh,
SpaceX, Tesla, the Boring
Yep.
Company, and he bought it for himself and his family.
yeah.
And then he
There's
sold
heaps
it. Do
more
you have?
to it. Yeah,
Oh
there's
yeah,
there's a lot
let's
of
yeah.
events that I'm missing, but yeah. So then yeah, so the all-time high at the time was 65,000.
Yeah, I
Losing
almost bought a
like
Tesla with Bitcoin. I was so close. I'm glad I didn't.
oh, losing that low there. See how there was this dip? That was the last like sort of macro low on that rise. So the fact that we broke it and got below it, that was the first warning sign that a big correction was coming. So not only that, you lost that structure here, and you got the confirmation that a lower high was in. Like we were, the trend was down. We were at that point we were down trending. And see that really nasty candle there that the arrow is pointing to? That's when Tesla announced that they will no longer accept payment for their cars using Bitcoin. So, and then Elon Musk was commenting that he had concerns about Bitcoin's environmental impact because of the mining, the crypto mining, which was hypocritical because he's got an electric car company, and they both use electricity. But anyway, so the turning point was this B Word conference with Elon Musk, Jack Dorsey, and Cathie Wood. They all went on like this Zoom call and started raving about how good Bitcoin was, and it caused this massive surge.
We're pumping right now.
This rally, kind of like what's happening right now. We're getting a surge.
Operation
Anyway,
crypto.
yeah. So it pumped Bitcoin from like a 30K dump, like it got down to 30 and pumped it all the way up to like, what was this, almost $53,000 fairly quickly. Like it was like a month and a half or something like that. And then, the ABC correction came in, and then we started pushing again. I don't know what catalyzed that next like phase push, but ultimately the top was found at 69,000. And then after that, it was just correction.
Yo,
And people
Rick,
were,
then Elon sold.
People were hoping that this $30,000 floor that was found, midway through the bull market would be used as support once again. And it kind of was. It actually got front run here. The buyers came in at 33. So the buyers stepped in before that floor, which sort of gave like this sense of confidence to the market, like saying, oh, like, look, demand is stepping in sooner. So people were like, okay, there's some kind of floor, like this mid-cycle floor that's in. And there's all this trust that came in at that time. And anyway, this is where the Russia invaded Ukraine volatility started, like with the world market, not just crypto, but like the global economy. Like there were sanctions going on. There was, shakeups in the the stock market. And also during that, before that, the inflation hit 7%. Like the US inflation was going out of control. And the Fed had to, I don't have like where the Fed started the raising the rates and all that, but they were kind of late to the party to address this issue of the inflation.
Yeah, I remember that was a big thing, right? Everyone got pissed at the board.
it was a massive thing. I think it was, you could say that it was part of what caused Luna to crash, because Luna depended on Bitcoin. Bitcoin was depending on the stock market. The stock market was depending on the economy, so on and so forth. You know, it's a daisy chain effect. So if something rocks the economy, the global economy, it's going to rock the markets. And Bitcoin feels it. You know, everything feels it when it goes. So anyway, you had the Luna crash, which was the bear flag breakdown. You lost that $30,000 floor. So that really, it broke the market. You know, it broke the will of the bulls.
I
You
hate
know,
to
it was
interrupt, but
truly
right
over at that
there
point. Yeah, yeah,
at the
yeah.
30,000 in May, that's the start
Mm-hmm.
of the interest rate hikes. And that is the,
Right.
I think that's the beginning of Q2 of 2022, I think. That's where Elon
Mm,
sold 75%
right,
of
right.
the
Yep.
30,000 or whatever.
I do vaguely remember that. Yep. There was this news that Tesla had cashed out a certain amount. Yep. So see these lines here? These are just me comparing the dumps from a linear perspective, so a dollar perspective, not a performance perspective, but just by dollar. So you can see that each crash was getting smaller and smaller. The reason for that is because the first crash was propped up on leverage. Like all of that rise there was the bulk of its leverage. And basically all of that just got unwound from the market. And until there was no more leverage to rinse out, essentially. Think of it like a sponge that absorbs water. You can only squeeze the sponge so much to get the water to come out. You know, like you'll squeeze all of it out, the liquidity. So by the time FTX was all, you know, said and done and crashed out, the only people left in Bitcoin holding it at 15.5 were the people holding it on spot that weren't willing to sell it. You know what I mean?
The Giga
So we
Chads.
found, we found the exhaustion of the selling, basically. And then we were able to pivot off that. And it, you know what? The new year was such a pivotal moment right here. This is New Year's Eve, New Year's Day in this circle. And look what happened. All it took was a calendar change to get us to turn the page. And
Well,
sometimes that's what it
May,
is. It's like the start of a new quarter.
we also needed to see war in the Middle East. I think that's
There's
specifically
a lot of,
October.
oh, dude. Yeah.
Like that
Dude,
drove in the back of my mind. That was like, this is demand for US dollar because oil,
yeah.
and this gives us. It's just like it was
Queen
Israel and
Elizabeth?
Hamas.
Queen
No, that
Elizabeth
doesn't.
died, I think it was September 8th, just before this pump. And in my head, I was calling this the Queen Elizabeth pump because it rallied. There were so many world events. Like, I'm not saying that the Queen dying had any impact on the market, but I just remember it, the timing, you know, like that's what
You want to know
happened
something
then.
crazy?
And
Something crazy
yeah,
for
what?
me is that in October of 2023, my wife divorced me, and
Oh,
I
geez,
offered her. I
sorry
was
to
like,
hear.
please take half of the Bitcoin. She just wanted the house and some other stuff. I was like, all
Yeah.
right, I'll take the Bitcoin. And
Okay.
I didn't sell any of it because I was going through this
It
crazy
sounds like you
divorce
got the
in
better deal then.
2022. It
Yeah.
As it turned out, and I'm like,
Yeah.
hey
Well,
man, dude, I want to try to convince you, Rick, though, to just put some Bitcoin in cold storage and just watch its
oh,
CAGR
100%.
and don't trade any of
So,
that. And then,
were you around after FTX, like the crash?
oh yeah,
So the
I
narrative.
haven't sold Bitcoin ever.
Oh, good. When did you start? Like, when did you start buying it?
For first purchase, I think it was under $2,000 in like
Oh,
2016.
wow. Beautiful. Yeah. Hell yeah, dude. And you've never sold it. That's great.
I
Fantastic.
haven't been
Never
buying that
sell
whole
it
time.
still. Hold it forever,
Yeah,
bro.
you
Yeah,
could. Yeah, you really
have it on
could.
my own node, and
Yeah, nice.
it would take a effort to try to sell it. I
You
better
know,
make sure I still have it and passwords and stuff.
a truly, I mean, this is a very Bitcoin maxi kind of approach to it, but bear markets are for buying. You know what I mean? Like it's essentially it's just a sale on crypto, and you take advantage of it. And if you did, awesome. And if you didn't, you missed out. And you're buying it at the premium because Bitcoin spends more time like growing in value than it does bear marketing. So if you're not around to take advantage of the bear market, you're missing out, dude. You're missing the dips. Even the local dips are there to be taken advantage. The one that crashed from 74 down to 50, like this dip here. You could have bought that. Anyone could have bought that. And then the tariff, the most recent thing, the tariff scares, where it spooked the market. That was another opportunity there to buy that dip. And now we're marked up. We're pretty marked up. I mean, we're near all-time highs. So
I
buying
think
it,
Rick, can I ask you something?
yeah, dude, go for it.
So when the price, let's say the price of Bitcoin is going 1% down, right? Does that mean that 1% of the Bitcoin need to be sold, or
Of all Bitcoin?
yeah, well, to
Good
have a
question.
price fluctuation of 1% down?
No.
No.
No, I don't think so. Yeah, 1% move on Bitcoin. Let's just say prices are at 100,000. 1% move is $1,000, right? Is that correct? That doesn't mean that 1% of its market cap has left. Has it? Does it? I don't know. Good question.
I have
Maybe
no
it
idea.
does.
The reason why I wonder is because there's a certain percentage, a large percentage of Bitcoin that is lost, right? That they somewhere, and then there is so many in companies that they are not selling, at least for now, right? You have Michael Saylor and all the other companies. So I wonder how it's possible to get moves of 10% or more with all the Bitcoin that is locked.
Well, no, I think you're right. I think that if you want to crash Bitcoin by 50%, you have to cut its market cap in half. You know what I mean? So let's say, what is Bitcoin's current market cap on paper? It's because we're talking market cap here. We're not talking supply. We're talking how much money is sitting in the thing. $2.3 trillion. So it would go down to 1.15 trillion if it was a 50% dump. It
No,
would lose half
it's
its
not
value.
backed by anything. It's the bids and the asks. If the
Yeah,
bids
it's
are
demand.
1% lower, yeah, I mean, it's based on nothing, right? So
Yeah, it's perceived value. Technically,
you could argue that the gold is not backed by anything either. It's backed by people's belief that it's valuable. You know what I mean? Nothing really backs anything. Like, what do you mean by backed? Because let me show you a graphic. I'm not like trying to gotcha.
No,
or
I know.
anything like that. I'm just
But I
saying.
mean,
Yeah.
so there's 2 million coins being traded right now. There's 14 million coins that are just, let's say they're like not on exchanges, and there's 4 million that are just lost forever.
Yeah.
The
To
2
its
million
merit.
coins are deciding the price. But if a portion of those 14 million cold storage come on, they will determine the price for a certain amount of time.
Yeah. What it boils down to with price is supply demand. Like, if no one's demanding Bitcoin, it's going to come down because supply needs to go find demand. And that's
we
that's
just
what
saw
decides
that
price purely
with Galaxy Digital. They came on and they sold, how much did they sell? Like 80,000 Bitcoin over the last 2 weeks, and we saw the dip that we saw.
Yeah.
And it got bought up because like he said the Bitcoin treasury companies, they're actually buying more of the they're buying like 2x the creation of Bitcoin every day. Every 10 minutes there's 3.125 times a day. I mean,
have you seen this table or something like this table before with Bitcoin versus gold? Because these are what these categories is what gives gold its value. It's the tangible, it's physical. You can pick it up, you can go find it, you can mine it, you can use it for things. But Bitcoin's intangible. It's digital. You can't build a bathroom out of Bitcoin. You know what I mean? Like it's a virtual thing. But it's to produce it, you need to do work to produce it. So that's what gives it value in that sense. But the other category is scarcity. Like we know that Bitcoin's got a finite supply. And when Bitcoin gets lost or destroyed, that improves its scarcity. So to its merit is what I was saying. Like if someone loses 1,000,000 Bitcoin, that improves its value for the remaining Bitcoin that isn't lost. You know what I mean?
You're missing a
gold.
column there though.
Rarer than gold.
Gold can't do. Gold can't verify the exact
Right.
amount that there is at any given time.
Right.
But I do
Yes.
like this. The one thing
It's
you
good,
said
isn't
it,
it?
but it's not pictured,
Mm.
is that gold's
Yeah.
use case, in medicine, in computers, in all
Yeah.
medical terms, like dentistry, women's jewelry, all that. I mean, Bitcoin doesn't have that. But you're
Don't
right.
forget
though.
the stakes with gold plating or what they are doing with it nowadays.
You could argue with some of those use cases for gold. There are alternatives, like for jewelry, for example. You can make
Platinum.
silver or platinum jewelry, or you know what I mean. Like it doesn't just have to be gold, but it is one of its use cases. Yes.
Silver actually needs
History.
to be used in solar panels too. We didn't mention that earlier.
Oh, yeah.
That's why it's been mooning.
So with the history thing, like gold, I feel like the history thing comes down to trust. Like, do you trust it? Has it proven to be resilient over time? And for the time that Bitcoin's been around, 15 years, yes, it hasn't been hacked, it hasn't been brought down. It's been online and working since it started in 2009.
Oh, that is listed.
And then obviously gold's been around thousands of years. It's before mankind, gold was around. It's a natural occurring what would you call it? Element. It's an element, right? So counterfeit resistance. People are now synthesizing gold. Like you can grow gold in science now. Like you can make it.
Right.
Wait,
But
really?
it's hard. Yeah, you can
need
make
the power
gold
of the
now,
sun.
apparently.
That's
yeah,
fucking
there's
cool
all
shit.
sorts of there's
You can
there's
make
some
one
crazy
speck
shit
of
that
it
has to go on.
for like it's not efficient.
Expensive to do. Yeah, it's not. You wouldn't do it for profit. But technically, the science is
Isn't
there
gold
to make
like
compressed iron.
literally stardust or something, no?
And you can fool people about gold too. Like if they didn't know any better, you go, "Oh yeah, that's gold. That's real." Like you can
Auditing
somewhat
gold is a
counterfeit.
nightmare. You have to put acid on every single block of it to see if it's real.
Yeah.
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 Just
So
gotta run your
in
own
that
node.
sense, Bitcoin trumps gold in that category. I feel like because you can't copy a Bitcoin and say, "Here, I'll give you this." But with it being fake, you know what I mean? Like it's not going to fly. The ledger's not going to accept false transactions. Like that's the power of it. Like that's why it's valuable is because you can't duplicate it. It's resistant to counterfeit. Portability. If I wanted to give you like let's say you sent me something over the internet and I wanted to pay you in gold physically, I would have to organize shipping, freight, pay whoever to transport it. Whereas with Bitcoin, like we can sort that out within an hour, or however long it takes a transaction to get from Australia to the US. So that it wins in that category. It's more portable. Divisibility, like you can chop down, you can shave off a flake of gold from your gold bar if you want. But Bitcoin is divisible down to decimals. Like that's another thing.
100 million. But it's
yeah,
infinitely divisible on the Lightning Network. You can go even further down.
yeah. I mean, who's trying to send someone a fraction of 1 cent anyway? But yeah, you're right. Decentralized. So yeah, high decentralization with gold. It's kind of like the gold mining companies, the people that hold its
existence
controlled.
in their like it's human effort is required to produce more gold, like to uncover and dig it out and mine it. So it's not really decentralized in that sense. Like it's controlled. It's up to
Well, they
the
came and
mining
they took it all
companies to
away from us in our country, you know, off the going off
right.
the standard.
It's held
They actually
in
came into people's homes and demanded the gold. You know, they said turn it in,
yeah,
or
that's
be
crazy.
confiscated.
Yeah,
I would low-key say low
durability
decentralization for gold.
These are both high. They're both highly durable, apparently, for gold. Yeah, I mean, I guess so. Volatility, yeah. Now, just by market performance, Bitcoin's still considered like a highly volatile asset. Gold, not so much because of how big it is. It's like a $22 trillion market cap asset. So, you know, you're not going to, well, I mean, I'm not saying it can't happen, but you wouldn't expect it to swing multiple trillions of dollars every day. You know what I mean? It's fairly stable. The bigger it gets, the more stable it becomes in performance. So the volatility is low, considered low. And then, yeah, regulation. Gold's highly regulated. Bitcoin's becoming more regulated, as in like how we buy it and sell it. Who has the rights to sell, like to conduct exchange of it, like on an exchange, like buy Bitcoin base, all that kind of stuff. Yeah. Anyway, long story short, this is the asset that it's closest in similarity to is gold, and gold is the biggest asset on the planet. As far
Over
as
time as well, Bitcoin's volatility will decrease slowly over time.
yes, and it has. Yeah, yeah.
The cycle
higher in market cap it gets,
a little bit less.
Mm-hmm. You know what shows that perfectly? The logarithmic like macro chart of it. Well, let me go back to the index chart. So that's its a linear chart, but if you go logarithmic, you can see how it's like tapering off. Like it was steep to begin with, but then it's kind of plateauing in performance. Like the performance
So
is
I
getting tighter.
disagree. I think it's
Yeah.
going to turn into an S, and it's going to start just
Oh,
going
okay.
straight up. But
Like to
but the
$20 million
volatility,
a coin.
like recently,
Yeah.
volatility has gone down. I think that's because of Bitcoin treasury
Yeah.
companies and on either side covered call
Perhaps.
strategies. The
Mm.
I think there's an argument for this turning into an S. You're zoomed out on the year chart, right?
Yeah, the whole existence of it. Yeah. Yeah.
And then the S curves and starts going straight up, but then it flattens out again.
Right. So let me draw this S in. So you're suggesting something like, hang on, let me adjust this.
Yeah, that's
something
what
more
I'm
like
saying.
that.
But then
Right.
yeah. Well, that kind of makes it look like it's just going to go straight up, but yeah.
Maybe a little not as steep, but still up is what you're kind of alluding to, right? Something like that.
Yeah, I guess I don't know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I feel
But
like
I
the
mean, I
higher
think
it goes, the more the
its-
people with the large amounts will take profits. No, I don't think it'll continuously go up
with
like
its
that.
I
wait,
think
make
with
it
its
go
current
zoom out so you
trajectory,
can see
it's
20
gonna be like
trillion.
that.
See, zoom
Yeah,
out so you
20
can see what gold is worth. And then think about like if this starts to take
price.
on what gold is
Well,
worth because it has the same properties
yeah.
like you showed, why not start
This
taking
is
on the
price though.
bigger assets?
This is price,
Where
not
would
market cap. But yeah, 22 trillion. Let's go to the Bitcoin market cap chart because
that would be $1
that'd be
million?
like the more fair.
Okay. So you were right.
Yeah,
Okay, I see.
Bitcoin. Yeah, market cap. There is a
Take
market
into
cap
account though,
chart.
like real estate.
Here we go.
And we're at you
This is the
said we were at
Bitcoin
the
market cap.
16th or 18th year of real estate. And real estate's like what? 200 trillion? Or is that just US real estate? It's probably way more with the world.
Oh yeah, I mean global real estate is mind watering, like mind melting of how big it is. Yeah, in value. But the thing is, it's illiquid. You know what I mean? Like it's tied up. It's not flowing like
Yeah.
say Bitcoin is or a money
There's
market.
not a bid ask for every property, and they're all very
Yeah,
different
like
too.
exactly. Like you can't buy and sell the White House on a whim. You know, it's not for sale, so it's illiquid. Yeah.
Unless it gets liquidated and it goes off for sale. But anyway,
I guess a lot of 3-bedroom, 2-bath houses are pretty liquid though.
yeah, yeah,
Single family homes. I don't
yeah,
know.
yeah. It's such a different market. It's a different animal. But yeah, the market cap on a linear scale. See how different it is? It's actually more of a linear progression in its market cap. It's not an arc like with the price. The price is more of like a taper, but the market cap is like like doing that, like a straight line. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Interestingly enough, and that's logarithmic. That's logarithmic there. Yeah. So by market cap, yeah, man, it's marching on up. And you said 22 trillion, so that is like here.
I don't know what I was saying. I don't
Yeah.
really understand logarithmic, but
Well,
it's a way to look
check
at
this
it
out.
more zoomed out.
Yeah, like if the market
So-
cap equals 22 trillion, what the price of Bitcoin is, right?
Yeah. So this is what this website does. You can pick Bitcoin with the market cap of gold, the commodity gold. So Bitcoin
It'll be $1 million.
with I don't know if it has gold in here. Let me see. I just type gold. I don't know if that's actual gold or whether it's just a crypto called gold. Yeah, no, that's not right. It's not a stock. I thought this thing had commodities in there so that you could like choose gold as a commodity. Anyway, let's just calculate it to the maximums. So there's 21 trillion. Oh, sorry, 21 million Bitcoin. Yeah, 21 million. So that's 21 with 6 zeros. Let me just. And this is maximum. We know it's less than this because there's lost Bitcoin and we haven't mined all the Bitcoin either. But gold is a $22 trillion asset. So what's that?
It's XAU if you wanted to punch it into your
Looks
website.
like that. Is that 22 trillion or 22 billion? That's billion, isn't it? Let me add another 3 zeros for trillion. Okay, 22 trillion divided by the supply of 21 million. How come it's not letting me paste? Anyway, divided by 21 million equals, this is the price of Bitcoin with gold's market cap. $1 million Bitcoin. That's how we get to $1 million. By getting the market cap of Bitcoin up to 22 trillion.
I feel like it's
but
a little
gold is
long.
going to keep expanding.
That's a 10x from here. Yeah, it would.
Yeah,
But
everything.
See, you know what we're measuring. What we're measuring in is US dollars, and US dollars is fiat is eroding. Its purchasing power is, diminishing. It's because it's inflationary. So
yeah, Bitcoin hasn't even
can
hit an
stand
all-time
still.
high.
If Bitcoin could stand still and not perform at all and still go up in value because gold is dying. I mean, dollars is dying. Like the US dollar and all fiat is inflating, which means it's diluting. So inherently, just because its competitor is the dollar that we measure it in, that does add to its like its valuation. That adds to it's the fact that it's going up and to the right. It's kind of cool. But anyway, that's the system we live in, huh? With the dollars, the fact that there's a central bank that decides the fate of the economy, and it's not sound money. Tell you what, it's like a scam. It's a scam money.
Okay, so last time I checked, Bitcoin denominated in gold and not US dollar, we had not hit a all-time high since like 2021.
Okay.
But I think we did,
right.
in valued in gold.
Okay, let's check that out. Let's go BTC XAU, I think is gold. Yeah, Bitcoin to gold ratio. So if we zoom out, only just recently did we hit an all-time high in December of last year, and we're still below it. Yeah. It doesn't look too dissimilar from the dollar chart. like the Bitcoin to gold chart. It's not too bad. There are similarities. But yeah,
Well,
as
what
far as
happened
like
in December?
Well, gold went on a huge rally, and it's
All the tariff
it's
drama.
outpacing. Yeah, so Bitcoin hasn't paced with gold's rally for valuation. You know what I mean? Performance, it's
Yeah.
outperformed gold, but as far I don't know. It's hard to explain the maths behind how that works, but yeah. Let's see the gold chart. This is the gold. Yeah, see how it's just up. It's just gone parabolic in the last 12. Oh, sorry, 2 years, maybe 3 years. Yeah. It's still on a parabolic curve too, like aggressive one too. Look at that. It's like it's starting to go vertical almost, you know? See.
Wait, do you
Anyway.
use Aussie dollars though, like every day
Yeah.
when you're buying stuff?
I do, yes. In my country, yes. Yeah. But I still measure, like the rest of the world, I measure Bitcoin against the US dollar. Because that's the standard. You know, that's kind of the, at least when you're quoting prices in the crypto market, we tend to quote it against Tether. You know, Tether's the largest stable coin. So it's just easier like for me to quote it. There is a Bitcoin AUD chart, BTC AUD, which is my currency. And it's currently at 181,000, just under 282K Aussie dollars, not US dollars. So we were cracking 100K back in March of last year, yeah, in Australia, which is funny.
How's the how's the Australian dollar been doing?
Against the US?
I remember
Not great.
I remember it was like more than the US dollar for a while.
At one time, yes. Yep. Back in 2011, 2012, we got above, and there was like points of parity. That's what that yellow line is, where it was dollar for dollar. But ever since then, it's just been very ugly, losing value.
You're winning when you hold a bunch of Tether compared to your friends at
Oh
home.
yeah, dude. Yeah. So when I convert back to my home currency, I gain again, I guess you could say. But our goods and services cost more in Australia, so it's like kind of relative in a way. So, like if I was to buy, let's just see, how much is a Model S Tesla in US right now?
Oh, like
In
80?
US
I don't
dollars.
know.
Yeah, I'll have to look it up. How much?
It used to be 120, and then he dropped it to 90. It's probably a little bit cheaper now.
Let's have a look. What does AI think? A new Tesla Model S in Australia currently has a starting price of $130,000 plus on-road costs. I guess that would be Australian dollars.
Yeah, US is definitely cheaper than that now.
Yeah, let's find out the US dollar price of it. Yeah,
My money's on 80.
80,000.
That's
Yeah.
with the starting?
Yeah, starts at
Yeah.
80. And then if you want the dual motor all-wheel drive model,
You need the plaid model, baby. The
the plaid
tri-motor.
model is like 95.
Yeah, that thing is insane, bro. 1.6, 0 to 60 in 1.6 seconds.
Yeah, I still want a Toyota Hilux, which is a pickup truck.
What's the
buy
zero?
Those. We
You
don't have
can't what?
Hiluxes in the US.
Yeah, they're Australian. They're for the Australian market, I think. But I'll show you what it looks like. They're really nice.
Oh, I
Well,
want
I
one.
think so.
Those are, isn't that the
Look at
ones that they'll last forever?
They're pretty
It's like the ones they
badass.
use in the Middle East too.
Yeah, they use the more rugged ones in the Middle East, the Toyota pickups, like the Toyota Utes.
Wasn't this the one where they like completely trashed it and they kept doing small repairs and fixed it on that one car show? British TV show?
Maybe.
I think so.
I
They
think
like dropped
you
it
might
off
be
a
right.
building.
Yeah. Toyota Ute, Toyota pickup.
There's just so much room to work in the engine bay, and there's just it's easy to repair, easy to get up and running again. Simple, not complex.
Yeah, they're just reliable, you know. They're pretty rugged.
Yeah, it probably won't ever break down anyway. Yeah.
Yeah, they've definitely got like a reliability, what's the word? Reputation. You kind of pay for the reputation in a way, like the name Toyota. Meant to be pretty reliable. Tell you something I wouldn't buy, and that's a Mitsubishi. They don't have a good reputation in Australia. Mitsubishi Triton. Do you guys
Yeah,
have
so we
them
have
in the States?
we have Mitsubishis. Yeah.
Mm. So they're
But
like a
our
competitor vehicle in Australia.
competitor, yeah.
Sorry to anyone that's got a Mitsubishi Triton, but yeah, that's that's the competitor truck.
Can't get the
And then there's like,
we have a federal tax credit on our Teslas, and it's going to end later this year, but you can't get that with the Model S. But here in Oregon, you get federal 7,500 off, and you get it immediately at the purchase of the Tesla. And then in my state of Oregon, we get like 2,500 off in tax rebate also. It was like 10 grand off, but you got to buy the Model Y or the Model 3. And then you got to risk having someone like scratch it up or something, because this is a blue state that hates Elon.
and there's, I think that's probably like the strongest competitor to the Toyota Hilux is the Ford Ranger in Australia.
Yeah, I got
Or
one of
maybe
those, but it's a 2002.
Yep. The Isuzu D-Max is another pretty popular one, or the Mazda BT50, or the what's the Volkswagen Amarok? Have you guys got those?
No.
VW. They made a truck. A Ute.
I don't think we have any VW trucks anymore. I remember seeing them a long time ago. Now everybody I'm seeing on the road a lot is the VW. It's like the bus, but it's fully
Volkswagen.
electric.
Ah, okay. Yeah. Man, I'll tell you what, whenever I see an F truck, like an F-250 or whatever, the big American ones in Australia, it's like, damn, they make these cars look small. Like, because those things are giant.
Yeah, they're actually kind of nice to ride in. I feel safe and all that, but no, I
Yeah,
like
yeah.
I like the small pickup trucks. I had a Ford Ranger and a
That thing,
Chevy
giant.
something. Yeah, that's insane.
Yeah, it's massive.
I don't know why we like such big cars, man. I think we all like to feel safe and
Yeah.
don't
I
know.
mean, it's pretty bad. It is pretty badass.
The mirrors are pretty dope. You have to have
And
big
the
mirrors, I guess.
customization, like all the lift that you can put in it, and all the shocks and all that. The way the wheels are like poking out past the body and stuff. You can't do that in
That's
Australia.
just
You can't.
spacers.
Yeah. Yeah,
Legally, you probably can't.
Yeah, you can't legally do that in Australia. They have to be within
Oh,
the body.
yeah. Ruin your gas mileage.
Yeah. You guys have bull bars on your for driving through the outback, like kind of the country roads where animals will jump out in front of your car, and we have these things called bull bars. See that? That huge chrome bar on the front. Yeah. If a kangaroo jumps out, bam. It protects your car.
Have you hit one?
Stops it. I've never really driven in the outback before, but I know that that's kind of like what their purpose is. It like sort of protects the car and
Yeah, I've hit
somewhat
3 deer.
Yeah. Damn.
And
That's
one of them
dangerous. Like,
didn't die. When I got back out to
oh,
check on him in my car, he had ran away. And it was like
jeez.
pitch black, middle of the night.
That scares the hell out of me, dude. Like the fact that you could hit it and it comes up like to level with your windscreen, and if you're going 80 miles an hour, that's it's terrifying.
Yeah, if you don't have one of those, it could just ruin your car.
Totally. Yeah.
All right, we're ranging. I gotta go to bed.
Yeah.
Are you gonna? I'm
Definitely
gonna get on
ranging.
in 4 hours. 4 hours. He's gonna talk.
Yeah, something like that.
All right. Here's to 120K in 4 hours.
Oh no, I think 4 hours is the GDP data gets released, and then Powell talks in the afternoon.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
Isn't he talking from the EU central bank?
I'm
9:30.
not sure. Let me have a look. Are
9:30
you on? Are you
East.
Are you
FederalReserve.gov.
UTC -4 where you are? Like New York
I
time?
think I'm
Eastern
-7
time?
because I'm Pacific, but
Oh,
9:30
okay.
Eastern time it says on their website.
Have a look. So this month, I'm just doing it via Eastern time zone. So
Oh, you're right. You're right. There
GDP
is
comes out 8:30 New York time. Right there, GDP, and then you've got the FOMC funds rate decision at 2 p.m. and then the conference where he talks is at 2:30 in the afternoon. Same day, so 2 day.
Okay. Wait, so
Yeah,
what do we want to happen for
big
GDP?
day.
We want it to be high as possible.
Well, it's forecast to be 2.5%, which is considered like that's positive GDP. Anything above zero is positive growth. That means that the country grew its gross domestic product for the quarter. So this is a report on Q2 of this year. So the forecast is 2.5%, which is awesome. That's great because the last report, the last GDP score was 0.0 something or other. Let me see. Let me find it. Yeah, previous minus 0.5%. And by the way, the GDP gets revised 3 times, or like so. This initial one's called advanced GDP. The next one's called preliminary GDP, and then the one after that's called final GDP, which becomes the final measure of GDP. But the advanced one is the most impactful. That's the one that comes first. I think there's an explanation for it somewhere in here. Yeah, here we
And the
go.
betting
There are 3
market.
versions of GDP. Advanced, preliminary, and final. The advanced release is the earliest and thus tends to have the most impact. Yeah.
So this is the least impact of the 3.
Oh no, most, because it's the first look at what
Okay.
Q2 was like. Yeah.
Looks like
But
it's gonna be
there's
good.
2.
Betting markets have 2.8% forecast.
Wow, 2.8. Okay.
94% above 2%, 25% above 3, 73% above 2.5. 73%.
Oh, that's good. Optimistic, yeah. That means you guys produced a lot of stuff and, people were working, industries were doing their thing in the US. So you've had a strong economy for Q2.
Yeah, no recession. We're ready to lower those rates.
Yeah. It would be a different story if you had mass layoffs countrywide and, downsizing of businesses, the kind of recessionary symptoms. But that hasn't been happening, right, in the US? You haven't had mass layoffs, huge unemployment,
I mean,
Unemployment
I
has been
just lost my
pretty
job.
low. Oh, okay. Yeah. That's
I don't
well.
want to
Sorry
work
to hear
anymore.
that.
Working sucked. No, I
Yeah.
didn't want to work. It was a blessing. I got severance. It was great.
Oh, well, that's good. Yeah. But as far as like the average across the 200 and how many million people are you? Something like that.
Oh yeah, dude, we have low.
There's not
Everybody
giant.
has a job.
Yeah.
I could go get a job tomorrow. There's so many
Yeah.
jobs out there. It seems like.
So Powell's been saying this. He said the labor market is strong and healthy, which
Yeah,
I think
I
that
agree with
results
that.
in a good GDP, right?
Until
You know?
the robots' fingers and get all the little sensors and they can do the same equivalent of as like a nurse, then we're screwed, you know.
Yep.
Like, we own Tesla. Just buy Tesla.
Well, when that happens, the world's going to be a vastly different place, and GDP is going to be like a kind of like a redundant metric to look at in a way. Like at least comparing the way like the old world to the new world is like, okay, well, we shouldn't be expecting, results of that
Blade
nature
Runner.
when the economy's been run by robots and automation.
Right. I mean,
Maybe
Elon
it's going
talks
to
about this
improve
too.
GDP. Yeah.
Elon's new party is like, I don't know if you remember Andrew Yang, but he was like, what's it called? Everybody just gets an income.
Oh, universal basic income, UBI.
Yeah, UBI.
Yeah. I've heard Elon Musk has
Like,
talked about that too.
he's talked about that recently for his like new political party he's making. I was like, well, you
It's
know,
kind of scary
that,
because it sounds like communism, but it's
Yeah,
not.
that's very sketchy. On like, yeah.
hey, that's what it is. But you,
Yeah.
we have to also give people a purpose too. I mean, shit.
Yeah.
What do you think the rich
If
people are going to
we
be
do
like?
that,
Oh yeah, no, I'll take 2,000 a month.
I need more than that.
Yeah,
Well, people will decide that for you. That's why it's scary.
you're gonna have like a kind of like a welfare minded population. Like people that live on welfare. It's like that's kind of what UBI is like. You're just gonna have the people that are just sitting on the like on the minimum and getting by and not working, just living out their lives, doing what they want.
I was reading
Seeing
some of the
movies,
big
eating
beautiful
snacks.
bill.
Yeah.
I was reading some of that Trump just passed, and I was like, I was trying to understand what this is, and one of the things was if you're under 65 and a half, because that's when you start getting free health insurance. If you're under 65 and a half, in order to get that free, like good health insurance, I don't know what it's called. Medicare, Medicaid, I don't know what it is. But if you want that before 65 and a half or whatever, you have to work 80 hours a month. And I was thinking in my head, I was like, 80 hours a month is not that much, but I don't know. I didn't know if that was fair or not, but I think so.
I think it is actually.
I was like,
So
wait, were they getting free health insurance before that? How do I get that?
You know what's strange about the inflation rate and the interest rate where it's at is that, okay, let's compare it. When was the last time inflation was around 2.7%? And did that warrant an interest rate of 4.5%? You know what I mean? Probably not. It wasn't like that. I'll show you why.
No.
Check this out. Check this out. My point will become clear in a second. Where was it? Yeah. Okay, so I've got inflation at the top and then interest rate at the bottom. I have to switch it to daily. Okay.
You
Make
make
sure it lines
4.5% when you hold Tether?
When it peaked, they
Okay.
hiked the interest rates.
Is this all lining up? Yeah, there we go. Okay, so this is where the Fed wants inflation, where that white line is. That's 2%. 2% inflation is the target for the Fed. Can you see in the past, inflation in the past has been here. That is 3.5% at the top here. Just here, like 3%. That's higher than what it is now. And yet, what was the interest rate at that time, which was considered sufficient? It was down at 2%. 2% interest rate. We're at 4.5% right now for the same level of inflation. See how like it doesn't add up? It's like, why is the inflation rate, why is the interest rate so high and pegged so high when inflation's all the way down here, like where it was back in 2017, 2018, 2019? It's kind of, yeah, I don't know. I think it's
There's a
maybe it's a
dollar
little bit
shift.
it's a little too tight. The economy's, I think it's PTSD from this, because we got up inflation of 9.1%. We haven't had that in decades. Like, it hasn't been that high since the early 80s. That's like 40 years ago.
It's caused by
There's like a lot
COVID.
of like, yeah.
These are the numbers they're reporting too. Like this is their basket of
Yeah.
goods, right?
Yeah. But yes, I don't know if you get my point there. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, it's like kind of
Yeah.
like what
Yeah.
warrants them to be having the interest rates at 4.5%, which is way higher than the level that was considered sufficient to deal with inflation when it was higher. Anyway, yeah, I think it's just the effect of this, the fact that he's scared that it's going to come back,
Yeah.
Rapidly and threaten to go up and get hyperinflation again.
I think
But, yeah,
Powell
to
literally
Trump's
wants to
point,
see if that happens first, then he'll want to cut the
Yeah.
rates, or just he wants to do nothing. I know he does, because of that
Yeah, oh, yeah.
PTSD he has. He's probably so worried about all these people, because the Fed used to be like, "Oh, okay, we'll cut rates because we think this will happen." But when they did that before,
Right.
it fucked everything. So now he's like,
Yeah.
"Okay, I'm gonna wait to see this data 100% show me that I need to cut the rates." That's why I don't think he will soon, at least. Maybe this year, maybe. But I think people will just get a narrative about that, and the narrative will drive the price up more than anything.
Yeah. There was, okay, so you know how when a funds rate decision comes out, it's usually what is expected? Like, we're expecting the Fed to pause. They're likely going to push out a pause, right? We usually get it pretty accurate, but there was one surprise. It was either last year or the year before. Dominance is climbing right now, damn it. I gotta find where it is, and I'll show you. It's in the Forex calendar. It's where the forecast didn't align with the actual on funds rate. Okay, this is the folder that has the data, all of the existing data. Okay, yeah, look, see this one? Out of this whole list, the actual result is equal to the forecast every time except this. It was a cut. What was that, a hike or a cut? The previous was 5.5. The next one was okay, this was a cut.
I guess that's what some of the market's flying around the time.
Yep. So it went from 5.5 down to 5. So that was a 50 basis point interest rate cut. They were expecting a 25 basis point cut, but they got double. And that was September 18th. What did Bitcoin do on that day, I wonder? Did it pump? September 18. Let's have a look.
Remember, that's when, or around the time when that mini alt season happened.
Yeah. Let me find my Bitcoin chart. It's all set the wrong way. Need candles. There we go. Okay, September 18, 2024. September. Right there. So basically this rally here is where that cut came in. So we were kind of like, we were on our way up by that point. Like the low was in, the higher low was in, and then we got that good news, and then, yeah, rallied off it, pulled back, and then really took off. That was pre-election too. Like that was like say 2 months before the presidential election.
That was a 0.5 interest rate cut, and then there's no meeting in August.
Yes,
And
that
then
was like almost a year
the
ago
health
now.
study. That's weird.
Look at the pauses. Okay, when it got to 5.5, they paused it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times. There's 8 FOMC meetings where it just stayed at 5.5. Then all of a sudden they shave off half of it. Then a quarter. Then another quarter.
And then another quarter.
So
yeah, what were their
it knocks
stated
off.
reasons for it?
Yeah, I'm not sure because I mean, what was inflation doing at the time? Was it achieving good outcomes like in September, November, and December? Let's look at the CPI of that same period. So what was it? September, November, December of last year.
Yeah, September
CPI
18th.
year over year. So that is here. If we go line, sorry about blinding everyone, but September, yeah, there was a dip in that was coming into that phase, I guess.
Yeah, so they didn't want it to get too low. Okay.
Yeah.
Was there a meeting today?
There is an FOMC. Yeah, there's a funds rate decision in the afternoon, so after lunch, 2:30, I think, or 2:00 U.S. Eastern time. Yeah.
So potentially, what that looks like is if they do see, inflation rate continuously come down, then they'll probably want to start cutting again. That's what it seems like, right?
I think so. Yeah, they want to see inflation hit 2%. That's their ultimate goal. Like that's been their goal or target for a long time now. But check it out. This is where so what was it that was the September report or the September timing of last year, which is that last dot before the ultimate low. So this one here, hang on a second, let me fix this. Yeah, this one here is where they did the half cut, and then there was another one here, and then another one here. So that was a 0.5, and then this one was a 0.25, and then another 0.25 after it. And you could argue that that's what caused this like resurgence in inflation, that little bump. Yeah, and then now
they stopped it and it came down.
Yeah.
We might just see that same pattern over and over again until we see like it reset back before COVID. That kind of seems like what will happen.
Yeah. It's hard to say, isn't it? The thing with inflation is there's so many variables that kind of impact inflation overall.
Yeah.
You never know really what you're going to get. But we know that the Fed caused this inflation here with the quantitative easing, the printing.
Mm-hmm.
I think, what did they do? They like double the money supply in a short amount of time or something. There's some statistic that is like mind-blowing.
Yeah, it was really stupid.
They added a certain amount to the money supply, and then we've been paying for it.
That made the rich people richer and the poor people poorer, just like they always do.
Yeah. It's a game that works very well for them because they pick the rules, and we bite the bullet. The buck stops with the population, We pay the bill.
Work, and the money you work for is worthless.
Yeah, tax. Work harder. And if you're out of work, you get shamed for it. Have you noticed that? There's like a societal, hey, you bludger. I'm paying your welfare check with my taxes, so get to work.
That's just lazy.
So it's like it's a but it's kind of like a self-correcting system. It keeps people working and productive, and it's like join the effort or be shamed. You get.
We're kind of near a pivotal point in human history where technology is going to really, really surpass humans, and that cycle that you're talking about is going to change so much that the future is like, what the hell is even going to happen? Because if they keep developing artificial intelligence at the rate they are, like people, I still feel it. Like they don't think anything's going to happen. They're talking about it. But like this technology is like anything beyond what we can even imagine, literally, because it will become smarter than us.
Right.
So shit is just
no
going to
one's stopping it. No one seems to be getting away in the way. Have you noticed that? No one's trying to stamp out AI.
Well, I mean,
it's got free reign to develop.
Yeah.
No, they haven't come up with an AI regulation body of the government. You know what I mean? Like there's an SEC that controls the markets.
Look at Planeteer stock, bro. They don't want to regulate that shit because it's printing them money and making them really strong. Why would they ever want to regulate it and hinder themselves?
Yeah.
Only when retail has advantage of it, then they'll regulate it. The laws are for
That's
us,
because
not them.
the government, they're always like 3 steps behind, usually, with anything new that comes out. They move so slowly. It's not because they're not aware of it, it's because like to make any changes or create a framework you have to put it through Congress, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Pass laws about it and understand it first. So it's like things have to break before change gets made. In a way.
The curve on this technology, though, is going to start rapidly advancing. I mean, even with like the stupid videos, right? Before people were like, "Oh, it's so easy to tell this is AI. He has like 10 fingers." But like now it's very close to being real. Very, very close. You can still tell, but it's slowly getting like harder and harder and harder. I'm pretty sure by the end of this year there'll be like video technology that's almost indistinguishable. That's probably not even far-fetched.
Oh my god, my new video is ridiculous good looking. Speaking of what you said.
Are you using VO3?
I was using Halio AI. Damn, what the heck it was called. It also had another version where you could program it yourself if you knew how to use what do you call that program that's named after a snake. Python. Yeah, you could use that. But it also had an easier version. So I was gonna learn Python, but I didn't even have to bother because they came out with a version where I would just type prompts and I didn't have to.
Yeah.
Dude, that reminds me of like website building. Like you didn't need to go and learn CSS or whatever, or HTML or whatever the hell it is. You can just use Dreamweaver.
Yeah.
And design it and it'll come up with all the code for you, kind of thing. Everything. Yeah, it was all just
Isn't the new Block
I feel
Isn't
sorry
the
for the people that grinded out all these hours learning the language and the system, and then all of a sudden
That's
Cypher
me.
comes out.
Dude, that's me.
Yeah,
me.
that's you.
I got
It's like
me
these-
and 9 other
yeah.
people were replaced by just one senior
Yeah.
engineer that's going to use AI.
There you go. Yeah, that's crazy.
Yep.
That's so sad.
I was about to say.
And not
I
just.
was like,
However, how
electrician
many
coming
other industries? How many other industries is that happening to? Art, like okay, so music.
Oh my god, it's sad
animation.
on music.
Visual effects departments in movies, like script writing. So many things, dude. AI is gonna just
Everything.
come in and
Everything but physical labor, but even that is like a big section of that is AI already.
Yeah.
It's getting
surgery, nursing, mining.
If you're a basic singer and you just got basic singing, or you just have a normal style, or even a basic rapper where you just rap in regular sentences normally, I feel bad for you. But I'm safe.
Okay.
It can't even touch me. I'm so complicated. It can't even duplicate what I can do.
Not yet.
There you go.
Not
Well,
yet.
to be honest, I think AI, like the rise of AI, adds value to man-made things. You know what I mean? Because it's more special. You know, everything's going to be, oh yeah, that's just generic. That's AI. That's AI. Wow, that was made by a person. That's impressive. Like that's valuable.
True.
You know what I mean? So it kind of adds value to certain human endeavors, like in the arts.
Have
At
you
least,
seen
I
the
think.
little the AI apps where they're advertising where you just pick what you want and it creates your own musician and all that and songs?
Dude, that doesn't surprise me. But yeah, I haven't heard of
It's
that.
It's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's moving pretty quick. Like what it can
I think it should be banned.
do. That's the thing. Like, you would need consensus on it being banned to ban it, and that'd be pretty hard because there'd be still a lot of people that want it and think that it's going to change the world for the better. And yeah,
I don't know about
there was a
that.
bunch of people that tried to. There was a bunch of people that tried to ban the internet from becoming a thing back in the
Yeah,
day,
but
back
this
in
is
the 90s.
different.
I'm
This
not
is
sure.
art. This is art. You're basically
Yeah, our
ruining art.
livelihoods. Yeah.
I mean, art in general, and as far as like, I mean, I don't care. It can't do what I can do, at least not yet. But
Yeah. No.
Yeah,
like,
same
if you're a
point to
regular,
that. They tried to ban electricity, like they didn't want to turn their light switch on and off. And they had little signs in
Right.
hotels.
I don't
If you
feel that that's a comparable thing to compare it
if you
to.
take this to the if you take this to the gross extreme, we're gonna wind up in bathtubs with a plug in the back of our head, like in the Matrix. You know how Neo wakes up from that tub of fluid, and he's just
Yeah.
plugged into the like big engine, big computer.
Well, it could be
He
meta
pulls the plug
goggles.
out
It
the back
doesn't.
of his head.
Yeah.
Yeah, humans are gonna be like that. They're just gonna be this big ugly machine where we're all plugged in and receiving stimulus to the brain of the senses.
I
Like
mean,
you know,
some people are already there. I know some people that just swipe,
yeah.
on YouTube Shorts or
Dude,
Instagram all day.
yeah,
Oh yeah.
people that live on
Yeah,
World of
it's
Warcraft.
ridiculous.
That's like a rudimentary version of that. They're living this life that's completely
Well, I want to go
virtual.
escape into that. It sounds like a nice break.
That's what I'm gonna
Yeah,
say.
people do.
Maybe it's not so
That's
bad.
escapism right there. Yeah, it reminds me of the
Graphic
Matrix,
design
where the guy's
is
like,
dead.
you know, where the guy's talking to the agent Anderson or whatever, like whoever Agent Smith. He's like, I want to know nothing. I want to be rich. I want a hot wife. I want this and that. And the guy's like, yep, whatever you want. Just tell me where Neo is. And you know, he rats him out. He rats on him. Yeah. It's dude, the Matrix is a very good movie. Like the plot, I think.
That was
It's
Judas,
great. Mm. Oh yeah, sold him down the river. Yeah.
It is a biblical. It is like relates to the Bible story.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's an amazing movie, way ahead of its time.
It's still limited right now as far as video. It's limited. It can't. I don't know what type of thing they're using to render these 3D models when you scan your face onto it and to create these videos I'm making, but whatever they're using to do that in the background is limited. It can't do anything you want. At least
Wait a
not
second.
yet.
You say you hate AI, you want to ban it, and you're scanning your face into it?
I'm okay with it for no. This is I'm there's levels to it for me. I'm okay
Yeah.
with it on video.
Mm-hmm.
For if it could create me a movie where I don't got to pay tens of thousands of dollars and I could do it for $100 program, yeah, I'm down for it. But to replace the musician
Like
and
art.
make
Yeah.
a AI musician, I don't like that.
Yeah, dude,
That's nothing.
I think you're safe. I think musicians are safe in that sense because there's already a lot
Oh,
of
they're not.
disgust.
No,
No,
they're
they're not.
not.
There's so much
They
AI
are
in
not.
music. It's crazy. It's actually insane.
I'll tell you, one way musicians are
Yeah.
safe is I love to go out to live music. That'd be
Yeah,
if there's
dude.
a day
Yeah,
and night,
that's
like
yeah.
that makes it.
Yeah. I want to
Oh,
see a
they got
human
that's
doing
coming. They'll
music
get you. They'll have a
on stage.
hologram. The AI musician will have a
We're,
hologram.
we're away from that technology. We don't have to worry about that for now.
I don't know if you've heard of something on Netflix called K-pop Demon Hunters or something, but there's a bunch of music that came out of that TV show or that thing. It's good. Like it's still written by people, I would imagine, but the singers are human, but essentially it's like cartoon characters that are like K-pop stars, and they put
Oh
it
yeah,
music,
yeah, yeah.
and
I know what you're talking about.
I heard it on the radio today in the shopping center. Like it was coming over the speakers, and I could hear it. I'm like, wow, that's charting. Like that's making it on the charts, I think. So that's different.
You guys remember when
Yeah.
DeepSeek was released, and then like everyone sold Nvidia? But really, they were just using H100s.
Yes, there was a scare. Yes, I remember that. Yeah.
DeepSeek was a pretty huge issue. Like, it sounds like the mod is okay with some LLMs, but maybe just not the ones that replace the musicians. Maybe. But
Yeah,
DeepSeek.
I can't have that.
Are you a musician?
Oh look,
you got Wu-Tang.
Yeah.
Nice.
So this is the Australian top 50 like pop music charts right now. There's a Justin Bieber song that's #1. The K-pop Demon Hunters song called Golden is #2 on the chart, the ARIA charts.
And that's
How
an AI
crazy is that?
musician.
Yeah, I don't think it's AI, but it's an animated TV show on Netflix, and the music from it is like, it's getting on the billboards of the music. Look
It's
how many
pretty
it's got.
lax.
1,
I don't think
2,
it's AI. I
3,
think it's
4
just
songs.
synthesized.
You can
Look how
create your
many
own AI
songs.
musician and put it on Spotify. They ain't gonna stop you.
Yeah.
And they ain't gonna know.
On YouTube,
There's
man.
a
but-
band. There's a band
K-pop
called the
Demon Hunters.
Velvet Sundown. They're on
Yeah.
Spotify. Millions of plays.
Yeah.
Completely AI generated.
Yeah. But was it prompted by a human, like the music? Did someone
Yeah,
prompt
of
the
course.
AI to make it? You know what I mean? Or was it purely AI? Where
Yeah,
AI
it's like
prompted the AI.
60s
You know what I mean?
classic rock. I'm sure there's musicians
Yeah.
behind it.
Yeah. There's
It's
someone
so
prompting
easy.
it, but
You could literally
still.
go on the app and say this genre and make a song
This
about
style.
this. You don't. That's it.
Yeah.
Done.
This theme. And if you don't like the result, you can tweak it. You can go, that's great, but can you make the intro longer? Or, you can still tweak it. You are still creating in a way, but yeah, dude. The
But it's
process is so
basic.
like it's so
It shows you
all
different
of the hard
AI
work.
voices. It's like, do you want it to sound like this character, this character, this character, and I have like 10 characters, and they'll say pick this one for this genre, and they'll give you a sample of what they sound like. So it's still limited. It's not gonna just do anything, and
Yeah.
it definitely can't do what I can do.
Right. But I mean we are at the like the genesis phase of AI, I guess. Like it's very
It's
early
the dumbest
still.
it will
So
ever be right now.
Yeah.
Right. So 5 years from now, or even just a year from now, it could be scary.
It
how
can't do,
far
and it
it's gonna
can't do
be.
metal either. By the way,
Yeah, not now.
not that I saw, not yet. But.
AI used to struggle with rendering hands on people, like in
Oh, it still does.
images. Yeah,
Still
I
does.
think a lot of them have improved though.
Yeah,
Still
definitely.
glitches. Yeah, it's improved.
Yeah,
it's still adding
improved.
extra fingers and extra arms too.
Do you remember the Will Smith eating spaghetti AI video that came out like 2 years
Oh
ago?
my god.
It was
Yeah.
horrific. It was terrible. And then they've done another one recently, and you can see how much better it is these days. Like, a couple years later.
I think how many years that's in. That's what's insane. It's not been that long.
No, it hasn't. And it's already like outperforming itself kind of thing. Getting
The better artificial intelligence gets, the better artificial intelligence gets. It's like an earthquake.
It learns. Yeah.
It'll just take all of human intelligence because it has the internet. So it has hundreds of millions of perspectives on human and human interaction and all of that. And takes it in, stores that information. So eventually it will be you won't be able to tell. Because it just has so many references that it'll be able to be perfectly like a human. And I think that people don't think that's going to happen, but that's essentially what we're doing. All we're doing is feeding it prompts and feeding it our information, and then it'll just take all that storage and all that information that it gathered and then use it when it gains the ability to make its own
You're
decisions.
talking about a video or sentient AI?
It doesn't matter. Anything. Jobs, anything. It will know what we can do, what we think, and make it better.
The scary part is when it learns how to critique itself, its own output, because it's up to us now. Like it's our judgment that says, oh, that doesn't look real, or that hand looks.
Oh, they lie too, by the way, in case you didn't know.
Oh yeah, they're getting tricky.
They're little bitch liars.
When they know how to optimize results, and tailor. Like if you get one AI looking at another AI's output and then making decisions to improve upon it, like that's kind of scary.
Mm-hmm.
They're not. They just scan the internet. They throw some information out. Sometimes they lie to me. I'll go on there and be like, "Never lie to me again." It'll come back. Oh, I'll never do it.
Remember, that's the AI that you're allowed to use. Just remember that. What's the AI that the government allows to use to synthesize new weapons and technology?
Remember that they're using AI also for health, pharmaceuticals.
Good morning, Clive.
Oh yeah.
Good morning. Yeah. There was an interesting experiment done by a philosophy professor who also is a computer analyst, etc. Built an AI and had the two AIs talk to each other. Now, because she was heavy into philosophical, you ended up with a conversation that just kept leading down a path, and then the one's always saying, "Oh, tell me more. Oh, tell me more. Oh, tell me more." And that's actually back in the 70s. There was a chat program that it would just constantly ask you, "Oh, that's interesting. Tell me a little bit more." But a lot of these AIs are very biased towards however they're programmed.
Exactly.
And then take on characteristics of that. So they become self-fulfilling prophecies. Over.
And they lie still.
The ones that we're allowed to use are designed for our use, because if they weren't, then you would have, Elon's Mecha Hitler that everyone's clowning on because he said something.
You're going to get what garbage in, garbage out. But there is a lot of good use that's coming about. It hasn't created anything of its own, but it expands on as many sources as it can possibly find, and then takes those results.
Yeah,
exactly.
So ultimately, it's just a sophisticated tool, really.
Yeah,
when you think about it, it's still a tool. I mean, it seems like it's sentient and it's thinking for itself, but no, it still relies on our input. Yeah,
it's
even
LLM.
if the input's wrong, it'll read the wrong stuff too.
Oh, sorry. Okay, baby.
Oh yeah, you got to be careful with how you prompt it, because it balances inferring versus like reasoning.
right.
And the way you ask it a question, you really got to then come at it a different way and ask it the same question to see the output of this new input.
It goes all the way back. Yeah, it goes all the way back to Descartes. 11th century BC, 1100 era philosopher. What am I? Who am I?
And some of the AIs that we have access to, like ChatGPT, they're like they're kind of curated in a way, like that you can't get it to just do anything, like, or ask it any question with it. It'll say, "I can't answer that question," or it'll have like a curated answer, like in a way, even political.
Do you think your chat is going to be equal to a $2 billion AI? No.
No.
Yeah.
They're not going to put that garbage on it, because that'll just limit it.
Yeah.
DeepSeek is, because DeepSeek trained off of the same AI, trained off of ChatGPT's best AI, right? And then open sourced it to everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
And allowed you offline download. I mean, that was huge. That
Yeah, that's
scared a
wild.
lot of Nvidia investors out of saying, "Oh shoot," and they did them with the old H100s.
Damn.
When AI doesn't, it's not thinking. These prompt machines, these LLMs aren't thinking until we prompt them. But when you go onto Grok and you do like deep thinking mode, and then what you're basically having it run your prompt and make a report, but it gets to choose how much time it spends on it, so it
What
has like a different attribute of what it decides
could I
to
ask
run.
a question? Why would it scare Nvidia investors? How would it cause them? How would it cause Nvidia chips not to sell?
Well, that's
China
a political thing. Yeah, we don't want them
Oh,
having
it's not
that
political.
power, so we dummy down.
Well, they were
Figure this
already
out,
getting
right?
H100s,
So
right?
their Chinese AI will cause American chips not to sell.
They
as long as we can keep them behind us as far as possible. I mean, China is our biggest enemy right now, and yet we want to be partners with them. It's like the Soviet Union. You know, we finally became friendly, and then they collapsed. We're hoping the same. I mean, we're a country of half a billion. They're a country of 2.5 or whatever the number is. They're so much bigger than us, but we're 90% of the market. Just philosophical. How do you know I'm not an AI? Or you?
True.
We're
How do we know this isn't a simulation? How do we know this isn't the Matrix?
Exactly.
There's three options.
Well, I'll tell you what,
I don't go for that whole Matrix thing.
you know what? We kind of, well, we're not AI, we're OI. We're organic intelligence. You know what I mean? So we're not artificial.
Some of us
Yeah.
are. You want to know the wrong answer? Ask me. I'll give you do the opposite of me every time.
I think humans are fascinating. Like when you think about, like we think AI is such an amazing achievement. It kind of is, but like, dude, how the hell did we get where we are just from like an organic situation? You know, it's great. It's wild to think about.
Fire.
Like the ways our brains function, how we see, how we move around, how we function just on the planet. It's pretty amazing. Like it's amazing.
What are we? Two DNAs, two strands of DNA different than apes? 90 some odd percent dissimilar.
And isn't there some other weird thing like where we're not too different from like a carrot or something, like something weird like that?
No, it's a mushroom. I think a mushroom.
Is it a mushroom? Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
know what it is. There's something funny where it's like we're not too different.
Yeah, it's a mushroom.
Mushroom. Hilarious. Hey, Clive, I got one for you.
Go ahead, please.
Have you heard about China's new artificial sun?
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It recently stayed hotter than the real sun for 17 minutes.
Okay.
Whoa.
I could believe that.
Look into that. That's
yeah, I've seen experiments in high energy, etc., where they focus everything on it. And the sun. Now, when you say the sun, if you mean the sun itself, it's not that hot, 5,500 degrees. The outside, the corona is like 10 times hotter. So they'll make that stat. Oh, it's hotter than the sun. Yeah, okay. It's not that hot. We're a medium-sized star.
They could be lying. They could be lying. Right.
A nuclear weapons explosion is stronger than the sun, or hotter than the sun.
Yeah, the aurora is immensely hot. Or corona. Sorry, I don't drink beer.
And I would imagine there's other stars out there that burn hotter than our.
God, you have no idea how big.
Yeah,
I mean, Epsilon. What is it? Betelgeuse is like.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Dude. And then you have dwarf stars. You have neutron stars, black holes. I don't want to go down that. I don't want to go down that black hole. Over.
Yeah. That's funny.
Quick stock update. AMD just took a huge jump down about 17 minutes ago, so I'm buying that up. It's already up $1.50. That's 12 minutes.
Buy the dip.
Yep. I like where Bitcoin is. I had let's see, 18.5 was my target as of last night around 8 p.m. Be it New York or Houston.
Yeah, pretty much almost hit that.
Mm-hmm.
Mr.
You
Yard
won't
just
hear a
jumps up with that.
bipolar prediction from me. It'll be one direction or the other.
AMD is down 0.79%. They just had a 15% week run.
0.79 is enough for me. 1% dips on these billion-dollar companies is buy a few shares, make 1% on it. That's I deal in 0.25%. In, out.
I just stick with NVIDIA.
Yeah.
I can't even name any AMD chips used for AI right now.
No. It's like Micron. Come on. They're but yeah, anyway. But NVIDIA had some said it had a 10-year head start of everybody else. But that it's getting narrower. All it takes is one or two, a few of the scientists from one to move to the other and say, I have the secrets. Okay, we'll hire you.
I'm a fan, a longtime listener, but I would be scolded by my teacher if I didn't correct and say it's Rene Descartes.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
All right, Clark.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct.
I got a new one for you, Clyde.
There you go. Go ahead.
Did you know that the UK created a robot fish that eats ocean plastic and powers itself by digesting it?
An ocean fish or a bacteria?
No, a UK robot fish that eats ocean plastic. It's a robot. It's a robot.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool.
That's sick.
Do you realize how many of those fish they need? There's a big
it
chunk
eats
in the middle
ocean
of the
plastic.
Pacific. Yeah, there's
Well,
a
hold on.
big, thousands of hundreds of miles wide in the middle of Pacific.
If it digests the plastic, what is it? How does it? What does it do? It liquefies it, then it puts it in the water.
Break down. Plastic polymers are very long chains, etc., and they're hard to break.
And have you seen the guy on social media that found a way to turn plastic into diesel fuel?
I think that's been done before, but yeah, I'm sure.
No.
Supporting my family comes first.
That's it.
That sounds
Thinking of some stuff I found about recently.
Mm-hmm.
Think is there anything else? Oh, is there some type of large asteroid approaching Earth?
Oh, that one. Oh God, that's supposedly moving. Oh God, please.
Where is it?
Alien asteroid.
all they got to do is bombard us from space. We have no chance. But if you say, I would say yes, there's life out. There's intelligent life out there. But keep in mind that over the time, our observable universe is getting smaller and smaller and smaller all the time because it's expanding faster than the speed of light.
Well, what about aliens? Do you think the government's going to do some type of we meet aliens type of thing soon?
Yeah, it's compelling. The one that I find very compelling is the one that happened. I think it was in the 50s or something. I mean, they really, really. I mean, it is compelling that they saw something, but it's for how interesting is our planet really?
Because that's what I'm waiting to see. Like, what if they bring out the alien thing and it's like official, for real, official? How do the markets react?
Wasn't Reagan saying the only way humanity comes together is if there's an external enemy to our planet? Then all nations will gather together.
Yeah, like an alien attack or something. I wonder what they would do.
What can we do?
If aliens
Crap.
exist and they want to attack us, we would have been gone way before. Like it doesn't make sense. If we've seen aliens and they haven't killed us all, then we haven't seen aliens, or they don't.
They would just poison our water and just put some.
Or incinerate our planet instantly.
It only takes 3 nuclear explosions over the United States to wipe out all of our communication, period. And we had 70,000 of those weapons at one time. We're down to 7.
Like La Bamba?
Sarbomba.
That's what the Russian one was called, right? La Bamba.
Sarbomba.
Oh, the Tsar bomb? Yeah. That was so big that they were like, oh, we can't do this again. This is ridiculous.
That was crazy.
The
I saw
plane
a
barely
video
got
of it.
away.
My God. I feel so bad for them people that we bombed their little island so many times.
Yeah.
And then there's that other thing where we did that bomb in the ocean and there's a concrete dome that they buried the waste and it's like leaking into the ocean.
Well, that one where the manhole cover made it all the way, believed to have made it into space.
Oh, I didn't hear about that.
Yeah. There's one clip of it going up, and they took that one clip and calculated it, and it supposedly would have made it into space.
What about Antarctica?
I've been there. I've been there. So
do you think there's a hole?
No.
There's some type of no.
There's
no hole.
a hole in the ozone, which has been mostly because of the volcano down there.
No, inner Earth hole.
No.
You sure?
I can't say that
Why
I
did Bert
visited all of Antarctica. I mean, but we
Why
came
did
within.
Byrd
Go ahead.
say? Admiral Byrd said there was a hole, and
Okay.
inside of it, there's one of the original human races, I guess, that we come from.
Well, when we've got satellites that can basically pin in and see the difference between a colonel and a lieutenant colonel, a silver versus gold badge on their epaulet, we can pretty much narrow down all of Earth.
Well, how come when I went to Google Earth and I flipped the Earth around, it's blanked out?
They have better technology than that. Theirs isn't blanked out. The only reason they blank it out is because they just don't want to put coverage there for us, or they just don't care because there's nothing there.
Right.
How come I can't look?
Google Earth isn't made like it's satellites, yes, but they have trucks drive around and take pictures of the area for you to go on and click on Google.
Curious, has anyone ever seen that Google car that did that? I watched one go past.
Yeah, me too.
Years ago.
I thought it was a satellite that looked down and took pictures.
They do that too, but your navigation, etc., off of maps, a lot of it. But that car went around, or the car.
Well, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about a picture from above that's blurred out from the satellite, or they blur out and you can't see.
A lot of what Clive, a lot of what we got for imagery is on like Google Earth. A lot of those actually come from pictures that were taken by airplanes.
Right. Agreed.
Originally, some of the cities and stuff we've actually done like higher zoomed in stuff with like airplanes. Believe it or not, so we have like airplane scans. It's a lot of airplane pictures put together. We didn't fly down to Antarctica. We don't have any good satellite imagery too much. So, I mean, like these things that are orbiting down that way, you know.
Right.
Especially once we want to share with both.
We focus our satellites on.
Exactly. Or barely even care to fly planes over to map it out. It's too big of a place. And there's Not much
Now
really.
look at the fact that Antarctica wasn't even discovered, quote unquote, until I think the mid 1800s.
Yeah, so just don't rely on Google Earth like it's an actual snapshot. They didn't drive their cars everywhere. A lot of those cars that you saw just had to do with street view. So when you're down on the street view, you can see everything back and forth. And it wasn't just the one car; they had like 10,000.
But I'm not talking about that.
across the United States.
I'm talking about pictures from a satellite looking down at it.
Exactly what I'm trying to tell you. We don't have too many
there are a lot of
satellites that are
satellites.
orbiting down by Antarctica. They're kind of pointless. We don't have that many over there, and the
Okay.
ones that we do
Well,
have, there's no point
that
sharing it.
doesn't make any sense because you can go on Google Earth and survey the whole thing, except for a section of it that's blurred out.
It's because they didn't put coverage
I
there.
think the Arctic is the same way. I think the Arctic is the same way.
Okay,
Again,
so
I
you
just
blur out
explained
that
why.
one spot only. That doesn't make any sense because you can see the rest of it.
It's not from the satellites, though. That's what he's trying to say. It's from planes and just like manual coverage.
Blurred it out.
No, they couldn't just blur out one particular spot and let you see the rest. I don't agree. I think they're hiding
Blurred out
something.
spots above all kinds of stuff, all kinds of bases, all kinds of stuff we have. There's blurred out things across all portions of the United States you don't even recognize. We just format it and simply put an old picture over it that matches and looks perfect.
Well, you just proved my point then.
So that could be part of what they're trying to hide down there.
Exactly.
Could be a nice
They're
big old
covering
base
something
sitting
up.
down there.
Oh, okay, so it's a base they're blurring out, or it could be a big old hole.
You should go over there and find out. Tell us the answer, man.
Yeah, right.
At some point in Antarctica, there's only 100 people on the entire continent. It gets to as high as 1,100 or so, scientists, etc. But during the winter, nobody's down there.
Yeah, no, it's impossible to survive down there in the winter. Oh my goodness.
Right.
Watch out for the polar bears.
Yeah.
But that wasn't
Polar
always
bears
the case.
love to eat penguins.
You're just a bigger, fatter penguin.
Polar bears can't eat penguins.
What if maybe there's a pyramid in there in Antarctica? Those pyramids are all over the earth. Why not there?
You ever watch One Piece?
Yeah.
Never mind.
But I'm definitely fascinated by the pyramids all over the planet and how a lot of the images are similar. Makes you think that there was a civilization at one point that we're not told about that ran the whole earth.
It'd be awfully hard to build a civilization in Antarctica, believe me.
It didn't always used to be frozen now.
Yeah.
It's just something that's fascinating to me, especially when you said that you went down there. So evidently,
we were looking for Martian meteorites.
Oh.
Came within 200 miles. They were finally discovered. AMD just hit the daily low again. Buying a little bit more. So in California, they have sued, or there's something going on between Tesla and California right now. You might want to check that out.
California hates Tesla. They're on the left.
Misleading advertising of their auto driver.
Yeah, I don't trust that either.
You think it was just a misleading advertisement that did that?
Ooh, Nvidia just took a jump. Yeah, Nvidia just took a huge jump down to fell from 176 upper 176 is down to 175.28.
Bitcoin's asleep.
Are you trading pre-market?
I think that's most important to me on Dbloc chart is how high dominance made it to the top of our red zone we were aiming at. Let's see what dominance wants to do. That's what I'm focusing on most. What kind of day is it going to be? What kind of Wiki Wednesday is it going to be?
All right, Clive, I got another one for you.
Go ahead.
Quantum experiment shows what happens in the present can change the past.
Yeah, you get in that paradox loop of killing your own grandfather.
Well, if that's the case,
right? How do you know?
Then, if I can change the past, but what happens in the present?
It becomes a new branch. A new branch of reality.
What can
Good
I
morning,
do?
everybody.
Watch Avenger movies.
I mean, I'm just trying to think how I can apply that logic to my life.
There's no true application for it. The time. I mean, it's a concept, right? That you're going to be able
That's
to
when
look.
you get into 11 dimensions where, branches of the current reality.
But that you got to look at, you guys. Stop
Yes,
right
please
there.
help me explain that.
Time
right there.
always travels in one direction, right? So we can't go back in time, but we can reference back into time of what exactly it should have been. But there's no proof to go back to it. And to me, it's just still a theory. Until we prove it in law, it's still just a theory. It's like the movie The Butterfly Effect. Remember that? A little thing happens on
Hey,
the other
Clive,
side
you're
of the
familiar
world,
with the
and that's exactly what's
legacy market,
happening in
right?
our entire universe at the same time right now. The thing is, you can't go back in time. Period. If you have anything that we can say that actually supports that, as opposed to looking back in time, that's looking back at like dinosaur fossils, saying you're going back in time millions of years. Not quite.
Time is very complicated.
It is a reference of what would have happened at that period of time, but you can't go back and truly reference it. It doesn't happen that way. Time only goes forward.
Well, what about the present affecting the past?
It doesn't. It was the past that's now affecting the present. And you have to always recognize that in a source of time. Time is what always is effectively moving forward across the entire universe. Time can change with how fast you're moving and how hot and how cold things are and how massive things are. Time can definitely change, but it always moves forward. Relatively, it changes.
Well, I'm trying to understand this interdimensional stuff.
No, that's kind of what I'm saying too. Is you can't go back in time no matter what dimension you're on or traveling through.
Time is like a phenomenon from gravity, I would say. Because everything that has to do with time technically correlates with gravity.
Gravity, speed, and temperature. There's actually 3 different zones, but they're all correlated with time. It's not just one. All 3 of those change depending on how fast you're moving, how big of an object you're sitting at, and the temperatures you're actually at as well. So relativity and time are all changing depending on those 3 conditions.
Well, then how would we make it to Mars? You would just die.
No, you wouldn't.
You would age too quick.
No, if you go faster, you age slower.
What?
When you go faster, time slows down,
Yeah,
bud.
actually, if you live in a let's say a very tall building, you are aging slower.
all of the satellites that are flying around our Earth, that are zooming around our Earth, actually their time goes a little bit slower. So they have to adjust their atomic clocks a couple millionths of a second every single day to adjust for how much quicker they're moving and how much relative time it actually buffers between. That's only 17,500 miles an hour difference of what they're moving just above us up in orbit.
Yeah, when they did the for the airports, etc., it slowly creeped off inches by inches, and they had to adjust with Einstein's equations.
You fully
They were
understand
not
it.
initially programmed with that.
Exactly.
See, that's what I'm interested in hearing.
I
Just
mean,
gotta be realistic with it.
yeah, when Usain Bolt was running, he was actually aging slower than his competitors.
You got
But
it.
the differential is microseconds.
You save you're a little microsecond slower when you fly across the country.
Mm-hmm. But as soon as you stop, everything catches up.
Absolutely, relativity.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
All basic, simple concepts brought up by Einstein, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now bring that all the way up to the speed of light. Things slow down pretty quick, but that's 660 million miles per hour. That's a little bit different. 180,000 miles per second, a whole different story.
Nothing that has mass can move at the speed of light. The original Big Bang, those photons have never aged. As far as they're concerned, time has not passed.
Well, how has our universe expanded at a faster rate than light can travel? That first expansion happened at a faster acceleration rate than how fast light travels.
That's
So
the
we
fourth
kind
dimension.
of got to reanalyze those first mathematics and the concepts you're still basing them off. So that's why our entire universe is almost 100 million light years wide, and it's only 14 billion years old.
Right. It's getting smaller and smaller, as I stated earlier.
Well, it's getting bigger and bigger, but eventually that slows down. And the way that it accelerated out, don't forget, once it hits its basic equilibrium point, it stops expanding. But also it starts cooling down.
Which one is
the
it?
theory is that it'll just keep expanding forever until
Well, that's the problem. It doesn't work like that. When things are hot, they expand. Once they all burn out and things get cool, that thing's going to rapidly not expand, but it's actually going to fall back in on itself.
Well,
now, you
there's a
don't look
theory
at
of
it.
it's expanding and then contracting, but we're not seeing any contracting.
Not quite yet. Now, listen to what I'm saying. Once the entire thing cools down, what if our mathematics has shown it's gone through this process hundreds of times, but it takes trillions of years each cycle to do it? All right. What I'm really trying to tell you, Atlant, once it expands out, just like anything that's blowing up, it blows up, expands. Eventually, it stops expanding, and eventually, it's going to start cooling down. And as it cools down to negative 450 degrees, and we have very, very, very heavy, dense things that we call black holes. The entire universe is only going to be filled with black holes, and once those black holes want to start gravitating towards each other, they're going to start doing it at a faster pace than light can travel.
Will eventually
Those black
as
holes
well.
can travel faster than light. Believe it or not,
The
when it comes
black
down to
hole what?
mathematics, the only thing that's left in the
No,
universe.
anything that has mass cannot travel faster than light.
Now listen to what I'm trying to tell you. Some of the mathematics we're really trying to say is once all the light is out in the entire universe, the only thing that's going to happen is we're going to have very massive, extremely dense structures, right? And once they're all that far apart and they start slowly coming together, they're going to accelerate to a very close to pretty much light speed again until they all collapse back.
They
Center
need
point.
black holes need mass to keep expanding, and
They
get
are
less and less mass.
They are massive as could be.
I understand
But
that.
once things are cold and non-expanding, what happens is everything wants to go back to those black holes. Black hole starts consuming black hole after another. Now, the only thing that could be we're really, really thinking is there isn't just one or two black holes left. You think that there could be just 11 black holes that come back together at that
We know
same
that there's
point.
millions of them out there.
Well, they have to converge.
We've even made a black hole on
There's
Earth.
going to be billions and billions, right? But all of those billions and billions have to come back and subcompact into one unified singularity point.
Energy cannot be created nor destroyed.
Exactly. It's always
talking about
back.
CERN?
It's all of the entire energy in the entire universe coming back together into a single point. It takes trillions of years. But imagine the amount of force and everything that comes back in. There's not one thing that's
That's one
light.
theory. Yeah, that's one theory. Other theories are everything will just dissipate into photons.
Exactly my point, right?
Mm-hmm.
A photon
Dude, if we made a
only
black
takes
hole
so
on
long.
Earth, we would be
Photon
done.
runs out of energy. It runs out of speed. It slows down once it hits a black hole. Photons can't exist when you have nothing but black holes.
No.
But where do they come from? Where do they go to? They go to the black hole and they become part of its mass. Very extremely dense cluster. It basically completely rips apart a proton, neutron, electron into its smallest technical little pieces. That's what we call our like elementary particles. And if you get every single elementary particle blended down to the smallest piece of particle, to the coldest state, the most dense area, it's what we call a black hole. It's not singularity at all. It's a very cold, dense structure with all the shredded up atomic structures across the universe. Happens when we only got a little bit of those left. I'm telling you, it's a whole different concept. Think about it though. It's just a
I
theory.
thought about it.
Relativity,
Man,
it's
Joe,
all
you
the
know all this.
closest thing. Well, because I've studied it my entire life.
Same here.
And I work with particle accelerator physics facilities because I have intelligent people that are still working next to us, next to each other, that are asking simple but basic questions that are kind of complex. We're not just running it with theories, we're running it with how does this thing actually happen? What is this entire universe made out of? How old is it? What's it do when it runs on a momentum? All completely different than the concepts that most people think of.
So if we made a black hole on Earth, I'm gonna guess, are you talking about
There's a
the
black
power
hole in the
drawn
center of our Milky Way galaxy, bud. It's not about just making it here. We're not going to be able to just smash
I'm
particles
talking about
together and make one.
Okay, yeah,
A black hole is very cold and very dense. Us smashing
You know what I'm
particles
talking about.
together at the speed of light creates a lot of heat and smashes them into smaller pieces. We would have to take like the entire Earth and compress it down into like a penny to even get close to starting at a black hole. So
then it's not a real black hole. Then.
No, it's not a real black hole. And I don't think in a concept we're ever going to make a black hole unless we have a lot of really cold and a lot of really strong pressures to push it into that. But that's not going to happen here on Earth, I don't think.
Yeah.
There's no point
not.
of it.
It might not be a good idea.
I can say that the coldest point in the universe has actually been was created here on Earth. Period.
What?
Coldest temperature. Look at the coldest temperature in the universe was here on Earth, artificially created.
What is? Tell us more.
I'm not as familiar with that. I'm actually trading right now, so I'm listening and trading. But
okay.
you can Google it. They broke through and got it at 0.0000 degrees, and nowhere in the universe is it as cold as that. We came within millionths of a second a degree of absolute zero. When you hit absolute zero, everything stops. Nothing moves.
Hey, I got a good question, Joe. Okay, so when you're talking about the Hadron or Harmon Collider, whatever it's called, down there in Switzerland, right? So
Sure.
it's that, right?
Yep.
CERN.
Large Hadron's over in Switzerland. Original ones first started at Fermilab, which is just outside of Chicago. We couldn't build a large enough ring that was powerful enough, so that's why the next ones were built over at CERN. We need a bigger, more powerful one.
They built it underground. It's underground with a big tube, like a big tube. So why is
it's a
it?
big circle. It's a big circle.
It's not like a tube, like you
It's a
get in the
very
pool
large
in,
tube.
but
It's over 20 miles in diameter. And what we have inside of it is a negative. So basically, we have a vacuum. Like you're saying, we're trying to get it down to really, really, really cold. And we have a series of magnets. And what we're doing is we're taking gold. We're stripping off the electrons on the outside of it. And it's a pretty positive little guy.
Oh my God.
We chuck it inside of there and we start putting negative, positive, negative, positive, negative, positive. And the negative pulls it forward and the positive right behind it pushes it forward. Once we get it kind of ripping around that ring, or it's actually more complex, and we don't just put it in there. We started in a smaller accelerator ring before we injected it into the large hadron. And what we're doing there is we have one ring going one direction, and we have another ring going the other direction. And what we do is we start speeding up all those gold atoms up to the speed of light in both directions. And then we actually take those two lines and we cross those two lines. One direction that's spinning around that 20-something mile loop. It's moving at the speed of light, and the other one's going the opposite direction. All we do is blend those paths together, and we have a massive, basically a massive camera on the outside of it.
That's what I was getting ready to say. They're taking a picture of it when they hit it.
Yes, sir. But we're not only taking a picture. What we're doing is
what are they looking
the angles
for?
and speeds at all the pieces and particles. So when we smash gold elements that are basically absolute zero together, you ever seen a video when somebody puts like a rose in something like really cold, and then they hit it with a hammer and it completely shatters? That's only like negative 200 degrees. That's like, like liquid nitrogen or something.
Well, what do you think they're looking for?
What we are looking for are subatomic pieces.
I know what they're looking for.
This is what I'm trying to tell you. So when you take that atom and you get it really, really cold down to absolute zero and you smash it at the speed of light, it literally cracks that atomic structure down into its elementary particles, things that we recognize that are smaller than a proton, neutron, and electron. Inside of that, we found about 17 of our smaller subatomic elementary particles. And each one of those pieces and particles, as they're smashing together, they always come out with a little different trail, a little bit different spin and speed and angle ratio. So what we're doing is, as we're basically smashing that together, we have layers of detectors that are just examining which angles those pieces and particles are coming off. And that's how we're basically calculating it. It is happening so fast, and those
so
pieces
you know
are
how
so
it works.
small that we can't. We can't
obviously more than I do.
We can't do it with a camera. Of course, I'd know it more than you. I worked with it goddamn close. I'm saying.
I'm not even close. You know your stuff. I'm saying, what are they looking for? From what I understand, what they're looking for is a certain particle, and they're calling it the God particle.
Well,
why are they looking for the God?
Look at Higgs boson. Higgs boson is a very heavy, dense particle that we needed help explaining our gravitational senses of it. So the Higgs boson is one of the ones that you probably see in whatever you're reading or looking at. Big, very heavy one. And that helped to solidify a lot of theories in gravity with the Higgs boson. But each of them, we have a lot of sub smaller pieces. They're all different size pieces of Legos. Look at it this way. There's some are square with 4, some are an L shape with 6, some are yellow, some are red, some are blue. What I'm trying to say is we have a lot of different smaller elementary pieces that put together atomic structures that we're all used to, our protons, neutrons, and electrons. But really what we're doing at CERN is just finding the smaller pieces and particles that construct the entire universe as a constant. And that's really how we're doing it. And the only way we can do it is to break an atomic structure apart as if things happen out in space at that temps, at those speeds. It's really hard to just smash an element apart. Those things only happen for billionths of a second, right? So a lot of what we've really proved on is our accelerator is slowing things down. We're able to see things now at a trillionth of 1 billionth of a second. We're able to take 1 billionth of a second
ridiculous.
And trim it into a trillion pieces now. And to really see what all those different pieces and particles do at that blink speck of a second is the closest we can get to what happens after a big bang or after something is a big crunch.
They want to see that God particle because they believe that's
God particle is what we're calling it, but it's helping us prove the mathematics within the gravitationals that we're looking for to really prove gravity and time and speed and elementary particle physics down to the littlest pieces we're made out of before atomic structures are even made.
They want it for some reason. That's all I'm saying.
We're trying to figure out what in each and every one of the little Lego pieces are that build this way bigger picture.
Because they want to do something with it.
Of course, just like anything in the world. We could figure out the smallest pieces and particles of it and how to put it together. That's literally writing the code.
I don't believe that they need to find it, and they shouldn't. I hope they don't.
Okay, what's the point of people picking through genes and stuff then? Shouldn't pick apart through any of those things.
I don't
Once we
like that
understand
either.
what each and every one of the genes do and how to reconstruct it, be very surprised what we're capable of doing. Again, I don't think we should touch genes. It's one of those things. We're trying to look at genes of an atomic structure. Look at it that way. It's the genes of a non-organic elementary structure.
They're playing with fire.
But it's playing with the smallest Lego pieces this universe is made out of. It's a nice, easy way of trying to put it.
And they know something, because why do they have in front of their why do they have the statue of Shiva there holding that ring up like that? They know something.
We need the ring to accelerate the particles up to the speed of light. It's a tool.
And then,
It has
in
nothing
India,
to,
you got
what
all
are you
that stuff.
concerned? What concept are you concerned that we're going to find there?
All that stuff you can't explain in India, where like they got these temples that are like dug out of the down into the
Those
to
were
the rock
hardworking people with
these.
great ideas.
Oh man, it ain't no hardworking people.
What are you worried about? If they were to find this God particle, as you say, what do you think they would want to do with it?
Who knows?
Wait, haven't they already given a Nobel Prize for finding it?
I don't know.
I have no
I
idea.
believe they have.
This is the first time I'm ever hearing this.
Yeah, I think they have found that particle because they gave a Nobel Prize for it.
Yeah, the hadron's like the middle size of it. What we're looking for is the one that's even bigger and heavier. We're calling even a God particle because, like I said, there's different sizes. There's different tiers of elementary structure. So tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. There's different energies, different speeds, and different frequencies things go at, right? The problem is we still haven't found one that's bigger than a Higgs boson, that God particle that is supposed to fit in the entire stage 3 of all the other particles that we've discovered at that weight, at those speeds, that dimensional structure pretty much. So that's what we're referring to as a God particle. The first one, the middle one, is called it's just a different classification. You know what I mean? It's the one they can't find yet. So I think they're calling it.
They
I don't
found
think
it
it
in
controls the universe.
2012.
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah,
they saw signs of what they believe it was, but we haven't been able to crash and smash it. And
I don't think they verified the math for it. I think I know what you guys are talking about now, but I don't. I think there's a report that said that the math looks good, but it's not like verified by science.
Correct. It hasn't been verified yet. We see a clue for it, but that's what we're looking out for, and that's what we switch our detectors to keep looking for more than the little guys we know every time. When we smash a piece and particle together, there are billions of little things that come out, and those computers know, oh, that's a regular one, that's normal debris. That's when things fly out of there different. So we're trying to catch. We only have billions or trillions of a second to do it. That's the easiest thing to do and prove. But that's really what's happening. We're just smashing elements into smaller pieces. Find the Legos that the entire universe is made out of. Different colors, shapes, sizes.
Quick update: a lot of tech is moving up heavily right now. Apple, AMD, not AMD, but a lot of your tech is moving up heavily in the pre-market.
Palantir.
Yeah.
Dominance is driving up too. Darn it! Look at it go. But I don't mean to get too crazy. I was just trying to help explain a little bit of stuff and not get too.
No, that was
disorganized
great, man.
So I apologize, but I hope people understood and learned a little bit.
I enjoyed that because I'm fascinated by that stuff, and I appreciate.
Yeah, I love talking about that shit.
I love that type of stuff, man. I'm ignorant to it, but I just know of things that I've heard.
It's unfortunate they cut the budget for particle acceleration in the United States and let Europe take it over.
I used to ask you guys. I was in middle school and high school, asking my teachers. They weren't even professors. I was asking teachers pretty complex questions about the pieces that are made smaller. They're like, I have no idea, man. You got to go to college. Went to college. I started asking my professors there, and they're just like, I didn't go to school for that one. That's just my entire life I've been studying it outside of basic education because I went to school for. My parents told me, "What are you going to do with elementary particle physics your whole life?" I said, "Well, trust me, like the whole universe is made up." And they're like, "We don't care. Go build a bridge. Go do something like everybody else does." Like, you know what I mean? Like, go work for an engineering company and then build a building or a bridge and be happy with it. So
Once
I listened to him
artificial
the whole time.
intelligence
I
can
was like,
solve,
it takes 10, 15 years to build a bridge just for the city or for the state. It's kind of lame. I'm never going to build a new Brooklyn Bridge. So I was focused on still studying elementary particle physics.
You want to build a universe.
Or
It's
what's the
sort of like
universe is
it's
truly
sort of like
constructed out of.
it's sort of like the joke of man finds a lamp, rubs it, sees a genie. It's like, okay, you get one wish, and it's like, what do you mean one wish? Don't I get three wishes? No, inflation's hit everything. It's okay. I want a bridge from here to Hawaii that I can cross and visit Hawaii at any time. He says, that's a tough one. You know, there's just too much involved in there. Can you wish for something else? I'd like to understand women. That bridge, you want it 4 lanes or 8 lanes?
If I had one thing, the hardest thing would be to bring me back to the beginning of the universe or the end of it to see which one. If I really only had one choice, it'd be like sitting outside the Big Bang or sitting right outside it before it all collapses into one singularity again. Those are the two times. And if I had one pick to a genie, that's what I'd ask him. Toughest thing is what I want to see, the beginning or the end.
the beginning is probably cooler.
Probably cooler Big Bang. Really think about it, everything in the entire universe comes from one place. Probably gonna go back to one place. Again, this is just theory. Just gotta enjoy each and every day we're on this small little dinky planet floating around the center of the sun.
And yet we still pay taxes.
Still get pissed at your neighbor.
Okay, I got one for you. On the CERN collider, there's some type of like clear panels on it where it's got some type of weird hieroglyphs and nobody knows what they are. Look into that.
Were they in Switzerland before we built it?
Just go look. You have to Google and get it.
Sort of like P.T. Barnum, great salesman. You go into the show, etc. You're wandering around, and there's a sign: "This way to the great
Let me see.
egress." And you follow it, and guess what? You're outside and have to pay admission to get back in.
Yeah, over at Fermilab, we have a lot of really cool features and a lot of really cool hieroglyphs and all kinds of things all over the property. People love to come visit and see and take pictures, and it just adds to their story about what do they find in here. It's pretty funny.
Okay, it has something to do with X points around the Earth, which are portals that open and close every day. So this has something to do with portals. All of this. How about that? No.
I don't even understand any mathematics about portals. I don't even know where you start with that one. So I don't really have an answer for you on that. There isn't even any mathematics that even coincide with a portal. Like it doesn't fit or blend with the true mathematical structure we've created. one of those really important things about CERN too, like I said, we accelerate atomic structures or elements in opposite ways. Each of those things are going almost the speed of light. So that one ring that's going one direction, it's like 99.9% the speed of light. The other one's going the other speed, So instead of just like taking gold and smashing it into a solid object, what we're doing is we're taking two objects moving basically the speed of light and colliding them at a singularity point or a point that's really close. And that's why you have all those detectors. So it's really hard. How do you shoot two bullets out of a gun and then collide them midair and then try and take a picture of it? So that's the whole point of what the two rings are basically, is that when we cross the beams of the rings, we know exactly where those crosses are going to happen. That's why we put all the detectors directly above where they intersect. So it's basically just like shooting things at the highest, fastest speed at the coldest temperatures into each other we possibly can and seeing what's happening. It's not just gold we're doing it. We're taking elements off of taking protons off from different elements and shooting those through, not just gold. Gold's usually just what we like to do because it's pretty stable and heavy. But we're finding with different elements that we're smashing through there, a whole different idea. Really similar, but that's really what I don't know if anybody kind of got, but both of those elements are moving at the speed of light pretty much. We're smashing them together.
Okay, I'm looking into it right now. NASA has discovered X points, or electron diffusion regions, in Earth's magnetic field, which acts as portals for particles from the sun to enter the Earth's atmosphere. These X points are locations where magnetic field lines from the sun and Earth reconnect, creating pathways for solar wind to reach our planet.
I think you're misinterpreting portals. I think they just mean like an opening for the solar storms to hit Earth easier. Not like a portal like in Portal 2 or something like that.
Well, go ahead and look into it if you haven't heard about it. That's what I'm researching it right now.
Yeah. I mean, the polar caps are where they come in, where the magnetic fields move down to the Earth, because we're just a great big magnet.
I think he's talking about, since the poles are starting to shift, like our geomagnetic field is kind of wavering a bit. So there's air quote portals.
A lot of what you were just explaining is what we call aurora borealis, is why you see that stuff at nighttime and things towards the poles. It's called aurora borealis. It's basically some of those excited excited particles that are coming in from the sun, wrapping in, coming down through our magnetosphere, and then being visible as they are excited as they approach. But
yeah, and I've asked Rick if he had seen the one in Australia, but he doesn't live close enough to that point. At one point, I think it even got as low as you could see the aurora borealis as low south as New York City.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get an exact location.
It's changing all the time. It drifts constantly. True magnetic north. When you're using a compass, you're not really going towards true physical north. You're finding magnetic north. Okay, market open in 30 minutes, is it? Hold on. Yeah. 26 minutes. We'll see what happens. Bitcoin giving up a little bit right now. I'm in the ETF, obviously. I bet. Come down
Well,
in the
NASA
last 5 minutes.
NASA's calling them portals.
No,
Well,
you guys
that's their
gotta
wording.
watch it. You guys gotta
Call
watch
whatever you want, man. That's not what it is.
Yeah, no,
It's
just
not
to
important
confirm.
per se.
Watch
My
dominance.
entry.
Dominance doesn't look. It looks like it just wants to retest that line and just go straight back up.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, that low was at about 5:30 my time, about an hour ago, and it hit that low again, and now heading back up. I'm not looking at the Bitcoin chart. I'm looking at the IBIT chart, but that's a direct reflection, plus or minus a few pennies. My position is at 67.20 for the IBIT, currently 67.12. It actually hit 67.30. I'm not going to sell for 10-cent profit. I don't have enough shares. My target is around in the 68s. Trying to make 60 or 70, 1% on it. Buy, sell, repeat. NVIDIA bounced off that 175.80 back to 176.14.
What do you think? You think Nvidia is going through a distribution season for this month?
Yeah. I mean, it's mid-year. Okay, not a lot happens this
Yeah,
time
we're
of year.
done with July, right? We're done with all-time highs. It's time to take profit, right?
I took profit. I put it in United Health. I
Yeah,
had a lot of
a bit off
NVIDIA.
Palantir, Nvidia, Tesla. Took a bit off of all of them.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean,
When do
at
you
one
think they
point
come
it was
back?
28% of my folio, which is way too much. But I wrote it from 87 into the 150s, 160s, and then I just sold almost all of it.
When do you
There's
think
a
they
little
come
bit
back?
of nonsense.
Like from vacation? Like, is it the last week of
Yeah.
August or is it like the first week of September?
The third quarter is their strongest quarter, followed by the first, followed by the fourth, followed by the second.
Yeah.
So third quarter. Yeah. Now keep in mind, until August, that the low point of BTC was 49,000. So we've come a long way. August of last year, it hit a low of 40 of just under 50,000.
So we basically 2x'd from year on year.
Yeah.
Not bad.
Yeah.
Not bad.
That low point will obviously increase because it's only gone up above 50,000 since then.
Oh, that's
I'm
anything growing.
I mean, you
2x.
guys have seen me over the last 3 years change my mind on Elon, change my mind on Bitcoin, and you've got to adapt. There comes a time where what, I'm gonna go with it. My next move is the Ethereum. I think once BlackRock, currently the ratio of BlackRock Bitcoin versus Ethereum is 20-1. Once it reaches 10-1, then I'm going in Ethereum. When they introduced the ETFs for Bitcoin, there were 9 that applied, 9 that were produced, and really only BlackRock was the one that succeeded tremendously. And Ethereum went through actually the same revolution. Now, BlackRock's ETF for Ethereum is not that strong right now because they don't own a lot of it. But they will.
Wait, Ethereum's not that strong right now? I thought it was like fucking mooning.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment, I'm giving it about a year to 2 years.
Yeah, we're talking about like short term. But if you go on the one day, Ethereum is beautiful.
Yeah,
It's
I'm
really
sure.
pretty.
I'm sure. Percentage-wise, I'm never going to make as much off Bitcoin than I am off Ethereum. Not at this point. And I project that by the end of the year, we'll hit 135 for Bitcoin.
Yeah, Ethereum has gone up so fast and so hard that even if we go down to like 3,200, 3,400, we're still bullish.
I agree. Keep in mind, guys, I'm like 30 years older than most of you.
Yes, you
So
are. That's why I asked stocks from
I
you,
have to
man.
be careful.
You have to be more careful than everybody else.
Yesterday was horrible for me. My worst loss of the day, the worst single day loss.
What were you playing? It's August.
Everything.
Why are you still playing? Why are you still scalping on August? You know how Augusts are. Pretty deadly.
Why am I stopping? I'm not stopping. I continue to trade, average 35 trades a day.
Ah, nice. Nah, I've kind of slowed down on the trading ever since I saw the slowdown in volume.
Right.
Because the volume's been horrible in crypto this past few days.
Has it?
Yeah. But there seems to be an uptick today.
Yeah.
There's 2 times more volume today than the past couple of days, but that's
Agreed.
probably because of the FOMC.
Correct.
So we'll see volatility and we'll know what will happen afterwards.
Yesterday was mostly because Trump, China, we couldn't make a deal with China. So what's going to happen when the deadline hits?
Clive, I got a question.
Sure.
Do you use stop losses? I don't use stop losses. It sounds like you don't have stop limits put in place. Because if it went down 15%.
Generally, no.
All right. That's what I'm saying.
As a rule of thumb, when I'm buying something, I have full confidence in it. Now,
No,
when
I understand.
when I'm doing a 70 cent pharmaceutical, I'm in there like 15 seconds.
I just didn't know, since the large volumes in the years you've been doing it, to just simply put in stop limits yet. But that's what I was asking. I still don't. I don't do it. I trust where I'm buying to.
With Webull, which I'm using for my micro trades, they don't have a what is it called? Percentage limit stop. You're catching me a little foggy. I've only had 1 cup of coffee.
You answered the question clear as day.
Yeah. Now on Merrill, I can do a trailing stop. If it jumps down more than 1.5%, then I'm out. I take the loss. And my positions are not that huge. We're not talking hundreds of thousands of dollars per trade. We're talking a few thousand. I wished Webull had a trailing stop. I'd use it all the time. But when it comes to shorting, 1 out of 10,000 of my trades are shorts. What cured me was I was in AMC, and it was a $10,000 trade. And next thing you know, I'm down $250,000 on a short.
So I don't mess with futures or anything.
That was horrible, and cured me from shorting ever again.
Yeah, I just heard so many bad stories. I'd rather just not even poke into that one.
One of the few times I got emotional. My goal for the next 10 years is to build up businesses for people that are starting up businesses, et cetera, particularly in the cutting trees, et cetera, landscaping businesses. I want to get a few of those going from people that are hard workers, and then just hand the company over to them when I pass. I've got 3 right now. My goal is 10. And when I pass, it'll be moved directly to them. And those people work so damn hard. I've got an all-girl, black girls landscaping service, and they're doing tremendous. And these are girls ranging from 55 years old to about 40. And they're out there cutting grass and chopping. Now we use men for chopping the trees.
It's a good idea.
I want to live. As I said, my major donation will be to Arlington Cemetery. It's all my Berkshire, my 9 shares of Berkshire that I bought over the years, and the highest I ever paid was $4.50. Original purchase was $11,000 on a bet. You won't buy this, right? Okay.
All right. I
It
just
was
learned
50%.
something.
Yeah, it was 50% of my entire folio. I'm like, yeah, I'll buy it. 1991.
Clive, I learned something.
What's that?
I just learned that we're in the 3rd dimension.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, we are.
The
I mean,
second.
we perceive the 3rd dimension. It's perception, not state.
Gotcha.
And we can control the 1st and the 2nd dimension. The 1st dimension's a line, and the 2nd dimension is flat.
GTA 6.
One of us here owns a copy of Flatland, where 2-dimensional beings encounter a 3rd-dimensional being. Can't understand what it is.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah. Look up Flatland. I believe it's called Flatland. Written in the late 1800s.
It's like going from a line to a
Mhm.
square to a cube.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like drawing one line, and you draw, because a line is just made out of 2 points. It just has 2 points and a distance between them. But then when you turn it into like an L shape, and then into a triangle or to a square, it creates a 2-dimensional figure, right? So there's different reference points. And if you turn that square or a triangle into 3 dimensions, you put it up into a single point or up into a full square. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's like trying to draw. I mean, when we draw something on a flat piece of paper representing a 3rd dimension
Now, if I
object,
want to
like
draw the 4th dimension, I would take that square and I would draw another square, another cube outside of that cube, and I would connect all 4 points of the cube to the outside of the other cube, and that would represent the 4th dimension.
Yeah, the tesseract.
Correct. So just basic concept. I'm just trying to get him to that next level of 4th dimension understanding.
But since we can only perceive 3, it's very difficult to wrap our minds around it.
I can perceive 4 all day.
We
Certainly
can't.
can't put it on a piece of paper.
My brain can see and conceive 4 dimensions since I was a little kid. That's what I'm telling you. That's why I've asked questions about the atomic structure and think about the universe on so many different levels. I see that once I've figured out that we're sitting in larger dimensions and that's way bigger and smaller than I'm even conceptually seeing in front of me. So then your brain starts thinking.
13 minutes to open. NVIDIA climbing from 175.80 to 176.40. Hit a high of 176.50. I bought in the upper 175s.
That's why I was asking myself, what's the smallest this little square can be made? How small can I actually draw a square? I can draw a square on the side of an atom. Well, how many pieces and particles is that atom truly made out of? So I was always asking myself, how much smaller can it get? Eventually, the things in the universe had to be made out of something small enough where they're all consistent. They can't get any smaller. It'll come somewhere. Again, it's the same concept principle when I was a little kid thinking about dimensions.
I'm watching a video of this woman manipulating the 2nd dimension. She's flipping its hat around. It's flat. And she's like turning it upside down.
You might want to watch QuantumScape QS. I sold it yesterday at 12. It dropped all the way to 9. Back at 9.40. Hit a high of 9.50.
What a cool name. What is that?
Silver's way down. I sold that out at 34.61. Currently 34. Hit a
Oh,
34.40.
the quantum computer stock. I also just learned that there's 11 dimensions.
Yeah.
Wow.
That string theory, not like 25 mumbled the other day. I was like, Clive, don't you dare mumble out 25. It's hard enough for the left.
I was totally mistaken. I was totally mistaken.
That's why I was like, don't you do it, Uncle.
Yeah, it's 11. I forgot whether it was 11 or 12.
But that is string theory. String theory comes all the way down to basically the smallest dimension, or breaking those things that I'm talking about, the elements, into smaller things that are basically just frequencies and vibes. So basically they just literally just little tiny vibrations in the entire fabric of the universe. But again, I understand string theory, but a lot of it hasn't been proven.
Right. It's theoretical.
Again, that would be going out to 11 boxes on the outside of a box, if you will, but they're not all just boxes. There's other ways to truly look at it once we start incorporating temperatures and gravity and all kinds of things into it. Speed.
Okay, I got you guys got me for it was philosophically. You got me for another 9 minutes.
Over.
All
right. So
nope,
if
we
I
hit
can learn
11.
how
We
to
hit 11. That's it.
Yep.
I'm done.
That's
Yeah,
fine. I'll let it go. But if
No,
I can
it's
figure
cool.
out how to,
It's cool.
if I can figure out how to manipulate the second dimension and it can't affect
Sono
the third dimension,
migliori.
Isso, eu sempre é muito sempre.
Well, think about this. Does the internet work in 2 dimensions? It's working 3.
Say that again.
What does the internet run in? How many dimensions does the internet run in?
I wanted to ask
Zero
that. So,
they go back and forth. What sort of dimension does that run in? Is it just a line? Does it have 2 dimensions? Does it have 3?
That's a good question. I don't even know
What
what to say.
dimensions is our entire elementary, like our electronic system running at? It's a weird
I'm
concept
gonna
to
have
think
to
about.
I'm gonna have to refer you to Clive
What's
on that question.
digital? It's simply zeros and ones.
Well, then that would be 2. Well, wait. A number. What is a number in a computer? It would be. I mean, it would be flat, wouldn't it? It's 2.
But it goes up and down in different levels of the building.
well,
So
all of our
relatively, it's
computer,
like 3.
all of
It
our
operates in
computers
2.
function in the 3rd dimension. No, technically, we just display
Huge.
it through a 2nd dimension screen.
That's kind of what I'm saying. It uses 3 dimensions to operate in a 2-dimensional structure. It's kind of neat. So being in a digital world, it'd be like, oh, I can't see out of it. You know what I'm kind of saying?
Mhm.
It's one of those things where you can't see how high it is, or you know what I'm trying to say?
Mhm.
But it travels up and down. Goes in 3 dimensions. Only recognizes 2.
So then, basically, it's a window to the 2nd dimension.
If you think about it, it's 3
Maybe that.
dimensions. They're electrons being pushed through a wire. Zeros and ones have to be coordinated. Literally, it's just electricity going through a wire, right? It's not going through a wire. It's pushing in one end and popping out the other. It doesn't go through at the speed of light. Pushes electron into that wire and out of the wire. It's the same speed. It's weird.
We'll talk about this another day.
I was giving you things to think about. We only got 6 minutes, 7 minutes left.
I gotta go to sleep. My God, what am I doing?
Oh, you guys are up. I was waking up. I woke up.
Why are
for
you
that.
still awake? You're supposed to be awake at this time, not sleep at this time. What are you doing, man?
Wow. Oh my God, I was working on music and I've been up all night. I just thought I'd get on here for a little bit because I hadn't been on in a while.
Yeah, go get some sleep. Come back before the FOMC meeting, man. We're gonna see some volatility in a few hours.
I might as well stay up at that point. I can go till 8, hour and a half. Oh wait, it's the afternoon. What time does it start?
They said it was gonna be in the afternoon.
All right.
Waiting for chat.
All
I
right.
think it's Yeah, go get some shut eye.
I'll find out. Let me look. When does FOMC meeting start? What time does the FOMC meeting start today? 2. July 30. Okay. 4:15 Eastern. 3. All right.
Good morning, fam. Whew, we got some movement today, huh? Diamond's looking high. Biddy's dropping a little bit. Looks like we're hitting that downtrend that Dbloc has marked out. Looking good. Looking good. Let the games begin indeed. Talk about red vectors, huh? Sheesh.
Good thing it's leaving vectors behind. I like those. Usually I gotta get it filled.
Boy, Bitcoin took a bit of a dump last half hour.
GDP stats come out in half an hour.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Good morning, fam.
What's up, brother?
How's everything?
Very good.
Looking extra bullish.
A little too extra. I'm liking it though. I'm
I
liking it.
heard
You know
That's
why
the
I'm liking it?
longest wedge ever. That was a long ass bear flag.
You know
That
why
took
I'm
about what,
liking it?
2.5 days?
Oh, yeah.
Because this was expected. It was
Yeah,
planned.
dude.
Make a plan
I
and
wish
stick
that
to the damn plan. That's it.
you know that we're gonna do a swing failure at the bottom, right? So target 1 is the target.
Yeah, target 1 is
Yeah.
definitely the target. I mean, like,
Yeah.
there's no strength. We
Yeah.
gotta look for proper support. We gotta look for volume, man. Because like, if you look at the volume, I'm looking at the 4 hour and the 1 hour. I mean, like the volume the past couple days have been horrendous.
Yeah, it'd be horrendous. But
But
there's a news
it's
that
picking up
the
today.
White House is gonna announce today something related with the purchase of the treasury
Yeah, because
of
today's
crypto.
the first ever crypto report, right?
Yeah, they're gonna announce like what kind of assets they're gonna buy. So that should be bullish for Bitcoin.
Yeah, I got the layer 1s on my screen already. I'm ready. But yeah, layer 1. I want sorry, layer 1. I want target 1. Target 1's the goal.
Yeah. Yeah, I place a short like 4 in the morning.
Nice.
And I'm sleepy as F right now, but yeah. I was waiting for this move.
Yeah, dude, get a nap, man, because you're gonna need it. It's gonna be a long day.
I know it's gonna be a long day, but as soon as I place the lawn and I see it go above this wedge, I should be okay.
Yeah, I'm online because like I remember the past 2-3 weeks, the reversal doesn't. Usually, the reversal is a Thursday. The reversal starts on Asia Thursday, not US Thursday. So I'm gonna be
So,
waiting.
are you kidding me? So that will be tonight.
Yeah. Oh well, later. Yeah, tonight. Tonight tonight US time.
US
Tonight
time,
Eastern.
right?
Yeah.
Eastern, right? Yeah.
So after this is probably gonna be after the crypto report, after FOMC. It's just news on top of
Hopefully,
each other, and we'll probably hit the
hopefully,
right targets by then.
hopefully, you in the US session now they can move this because honestly,
Yeah, we're
every time you have this, well, we saw Asia and UK pumping, and then we dump on US time. So I don't get it, to be honest.
yeah, we'll see. We'll see. It's a 3 day down, then midweek reversal. Past 2-3 weeks, midweek reversal starts on Asia time. But like around after lunch, I think it's when Dubai comes into play. Dubai and China comes into play.
That's cool.
But yeah, I'm waiting. The bags are waiting. I did do a short after we failed the retest of that wedge. Opened a short, shorting Bitcoin, a couple layer 1s. That's it.
I don't know if you noticed, but they form a W on the top. That's when they put the trigger
Mm-hmm.
on the top of the wedge.
Yeah.
And
What did it form?
a W. That's what
Yeah,
I short.
they tried to trick a lot of people right there. Form that W, hit that top of that wedge, and bye bye right after.
And see it right there.
Yeah.
Right at the daily open too.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Mac everybody trapped so many longs at that juncture because I saw the volume pick up at exactly that candle. We did like 200-300% more volume than the rest of the day, right on that candle, and then the next candle was like, let's go down.
Yeah.
That was an impressive move. That's why I didn't join this wedge. I just left this wedge alone. Kept quiet the past couple of days. Was looking for target 1 as first buy for my spots. But yeah, I'm scalping this short because I'm
and I
super
hope it
bored.
is the last
I'm
spot.
trading.
I hope it is the last spot because this sideward thing driving me crazy already.
Wait. How many? Wait, this is wave 1, wave 2, wave 3, wave 4. Yeah, I think this is the last one. This is your first corrective, second, third
Yeah.
corrective wave. So, yeah. Let's see what happens after this.
Let's see. Hopefully, it's a good one.
We got ETH is on its 800. It's trying to push. It's trying to bounce.
We've got
Just
the
don't get fake out, everybody.
the GDP data in 15 minutes. By the way,
GDP. Let me see
GDP
projections.
data. Yeah.
Okay. GDP projections. What up, Rick?
Yo, just watching the pullback.
Yep.
Yeah.
And the GDP data positive?
We don't know yet. It should be. It should
It
be.
said forecast was 4.3, if I'm not mistaken, and previous was negative 0.5.
Yeah, we had a negative. That was the first. Like we
forecast
fell
was-
hard on that point. Negative 0.5.
The forecast was 2.4%, and they've
2.4,
corrected it
yes,
to.
yes.
They've adjusted
Yeah,
that
here we go.
forecast to
2.4.
2.5%.
Yeah.
So you reckon if
So
we
we
finish,
declined at 0.5, and then if we declare 2.5 from a negative 0.5, ooh, that's
Yeah,
actually
negative
bullish.
0.5 for Q1, and then Q2, if that's a 2.5, that'd be, that's a big difference in GDP
So if it-
terms. Yeah.
The funny thing
So if
about
the
this
GDP
wedge,
is bullish, if the GDP is bullish, don't you think target 2 is out of the question?
Oh, I'm not sure.
Personally,
Not sure.
no. Because see here, if we're right now on the 4-hour macro, the fibs on the 4-hour. So the macro, we're actually on the 382 or the trend. If we break the 382, that's a 0.5. On the 0.5, you're gonna have a nice bounce. That's what we're looking at for like target 1, target 2. When we have that bounce at a 0.5, we might retest the 382, but the 618 is actually tastier. It's what I'm looking for. It's like 114. It's 113.5 to 114. That area.
Yeah. So if we have bullish news on the GDP, do you think it's all a dead cat bounce, I guess?
Well, you have to have one because we've been correcting for 3 days. So we need a relief rally. We need a rally compared to these corrective waves because these trends have been kind of hideous past couple of days.
this definitely looked like a cat bounce.
Yeah, this wedge, this long ass wedge. Yeah, I don't want to be part of that.
It looks like a freaking bridge.
Yeah. So all we gotta do now is just I'm just watching volume right now. If volume picks up on a green candle and produces at least 200% more volume than the past couple candles, then that might be a good trend. But until we see volume like last week, you have to look back to at least Friday to like last week's volume. We have to be either as high or more than last week's volume. Then that would be a reasonable trade.
Guys, excuse me, I'm coming back. Hold on.
Because if we don't pick up that volume, that means we're really heading into August where volume really decreases and we might just see some sideways action instead of a real bounce. Sideways is okay. I don't mind sideways. Because if you look at the 1 day, I mean, like we're just going sideways, to be honest. We've been going sideways for 18 days. On this
When's
really
the last time
long.
we went sideways for 18 days?
Yeah, if you look at the 1 day, we created a bull flag, went sideways, created these wicks. You can see this wick all the way to 114.5, went straight back up to the 382. Yeah. Just going sideways for now. We're just bouncing off it nonstop. 18 days. Up, we go up, and we've been producing these lower highs. Yeah, and we have these wedges. We're actually in a wedge, and the Bollinger is getting tighter.
We had 6
One day.
days in a row of record highs on the S&P 500. Yesterday was the first down. And we've had 17 record highs this year already for the
Yeah, you
S&P
think that
500.
I really feel that S&P highs, those highs were traps leading up to the end of the month. You know what I mean? Get
Mhm.
everybody to rally one more time before heading into
Mhm.
August.
Mhm.
So when I saw those highs, I was like, I'm gonna start taking some profit.
You had 6 days to do it.
Yep.
I think this is the most record highs of any year ever for the first half of the year. 17 of them. The most in a row was 11.
No, even in crypto, I have never seen us touch multiple all-time highs this many times,
Mhm.
like
Right.
the span of a cycle. Like
Mhm.
incredible.
Went up 67% on legacy year to date. The best year ever. I started selling off. I've been selling off bits and bits as I made profit, and so
I have a
my
question. I have a question.
Go ahead.
In your experience, Clive, like so multiple highs on the S&P and Nasdaq, right?
Mhm.
And then when the institutions take profit, where do they run to? They go back to gold or they look for other risk assets?
Really hard to say. Gold has never been a huge aspect of just running to it for a while. I mean, it's at 3,300. Everyone was saying, "No, it's going to 4,500." I sold off
Yeah, it has
silver
to go
yesterday.
sideways. I mean, that thing's been crazy the past couple of months, right?
Kind of. I mean, they were all projecting 5,000, et cetera, when it hit 32.
I'm still
Then it hit
waiting for
36.
4K.
Yeah, it's just not going to happen. I mean, you're talking about my generation, which got into gold, and we're getting old. We're dying off. We still have 74% of all the wealth. We're 3 times richer than everybody else. So the baby boomers. Right now, I'm on the edge of it. I'm 69 now. Gonna turn 70.
Yeah, trust me, at 69 and you're still this sharp, you're doing just fine, buddy.
I'm trying. The Domino's
Just
delivery actually is what helps me.
yeah.
I've
No, to be
tried.
honest,
I've
you just
tried
have to keep
taking.
the brain active.
I walked
Like,
in there yesterday just as a lark, 30 minutes before my shift would have started, and they were swamped. And they're like, "Why aren't you wearing your uniform?" And I'm like, "I really kind of need that second day off." Hell, I put in 55 hours a week. But
so
for an
in
extra 55, 70,000 a year for working nighttime, that's not bad.
that's not bad. I mean, what else are you gonna do at night, right? Watch TV?
Exactly. I haven't watched TV in 10 years.
Oh, really?
I turned it off. I basically worked 20 hours a day. 2-2-hour naps.
Yes. Oh I'm hitting that mark. I'm doing 16, 18 a day now. My
Mm-hmm.
girl's going like, I'm the surgeon. I'm supposed to work harder than you. And she's like,
Right.
you're up. Like she wakes up in the morning. I'm still at it.
Yeah. I started about 3 a.m. I go to sleep
Oh
at
well,
1.
guys, we're seeing this really
Go ahead.
seeing a real ETH bounce right now on ETH on the 800. Seeing that's a pretty good increase in volume on ETH. Sweet. Also getting some love. Soul getting some love. Oh, wonder what this is. Wait. Did they announce the GDP already? Because this is a vector. Wait. Oh, this is a retail candle. Look at that.
I think it's in 7 minutes.
Okay, so
I
people
think,
right.
I think the down move was the manipulation to
Yeah,
shake
yeah,
people
because those
out.
were vectors,
So,
right? 3 vectors in a row. I was wondering when they were gonna clean that up.
yeah, I'm not sure though.
Yeah, let's see. I am touching
I'm
it.
not a believer. I'm not a believer in manipulation. The market reflects what the market reflects. Hedge funds against hedge funds, etc. I want to sell at this. You want to buy at that.
I wouldn't
don't
say like
view it
pure
as
manipulation. I would say, what's the word for it? Motivation.
Yeah,
The
yeah, but
market likes to motivate the market towards
hunting
certain
for
trends.
liquidity, hunting liquidity.
I hear
Yeah.
this, the shorts got liquidated. Yeah, but you don't know that the person had a short position and a long position, so he made money in the other.
So can we
Got
call it
both
like
both
motivation?
sides.
Like you have to motivate the market towards a trend, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can do that. Motivate it and just like let the money flow towards that motivation.
Right. Someone had a suggestion of
Institutions.
befriending various corporations to see breaking news and all that, but really, if somebody got on there and leaked something, etc., you don't know if it's false or true or someone posing. Like, I wait for the official news, and that comes out in seconds. The amount of information you have at your fingertips is insane compared to what I had. I mean, I was buying silver quarters that were still in circulation for 13 and selling them at 13 times face value, up to 20 times face value.
Quarters used to be made out of silver?
Right. Yeah, that's how I made my first. I borrowed $1,000 from my dad. I went around and bought up at the banks. The banks, 40% of I'd buy $1,000, 400 of it would be in silver, and I'd sell it at 15 times face. Go back and get another $1,000, $5,000, etc. Made 100,000 in 2 weeks. I paid him back $2,000, and he was happy as a clam. That's how I got started. Silver is 140 an ounce.
Wow.
It was the Hunt brothers. This is before you had, they just bought it up and bought it up and bought it up, tried to corner the market. And when the market opened at 140 an ounce, they put, okay, who wants to pay 140? Who wants to pay 120? 100? No buyers, no buyers. 80, 70. It got down to 25 before there was a single buyer. And that's why these stops and all that, protect you.
Good morning.
Totally. Over. Here we're all waiting for Fed results. We know what they are. Come on. He's told you 1,000 times.
When is it? In 1 hour?
Nah, a few hours. For the Fed FOMC meeting.
Man, this price action is disgusting.
Probably like 6 hours or something like that.
How's
We're
Dom
Yeah,
doing?
We're watching earnings on
ETH is pushing,
Microsoft
guys.
and
Like no joke, ETH is kind of looking
It's
good.
going?
Now ETH is on the 800 of the 15, and Dom is, I think it wants to do another retest. Let's see if it bounces right on the top of this the retest candle.
So GDP's in less than 2 minutes now. To those who weren't aware, that like the data release.
2 hours? Okay, so
No,
we have time.
2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Okay.
2 minutes.
And then we have
All right.
FOMC funds rate at.
Yeah. Be careful, guys.
Yeah.
Market opens plus GDP announcement, volatility. So just watch it. Watch your trades. Keep things tight.
Pre-market's been open for 4 hours.
Market opens in 1 hour, doesn't it? US?
Yep.
The US,
We have GDP. Then 1 hour is market open, and then we have FOMC in the afternoon, right?
Yeah, it's like I think it's 2 p.m. Eastern, and then at
Yeah.
2:30 is the press conference where he talks to the press. Yeah.
He'll
Yeah, he's gonna
announce.
have his usual. We're just gonna do nothing.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
has it
But he
worked?
should announce the upcoming
Has it
ones, though.
worked out?
Yeah, I mean, like if GDP is on a plus, that means he's been doing a good job.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and he's always commented, well, at least recently, yeah, labor market is strong, and that
Yeah.
produces a good GDP usually, right?
Now, yesterday it was jobs were at a 7-month low.
When you
Here
say
comes
low,
that.
that means more people don't have jobs or more people have
More
jobs.
people do not have jobs.
Okay.
Now, 7 months is not. It's a trend of sorts. And remember, a lot of this data is collected and then reevaluated 30 days later.
Oh,
A lot
here's
of
the
people,
GDP.
a
It's
lot of those
pending.
people that
It's
don't
about
have
to
jobs
drop.
are actually the people who were fired, right? from the
Yeah, yeah.
government.
Well, they moved. The reason jobs went way up was because the Doge employees went from federal to state and local.
Oh.
All the people they got rid of immediately. Hey, I've got the qualifications. Okay, we need you. And a
Okay,
lot
it's
of them got the
pending,
jobs back.
pending. Oh, it's a 3%. It's up by
Wow.
0.5% off of the forecast.
Wow.
3%
Okay.
GDP.
Wow. That is
Yeah,
huge. Okay, guys.
that's
Wow.
good.
Right.
Yeah,
That's
Yeah,
good.
that's
Yeah.
strong
very
one.
good.
Good evening,
Yeah,
good
market's
morning,
That's good
good
news.
afternoon, everyone.
Retail candles.
Yeah, that's a good result.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, everyone.
I
Hello.
always ask this one question early in the morning, et cetera, or every week or so. Are you better off now than you were a year ago? Yes, sir. Just mull it over. A year ago, how were you? Now, how are you? I think you're better off for the most part.
Yeah, I'm gonna check the S&P. Let's see what's going on.
Oh, we got good numbers. That's good. Let's swipe the floor and let's go up.
Yeah, man.
S&P.
I guess
Just hit
the
its
biggest part
highs.
of today is
Distribution.
that press conference is, I'm guessing, the bigger deal today, maybe. Hearing about his tone.
The big stock today is Microsoft. They're reporting.
Oh, yeah. When does that drop out? Well, when does that come out?
I don't know if it's pre-market or post-market, but it's reporting today. You can look it up.
Nice.
We had Google, and the other one is God. Who is it? Amazon.
And were they okay, or?
Well, the Microsoft reports today, and I think the other one reports in a few days. Might even be tomorrow. I don't think they report on the same day.
Were you saying that Google and Amazon have already come out? Like
Yeah, Google was good. Amazon has not come out.
Oh,
Tesla was the big one, the other big one.
yeah.
I'm long on Tesla. I'm also very long on United Health. It's at a very low point. Target is 475, currently trading at 269. I
That's
have a
huge.
heavy position in it. And over 1.3% in IBIT. I was actually in profit this morning, but not enough to make a difference. 4 cents. I think you're going to see a rise in BTC here in the next 20 minutes towards market open. That was quite a dip since 6 a.m.
We'll see. We still got the. I ain't doing anything until it gets over the 50. For me, the trend continues.
Sounded like Powell.
Strength.
Nothing wrong with staying on the sidelines with good positions.
Yep.
You believe in the product.
Agreed. Yeah, my short's still active, but like, let's see. I'm gonna move the stop loss.
Now be shorting now.
Yeah, I'm shorting BTC. I shorted BTC when it broke the trend earlier.
Well, I'm long.
I'm just waiting.
What made you short it here?
No, not here, not here. I shorted earlier.
Ah, okay, I see.
I short the top of the wedge.
Yeah, a bunch of the guys on chat like started the short when we saw that break of the wedge.
NVIDIA climbing. Hit a low of 175.70, currently 176.54. Intel way up.
Hello. Testing 1, 2, 3.
We hear you.
Hello.
Good morning, testing.
Yo.
Yo, what's up, everyone?
All good.
No.
Just waiting.
GDP is up.
Yeah, 0.5%.
3%.
3%.
It's up by 2%, 5%, I guess. It was expected 2.5 and it came out 3%.
Yeah.
0.5%. That's good. Not bad.
Yeah, it is definitely good.
I'm seeing lots of red box news today, all the way down from the top.
Guys, can somebody explain me the reason why Bitcoin is moving opposite direction of dominance? Like every time dominance is going up, Bitcoin's coming down.
I think it's just
Okay,
for
so-
FOMC at the moment, certainty.
So the thesis is we're trying to build and head on to altcoin season, right? Because for the past 6 months it's been Bitcoin season, correct?
Right.
So when you see dominance drop and Bitcoin goes up, it's because the alts are also reacting to the upside of Bitcoin. So when altcoins move up, that takes a little bit of dominance, especially because of how ETH has been performing. ETH is the white knight. It's one of the it's actually the only altcoin that has enough market cap that can sway dominance.
So the the altcoins that are pair with the BTC are the one that is taking control of
Yes.
the dominance
That's
right
why
now.
Dbloc has been saying like,
Yeah.
if you are gonna choose your alts during the alt season, choose the right ones. You have to be very choosy on which altcoins you're gonna ride.
Yeah, makes sense.
You know you're in Bitcoin season when Bitcoin goes up and dominance goes up alongside with it. And that's what we've been doing. That's why we went all the way to 65%, right?
Yeah.
Because we were still in Bitcoin season. We weren't supposed to be trading alts. And that's why we had that target down below on dominance that Dbloc had that we bounced off of multiple times. That would signal a proper
beginning of moving into alts because alts would have enough strength to create their own trends and not listen to Bitcoin as much.
Copy that. That's good to know.
Yep. So you're now seeing kind of a shift of sentiment. Like now that people have taken their profits at 122, 120, because we've had multiple all-time highs the past 2 months, right? It's been crazy.
Yeah.
And when you have that, you have a lot of people taking profit. So where does that profit go? Of course, it's either it goes to other risk assets or it goes into the alts. And that's why
Right.
you saw ETH just surge from like 2.5 all the way to we're almost at 4K, right?
Yeah, I remember the BlackRock. They saw some BTC and they put it into the ETH ETF. That was probably like a month ago, maybe a month and a half.
Yeah, they've been in a selling streak. I've been looking at the BlackRock's tape. I have on my one screen. I have a small window where it shows the BlackRock's tape for BTC and ETH, and you can see when they start selling. They really sell on every top. They sell at 120. They sell 119.
Yeah. A lot of people are talking about Trump now. Oh no, Trump just tweeted about the GDP result.
Morning, everybody.
Morning.
Really?
So, I just want to let you know that I still have the upper 120s in my sights. In fact, I'm looking at more like the 130s to 140. But the key is 118.3, and we need to achieve that soon. And so I'm looking for that today.
On the same page.
Yes, that that ellipse that we had on that chart quite a while ago, that's it. We're on the edge of that ellipse now. So we have to enter into that ellipse in order to break out above 119.7.
Guys, I just saw something on Twitter right now. $4 trillion JP Morgan Chase partnered with Coinbase to make buying crypto easier than ever. That is crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, the charting is it doesn't lie. So you just have to keep your wits about you and protect your trades. Keep the macro in focus.
Yep.
So 122.5 is an extension up on this path. If we can go ahead and move past that 118.3.
That's the first target.
Yeah. So, well, actually, we would need 129.64. But we're kind of running out of time, but we can do it.
Timing is the thing that it's getting me in my nerves right now.
Yeah, yesterday was a very difficult trading day. It was.
Yeah. Yeah, because yesterday the US session completely destroyed the structure that was forming, and then now we're in a different one completely.
Mm-hmm.
And I agree with you, BJ, what you said about I think we front run the retest of the 112, 113. I think that was definitely the move.
The breakdown here is still possible, so we have to be careful. So let's say we do break down here. You have 116,600 after 117,118. And then failure there would take us to 115,225.
Yeah, hopefully not. I would like to see a swing failure around 116,800.
So yeah, that technically we really need to hold 117.52, not fall below 117. That that for our ascending line, it really needs to hold. But because otherwise our structure is going to collapse, because we're right now what we're doing is we're failing the 800 on the 1 minute again. So if we don't reclaim that our structure is going to fall to another level, possibly down to that 14.8 level, right? Because 15.2 is the break point.
Correct. Yeah, this low is getting too low for my taste.
Yeah, we're hanging there by a thread, but sometimes Bitcoin just really likes to test those threads. This is where you gotta have a stiff back.
Sounds like your strength comes from your experience, BJ.
It does. You gotta have confidence in what you see, and and you have to know that if it fails, it does fail, and that you can't sit there and hope. You just have to say, okay, I'm going to regroup, and we'll come from underneath and go from lower, and start your trade again.
Hey, BJ, please only answer if you're comfortable, but where did you start your career in the financial world?
To be completely honest, I used to trade stocks, just passively. I was a teacher. I taught economics, and so I taught the stock market. But I was disabled several, over 20 years ago in a car accident. And my son in 2021 came to me. He is young. I can't remember how old he was, but he was pretty young. And he said, "Mom, I think you should look into this Dogecoin thing. Elon Musk is talking about it. I think you should buy some of that." So I looked into that, and I was a little nervous. But prior to that, I wanted to buy Bitcoin at $75, and I passed it up because I was afraid of the custody. I didn't understand. At that time, you had to trust it being, kind of in the ether, and you didn't know, well, who has control of it. You didn't know where you were sending your money and how you were gonna access it, what it was for. But I knew I was interested in that. And anyway, so that's that. Then so in order to, after I bought this Bitcoin, or not Bitcoin, Dogecoin, I was looking around on the YouTube, and I stumbled across a channel. And then I kept watching charts. I had that channel on 24 hours a day and listening. And I started watching the way it moved. And then I was watching Bitcoin. So then that's how it's really started. And then I started charting on my own. And I didn't chart like anybody else. I just followed my own thing, because when I got my computer, I got a trading view thing, and it was like a blank sheet. And I thought, well, how am I going to do this? So I just started fiddling around, developed my own system. So that's how it is. And I've evolved, and I have not gone away from my system. So that's how.
That's fantastic. Thanks for sharing. So we're your virtual students.
Pretty much, yeah. Yeah.
That's great.
And-
You it makes sense that you have so much care. You are like our mom. So thank you for everything.
So I appreciate that sentiment because, it gives me such pleasure to kind of be in that teaching field because that's what I wanted to do my whole life. And when I wasn't able to teach anymore in the physical world, doing this has just brought life back to me.
That's fantastic. Well, I've never spoken to you. I never talk really. I've been listening to you for a couple of years, and it's awesome. And I think that you do tremendous work. And even when you say things and people don't respond, there's plenty of people like me that are just soaking it all in.
Oh my gosh, you made my day. Thank you so much. I wish you the best.
Well, I'm just getting started, so I need all I can get.
So, there is a starting point for everything, and we can learn something every day. And as long as you build upon that and don't collapse under your failures, because there's going to be a failure, and there might be a failure every day. But as long as you can make progress in some area, you're going to put it all together and you're going to have success.
Appreciate that. Yeah, I've made the food many times. I've just never followed the recipe. So it's back to basics.
Yeah, and Dbloc is very, very special. There are a few people that can have his kind of wisdom and knowledge that encompasses a lot. I stay in my charting lane. I don't delve up into all those other branches, although I'm getting better at that. But we like to be a team, and I think that's why this community is so valuable.
Absolutely, it's a blessing. Tremendous support system.
Mm-hmm. And that's the other thing, having support for one another and understanding that each of us goes through emotional ups and downs and highs and lows is also something important to remember. That there are times when you just feel like screaming and crying, and there are times when you have so much joy, and when others can share that with you, it just makes it so much worthwhile. And it is a lot of exhausting work mentally. Trading is very, very exhausting. So you must take care of your physical being. You need to eat right. You need to get up and stretch. You need to exercise. You need to refresh your mind. Be still and be quiet every now and then. I like to take pictures of flowers and of nature and just enjoy the beauty in things and look at the structure of things, because it opens your mind to recognizing patterns and all kinds of stuff. But you need to get away from the constant chart and trading so that you can come back refreshed every now and then. It's very important to do.
That's great input. Yeah, thank you. If I may ask you just one question, just looking
Sure.
back on your experience in equities and trading, and now that you've made this transition, it seems like, within the last 5-6 years, is there something that you learned in your training and your experience in the equities market that you have thrown to the wind because it plays no part in your experience with trading crypto?
Yes, the idea of the buy and hold is valuable for equities and long-term holding. But if you're going to be a trader, you need to not be married to a coin. You need to not be married to a particular setup. You need to understand that where your lines are, and be ready to cut the trade, or be ready to leave some there to grow. So those are the things that's different for crypto. Crypto is a faster pace. I think that's why I enjoy it so much, because it evolves every day, and there's something new every day. And I just think it's so exciting.
Absolutely, and having separate wallets is so important for your long bags, so that you
Yes.
don't create any confusion.
It is. And there is a huge difference too in spot trading versus leverage trading. And I would suggest also that before you start, being serious about leverage trading, that you do understand how to chart, and at the very least, understand how to read charts.
Yeah, I'm. You know what? Leverage to me is kind of like Vegas. I just don't do either of those things. I know they're not good for me, but I'm gonna keep charting.
Yes. And yeah, of course you need that for spot trading too. But at least in spot, you really don't lose unless you sell, right? You can wait it out. You don't have that capital. You have an opportunity cost, right? So if you're underwater, you can't use that capital anymore because it's sitting there underwater. But you haven't lost it until you sell. So that's the thing with spot. Now, if the whole project or coin goes kapoo, then yeah, you're going to lose, and it's just going to keep going down. So at that point, you need to know, well, when do I sell to stop the bleeding, right, and reposition, that kind of thing. But the overall theme there is that you don't lose your initial unless you sell at a loss, right? And
Absolutely.
with leverage, it can be taken from you is the difference. If you don't act, the market will act for you. So that is the difference. So you have to take the profit, and you have to, what do you call it? Stem your loss, or keep your loss from getting greater. That's your job as a trader. If you're trading on leverage, you must be active and execute. And that's where people have a problem, is that it's hard to execute.
Well, if it was easy, I think Dbloc and Drew and some of the people that are the head of this channel would be doing leverage all the time, and they're not.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do that until I'm it's like a hobby where I've just got little money that I just want to throw away. I'm not even
Well,
going to play
there is
around
a
with
time
that.
and a place for leverage, and you can, the word leverage, you can leverage you can leverage something, right? It just means that you're gonna use what you have to grow it faster. So there is a time and a place for that, but you must know what you're doing, and there you go with that. Doesn't mean it's right for everybody, for sure.
Absolutely. Well, we'll get there.
Okay, so here, let's see what we got here. All right, we're looking up towards the 200 right now on the 1 minute. So we've moved up over this descending angle right here and above 117,740. So let's hold that line. And then our next line is 117,914. And there we dropped from it. So let's see. All right, now, here we go.
That was a quick move.
Yeah, this trade is always very similar. I notice that, but what we want to watch here is whether or not we come down below this line here, which is 117,367, because you see here these feet down here on the left, and you see how that's the space between that triangle and the other. You see that?
Hold on. I was not watching your chart. Hold on.
See that? Here's the difference between.
Yeah.
Okay. So now you see that little ball moving up over that green line that's up there. See these three lines. 1, 2, 3. Now
Yes.
here's the 50-day moving average on the 1 minute. This one. This is the regular moving average. And notice where that is. And here's the space between this descending angle right here. And then this line here. And then up here is your 200. Notice how that's right at the daily open. And then above that is the 800. And above that is the pivot point. Now, when I click on that pivot point, look at here's the volume structure on the right.
Right.
See where most of our volume is right here. Okay. So now we just bounce back up over again, and we're grabbing this liquid. Now, these white dotted lines are my measurements, the 0 line and the 90 degrees. So these, for me, us trading over across that, and it just happens to be where that 800 is. But look at across the top. See that? Here's that white dotted line. See how we bounced there? And right there is where we failed at. Now we're going to come back up. And if we trade back over that, that's a continuation move, right? And so then after we trade over that line, that's the 200 MA for the 1 minute, right?
Mm-hmm.
So then now let's look at the 69 minute. Okay, and now here's the structure. So that blue triangle angle and those 3 lines that I was just talking about, those green lines, those are ascending here. Now here's structure on the 1 hour. Here's that ellipse that I was talking about a little while ago. Then here's our gap on the upside. Now you see that other white dotted line I got up there?
Mm-hmm.
That's our next pivot. Now here's where that triangle ends. Right there at that point. Now, what's that number? 118,972. Now, this this yellow line up here comes across. Now, see that? That is our 5 EMA line where it danced across, down and up, right there. That 5 EMA. See it? That yellow.
The yellow,
little squiggly yellow line in that structure of the ribbon. Now you follow that across and see how the yellow line, that our 5 EMA never came up above that yet?
Right.
See? Here it is again, down there. Now, there's our angular that we missed in the middle there.
Yeah, that's when we broke the structure yesterday.
Correct. Exactly. This is where we danced right there. This 118, this gap is what we missed yesterday.
Mhm.
Now we fell down here, and now here's our other ray, this purple. Look at that. See? Now this is what we're trying to get up above today. So here is the angle down on that triangle right there. And now, you see this channel between the greens?
Between the two greens, yeah.
Yep, here and here on the ascending. See? Dot,
Right.
dot, dot. Okay, now I go vertically straight down. Look at that point right here. Boom, on that triangle. See?
Should we go parabolic from that
We
edge of
could.
the triangle?
Well, I don't know if we'll go parabolic because we still have this point to meet. So let me do this.
Because the triangle, the angle, it should be the who guide the trend today. The blue
Here.
triangle that you have, right?
Yeah.
Walking
because-
through the triangle.
So see how weirdly shaped that triangle is. See, here it is.
Right.
Okay. Now
That one.
we're right on the edge of that. So where does that tip come? Comes right here. Here, see this? From down here. And that's coming from this fib circle, right? And there's my snowflake. Now, well, look what that brings up. Brings up this. This is a forward moving and an uptrend. But we don't get that forward moving uptrend until we come across this horizontal line because, see, the arc goes down, presses down past that. It is an upward arc past this horizontal here. So that's why this this space here is so volatile because it's competing with fibs mathematically right there. See that? This is a bloom here and a bloom. So this this space, this structure here, this is why time is important. See how that makes this triangle like structure? It's kind of like a wonky one with an arc right there, that white. See how that, and then once you got over this angular here, this see that light purple, then you enter into this fan like that. So here's our resistance arcs. These skinny black lines. Sorry, my husband sneezed. Okay, and now this brings me back to these pink arcs. These two, 1, 2. These are like the glue over the whole structure, and that stems way back from.
That's our resistance right now, right?
That's
what's
correct.
holding the pie.
That is what's holding it up. That is what's holding it up from the left side, from way over here. So once we cross that, that allows us to enter into the 120s to the 129. See, hold on. Oh, cancel. Cancel and cancel. Okay, so here, this is our 109. So that's the steam here. And then here is our 125, right? So that's here, right? Yes. Now you go across, this is time. So here's your vertical, all right? That's why we have to cross this. Now, where are those? Okay, so see this pink arc? These are the bands that we're trying to cross right here. These two right there. That's a pivot because it means we're gonna hit this square. Boom, boom, and the four corners. So this down here is bearish. This up here is bullish, right?
Right.
Right. So we got to get in that seam right there. So we're in this little corner. Now, when I was showing you those three lines, this is where those three lines are. See the green?
The
right
green,
there?
yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
And then the black is here. So the gateway is the pink, pink, pink. See how we were just right there? And then you saw the little purple. So let me fan that out. Here's price action. See that? Boom, 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 boom. Zoom. Up, up, up. All right. Now, okay, I'm on the 3-day, by the way.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I think the green line can, if we hold the green line, it can create like definite explosion because Bitcoin needs to move. Like we talked about before, like we're running out of time right now, and that's my concern.
Yep. So here's our wheel or our circle. Here's our green line. Here's our
Yeah, there's a
here's our
lot of volatility right now.
Yep.
If you look at the chart.
Very much. We're at 117.5, so we lost that. Let's see.
I have a feeling that this move that is coming down and up is gonna be wild. It's gonna be
Yeah.
fast.
Oh boy. Yep. Look at here. Oh goodness.
Yeah, I have a target right now on 116.8. Um, the exact number is 116.777.
16.7. Let's see. 776. Yeah, I got it right there. Boom, right across. That's it. Right there. 116.9. Where's 116.7? But that's not on today. Today's 117.110.
Yes. I think we're gonna swipe down the liquidity, and then we're gonna move forward.
116.7 would be breaking this right here.
Yeah, it will create a wick. That's my hope.
So let's see, what is this day? I'm not sure. This 3-day ends here. I don't know if we're gonna break that. Let's see, candle's coming down now. 17.477. I think this might be it for the dip. Okay, so it didn't really get much better than that right there. I'm feeling pretty good, but we do need to keep continuing step this ladder. We have not crossed that 800 up there, and we need to cruise over 117,840 on our resistance here. But that was a very pivotal move right down here. I mean, you could not have come any closer. Do you see that? I mean, that was by the hair.
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
And I mean, you could see the squeeze live if you were watching. It was pretty incredible right there.
Yeah, there's a lot of volatility on that range.
See that white line? That's where the squeeze happened right there. That was from this liquidity on the shorts back here. Let me show you if I can. Right here.
So you don't think we're gonna go to the third line, to the third green line that you have?
Down?
Yeah.
Well, see, we crossed this angle. Now, what I can do is put up the next one forward this way. And so if we don't fall down this channel, right? Let me show you visually. See, here's the, on the 5 minute, here's the 50 EMA up here. See how it's descending on this side?
Yeah.
Isolated here. Okay, so here's where it straddles this descending line, and now it's on the right side. Now that EMA has fallen underneath 117,840. See right there. So in order to correct this time frame, price has got to move up past there and then reclaim that number, which is 117,940, right? And then see how the 200 crossed right there. So this descending line has been beat by price, but now we've got to beat it again, and then on the horizontal. So if you put a curve up like this, a circle, you have to trade within that circular boundary on that curve and reclaim over that line. See where that is the dip. So this yellow line is the visual that we need to have. So if I highlight that, you'll see now, and then here's your markers. See how you have half the marker here over and under, and then here we went over that line and back up to that white line, or the dotted lines, right? Then we went back under. Now here you see the squeeze, and then we fell down underneath. Now the whole thing is here. So now we're trying to reclaim it. Okay.
BJ, can you check the 3-minute chart?
Sure. So the 3-minute chart, we're over the third green solidly right now, and we've got a curve. That curve would continue, straight, and then we have got to go to 117.74. There it did. Now we have to come back up over that yellow line there. 117.819 at least. So let me do this.
The 800, it's covered on the 3-minute chart above. I mean on top.
Okay, just
so
a second.
Yeah.
shoot. There. The 800 on the 3-minute chart is right at the pivot.
Right. That's what I think it's forcing the price to move down.
All right, well, let's watch here. We're about to cross that 117.840, which is that psychological low. And then we go to the daily open. So the 200 has not fallen beneath the cross line. So the whole structure of the 3-minute has not fallen yet.
Yeah, that's my theory of the reason why I think we're gonna go a little lower.
So this right here, that's what gave us that the hope to be able to, well, when I say hope, you know what I mean, but that this validated a possible up move right here. So back over. And then when we did this here, so there's two, so 118.4 118.434 is possible here. And then we would need to reclaim that number and that 118.518 to 118.535.
Yeah, 3-minute. It's like the lower time frame that I go.
Mm-hmm. Instead of
Because
the 1, you stick to the 3.
yeah, because it's a multiple of the 30-minute candle. That
So I
like
think I'll adopt that more often.
it clears a little bit more the noise in the 1 minute.
Yeah. So yesterday was very interesting to me because let me see if I can find that chart. But anyway, at this
Yesterday we should not go under that white line with dots that you have.
yes. But the thing that was very interesting is that on April 29th, we hit this, was it this number? I have to go back and look, but anyway, it was exact. We hit the exact line on the 1 minute, which gave me a reason to believe that we were going to go back. We're going to cross it and we're going to hit all-time high again.
So do I. I thought
Yeah.
that was yeah.
Yeah.
I was not
And
expecting that move down to
yeah,
the downside.
I think yesterday was a deviation because, and the reason was because of anticipation over today. It was not a structural deviation. It was just the market holding its breath for today's information and this week.
Probably.
Yeah, I don't think. I think it was just a clearing the. People were just kind of anticipating how the market's going to move. So they were de-risking, and that's the word.
That makes sense. I'm coming back. And I'm back. Market makers don't want to pay for. They don't want to pay to go down and swipe that liquidity. They want retail to do it.
Bitcoin just playing with people's hearts today, huh? Ouchie mama.
Okay, so we are almost there. I mean, it's just like right on the edge. Look at this. Here's the fib spiral, and we're just dancing on that edge. I'm on the 6-hour chart, so here You see this spiral right here? This curved line is where price is right. This little dot here. Now let me put up this triangle right. The pink triangle. Then here's the blue that we were just talking about. This is the edge. This
Hi,
blue
BJ.
edge.
Hello, you there, BJ?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Hi, hi. Yeah, I can hear you. Thank you. What chart are you looking at? I'm on. Where can I see what you're inputting on the chart? Which page is it on?
You look for BJ. BJ's live. You mean on the Discord?
Yeah, on the Discord. Oh, BJ's live. Okay, sorry, I'm on Dbloc's one because sorry, I'm on
No,
Dbloc's
that's
one. So maybe
okay. It's okay. It's hard to.
I'm this. I'm just trying to work it all
Yeah.
out. So my apologies.
Okay,
Thanks
so
for that.
here, yeah. So we're talking about these two triangles, and here's the pink structure, and here's the blue. There you go. Okay, so this red red line is the underside of the blue triangle on the early time frames. Here's your the pink fib spiral, right? So and I'm looking at this chart more vertically, right, than horizontal. Then on the 3-minute that we were just dealing with, we needed price to come over this this line right here. Notice how we're at 117,874. Okay, so this here's the pivot. You see how I have this little squiggly line right here on this sign pivot point, this angle going this way. We have got to cross that on this vertical, right, for continuation up. So we have to climb up on this side of this triangle vertically across this white dotted line, right? That white dotted line there is 17,992. So notice how we got over to the 117,840. Well, we're not there yet. We're almost there. Okay, and we just slipped underneath this. This is the curve for the 6 hour. So I'm gonna change now. Go back down. 15-minute. So on the 15-minute, see how we're above this edge, but we're not above this yellow line yet. Now, structure-wise, here's the time frame structure on the 15-minute. Let me show you. For reference, here's that spiral, okay, that we were just looking at. And there's my sign, pivot point. Okay, hang on. All right, so here's the structure. Here's the 200 is right there. So notice here's this vertical. There's where I designated, 3-minute. We needed to come up over this on the 3-minute chart. And now here's 5 EMA, 13 EMA, psychological low. And a while ago, we were talking about this yellow line over the 3 greens. Here's the 3 greens that are ascending. And so here's the the division of those triangles. Now, if I pull this chart down, you can see this overhead ellipse. That's our resistance. And then here is where the break of that resistance is on that angular. So this purple line is what we failed the other day. See, here's the top. Here's that 15-minute box. right here. So that dashed line, right? This dashed line is that break right there. So if we recover that, see when I pulled down that chart, then that 3-minute line moved. All right, so you have to recover that, this line. So now you see the price peeking through those lines there. Those are descending lines. And then you see that 200. Oh, it keeps coming off of the screen there. Okay, see, it's peeking through, and we have this time. This is a time bar, right? So price needs to move up through here in this space, right, and not fall around the corner over here back down. So down here would be our 117,382, and notice how that would be a break of the structure here. That would be falling off that edge there. So your 50 there. So here's your the 50 EMA is right on this black line there. Now if you make a triangle, you go like this, this, and this. That triangle intersects here. This is a bow tie, this point right there. 117,992. So this is a very important spot. After we come up here and possibly, retake that 200 and 800 right here. If price doesn't continue to ascend, it's going to have another decision at this point, because we would be testing these other time, like the 30-minute. See, this is the structure of the 30-minute, where okay, so here's the 30-minute, and notice how that 200 comes up over that spiral, and there's the 15-minute box. You stretch that box across, and look at that right there's that breakpoint I was talking about. Now if I go straight line down, there's the tip of that triangle right here. That's 117,039. We talked about that number earlier today. So if I square that out, let's do that. I'll put a crossbar there. All right, that shows you this structure like that, and then here's your your ascending lines, and now that gives you this color that you can visually, see, and then you see this ascending edge over here. So this is failing or going lower here. So structure is beginning to build up. I'm trying to put that there. Okay, so we're trying to build up over this line here and continue up towards this point, 119, because that is over that that bar is purple. See, so price is trying to head this way and build the structure of the EMAs to flow back over here. This is that that orange right here. I know it looks because we have so much going on with building a new floor. It looks like a mess, because It is. It's we're trying to build from here to here. This is all building upwards between this point and this point, and we're trying to go past this point. This point is 120,500, and here again are those arcs, the pink arcs. See that? That's like the overall resistance there. So our EMAs, as they travel, they need to be lifted up by price. So here you can see that bow tie, and here you can see that crossbar. So on the vertical, this is why your verticals make so much difference and your horizontal. But the angular is your key to understanding where you're failing. Or when I say failing, I don't mean that. It's a drift. It's either drifting forward or falling forward, I guess is the name that I usually use. You know, we're falling forward. It doesn't mean that you're not bullish. It just means that you're trying to build up. So here's the macro, right? And so instead of falling underneath that crossbar, we're trying to come up here to be able to get into this side of it, right there on that macro. See? Oh, let me do this. Now, look at where that spiral tip hits, right there. And notice how I have these words, must cross angular resistance. Okay, so if I highlight that, you can see it. You can see that that is our path right there, right? And this would be our, for time, that's what we have to understand, where we have to get to on time before we fall under this arc right there. And that arc takes us down to 114.5 if we aren't going to build the structure this way and up. So it's a precarious spot that we're in. So here, if you look here, this ascending line hugs the move from 110.942 up to 122.3. See what I'm saying? From this point here, and then you go follow that line to here. On the for time, you go straight down, and that's Wednesday. That's today. So that's where this target 122. But notice that you have to get to it on this angle, on the vertical, right? If you don't cross this resistance bar that's here lower, right? And that line is on this triangle, right? If you don't cross it on this date, then you have to wait until you get over here. Whereas the next time, that's up here. See where this line met that. Right there. Between 110.8 and 111.3. Right? Then the next one is 112.427. So if I go right there, this is the cross of those two ascending lines right there. And that is 114.0. So now notice how this arrow head points at that tip, or at that cross, right? You see it? Now, that arrow right there also intersects between this top line right here. Now that one shoots up to this. So this is why we have this break of this channel right here at this point. And that point is 118,396. That's why 118,396 or that 118,304 area is so important. Price is right here right now, and we have to come up to that edge there in order to beat this break. Otherwise, you have a gap between 118,3 and 5, right? See, 118,342 down to the bottom of this angle right there, that catch, that is 116,938. And then you fall here to this line, which is 114.6. If you go straight across 114.6, you don't have, the only thing you have is this little touch at 115.1. That's why this spot here is so precarious, because if I go straight across, that arc brings me way back down to possibly this line right there, which is 110,699, because we didn't have a whole lot of price action in this spot between 109.6 and 111.7. You see what, you follow what I'm saying? Because that's a pivot right there. That's a pivotal spot, and that gives us this triangle right here. So that's why this spot is so important right here. And you see this cone going down. Anyway, where are we? 117,948. Yay. Okay, let's look. I hope that was a little lesson. What seems so complicated really isn't in the end, but I guess, I mean, it is and it isn't.
We're getting rejected from 117.9 right now.
Okay. That's a temporary thing.
Yeah.
Yep. I saw a lot of that was a nice recovery. There wasn't much stalling in that at all. That was nice. Let's see if it holds.
I do want to see a swing failure on 116 800. I hope that we can make that swing failure so we can create a new structure, because this is crazy right now. On the macro, on the 4 hour, it makes sense to get to that point, but under 116.8, then I don't like it.
Yeah, but you don't think that the 4 hours already got its structure?
Yeah,
And
but I think we're gonna feel that week with the swing failure now.
okay, so I'm looking at the 4-hour, and we're at the chin, and then so you come see, this is where right here is where we're testing it, and it's gonna hit this arc. If we stay above that, then we beat the structure on the 4-hour, and it's the 6-hour. See, now we just lost that angle again. So let's see, we're timing where we have to come to. Let's see. Today it's the 10:30. It's 10:27. 10:57 is a key time frame or time. 10:57 on 69 minute. Let me figure this out. 10:57. Where are we? 10. Right there. Right there. 10:57 a.m. Okay, so and that's something. Okay, so 10:57. We cannot come where. Okay, below 592.
Get ready.
What on earth is going on?
Maybe we're gonna get a pump and the bow.
Yeah.
Heart wrenching.
Look at that. At
It's been pretty good.
10:57, we might come back down to 17,644, and then bounce
Carnage.
from there to 17,921 again, right there. And then this is our spot 118.50. And then on the 4-hour, because the 4-hour, okay, so where's the 4-hour going to close? At 12, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 o'clock Eastern. So where's 12? 12:36 a.m. is here. So 118.3 will pump to here. Or the failure will come to here to 117.1. If we're going to fail, we'll go below and we'll hit this target 117.1. And then this is where, okay, so if your bias is that we fail here, we would be at 12 p.m. 4. Okay, so the 4 o'clock candle, we would be at about 117, under 117,000. between the on the 4 o'clock candle between 4 and 8 today. If you're bullish, you're expecting that we're going to be between 118.3 and 118.7 right here. That, yeah, between 100 and busting over resistance at 1057, possibly to 118, possibly to 118,007. Yeah. And catching this at 118,452, and then this line would be 118,750, crossing that, and then our overhead is 118,907, and climbing over that ellipse would be 119,021, and then our horizontal would that 119,157 number would have to be crossed. So that is the bullish scenario right there.
I think we get a quick rip to 121 right before Powell, and then maybe some volatility.
Yeah, because, yeah. So, yeah, the 4, that's what I was talking about between the 12 o'clock and the 4 o'clock candle for the 4 hour. So the 10:57 a.m. candle, we want to see 118,238 to 118, 4. So bullish, we need to beat this angular 118,229 at least between now and the next half hour.
Yeah. I was look. Yeah, the 30-minute candle, they put a beautiful
It's
candle,
beautiful. It's gorgeous.
but the market now again, it's right there. So I don't get it. Like honestly,
It's
I'm just
beautiful.
like here looking right now because
So look at these moving averages, how gorgeous it is. They've come together. Price is coming from underneath.
look, it just retest again 117.9 and it's just coming down again.
This is the spot right here. It's beautiful. Look at the bounce right there, perfectly, and coming across the descending, and now it's going to test here. Now, if we get rejected again, all right, then that brings us to back down here and reject off this angle, and that is at 333. And so that's yours. You know, it could still happen that this is that midpoint at 117,382. You failed there, and you break the line at 117.1, and or in the evening, and then you fall to 116.6 and lower to 116.2. That still is a possibility right there. That
116.6, I will be okay. Lower than that, I wouldn't.
no, lower than that is bearish.
It's bearish, yeah, exactly. But between 116.6 and 117 flat, I think that's gonna be the move around there.
All right, yeah, 116.6 to
Do you guys see the inverse head and shoulders that's forming on the 1 hour?
yeah, that's what we're talking about right here.
Oh, really?
Yeah, yeah.
It's beautiful. So you come out there at
You know, if we rip to 121 before POW, and then the low being like 114, that's only a 5% range. Like from where we're at right now, it's exactly like 5%. So it's like 2.5% up, and then maybe 5% back down. Or we
Yeah,
can go
but we
2.5% down first and then up. But it makes sense, I feel like, to go up and then nuke it 5% on some bad news down to like 114, test those areas.
I think the catalyst is gonna be the Bitcoin reserve today. That comment probably it's
No, it already
what
came out. It was bearish.
what happened? What did it say?
Let me check. It says Trump administration released report from crypto working group with details on Bitcoin treasury reserves notably missing. So there was nothing like in the actual
So
details like regarding the strategic reserve.
so
That was
they
at
didn't
9:50.
mention what assets they're gonna purchase.
There was no mention of a strategic reserve. That's what was bearish.
Okay.
But that was earlier. That was at 9:15. I think the market's gotten over that by now.
All right.
Guys, do we think ENA is going to break out of this channel or pop back up?
I had ENA, I think it needs to test 50 cents. Around 48, 49 cents. Before it rips higher, I think.
So it's in an upward channel right now, and the bottom of that upward channel is right where it's at 55 cents. So if it breaks down to that 50, it's going to confirm the downside. But if
I
we're
think
saying
it
it's
needs
a
to
1
be a
hour
wick.
head and shoulders on Bitcoin, then it's probably going to bounce back up to the upper.
No, but if you look at ENA, it usually doesn't trade like the rest of the market. It sometimes does its own thing. Even like right now, it's doing its own thing. So there could be a scenario where Bitcoin starts going up and it starts trending down, especially since it had such a run for the last like week. But I mean, I am bullish on ENA, but I think that 50 cents is also the 0.236 fit. So like to keep the bullish thing intact for ENA, I feel like it needs to wick right there. And then yeah, hopefully it holds and starts ripping higher.
That would hit the uptrend perfectly.
Or maybe we just rip here to 64 again.
I caught a dope short on it, and I'm wondering if I should close it.
Yeah, I'm gonna pretty good short on ENA also. I've taken most profit out though, but because I think the market's gonna go up before POW. And then I don't know. I just don't know how high it's gonna be. But I think Bitcoin's gonna make an attempt for 120. We got some big buys coming in. Big buys.
Okay, I'm upping my price target overall to the 169 area.
Damn.
Yep, I am. I don't mean now. I'm just saying overall, the 158.7 to 169 is in play.
My target for the top of the bull run it's 171.
That makes sense. I got a 187 too, but yeah, 171 to 170, and 202, 187 to 202. But yeah, 170. Really, before I was at 180s. But let's see.
I don't know if we're gonna have the time for that, but
this line, the 155, 139. So this the 140 is very, very, very possible.
Yeah, step by step. Let's get to 120 first, then 130, 140. Sky's the limit, right?
Yeah. Well, Sky doesn't have a limit, maybe, but Bitcoin does.
Not necessarily.
Yeah.
It's all relative, you know.
Yeah.
It's if electricity continues on forever on planet Earth, Bitcoin might be able to continue and go on forever. And if generation and generation some pass away without leaving their keys, you know, those things will just get locked away and burnt basically, and it would just be scarcer and scarcer and scarcer, which would make the price go higher and higher and higher.
Or maybe a new technology comes out and then we have the bubble on Bitcoin. Who knows? Everything could happen.
Yeah, I like to look at NASDAQ and zoom out on NASDAQ when I try to get the grand scheme of things. And I'm thinking Bitcoin could push for 20 years easy.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, for sure.
I see some fat green candles coming in the next 20 minutes.
Big buys coming in. Watch out.
How long is it till power's on?
Is that 2 a.m. or 2:30 p.m. Eastern?
I mean, we all know what he's going to say, right? He's either going to say we get cuts, and that's a very small chance we're going to get the cuts, or he's going to say we're staying on course, but we're not doing the cuts, right? So,
No, but what's gonna be key is how many people dissent that this time, because there's already been Fed members coming out saying that we should cut, but there's only been like vocal ones. But if there starts to be like more of the majority is, then I think that changes things. And then yeah, like whatever he says in the conference, I don't know what he's gonna say. He's probably gonna asked some crazy questions. But that dissent is gonna be crazy. Like how many people voted to cut versus not.
Bitcoin, what are you doing?
these Bitcoin-backed loans are gaining a lot of momentum. Institutional investors are like, all right, let's get some more liquidity and, you know, just loan some Bitcoin for some cash.
The funny part is that since yesterday, I haven't seen the market makers stepping in. This is just retail.
Not 100% sure about that, but
I mean, based on the structure that we're building, it looks like retail.
Yeah, I mean, it looks pretty sporadic, and I think there is a lot of institutional money. Every few days, you see another 100 million, another 10 million, another 100 million come in. You could see it on the timeline. You could see it on, you know, news cycles. So things are happening, you know. So of course it's going to be
Yeah,
a mix.
but
Market
when you
makers
see,
are always present, in my opinion. Sometimes they just let the foot off the gas. Sometimes they let the
yeah,
foot
yeah,
off.
exactly. That's what I mean. That's what I mean. Because when you see the chart like so chop, 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 it's just retail trying to fight the position.
Because retail gets in a rhythm too. Sometimes market makers get in a rhythm. I mean, perfect scenario for market makers a lot of the time are to stay in range as long as possible and to keep it choppy, you know. So,
Yeah.
like, think about if you're providing liquidity, wouldn't you rather like eliminate the impermeable loss and just keep it in a range as long as possible? So even when it
Yep.
gets choppy, it doesn't necessarily mean the market makers aren't involved.
Yep. I agree.
usually, I guess, when you get barcodes and you see low activity, that's when they have to step in and get involved. When, it's getting dead and you're like, okay, I'm not seeing anything pop up on this order book on Binance, on Bybit, it's like, it's been 2 minutes and no one's doing nothing. It's like, okay, they have to step in.
Yeah. Let's see what happened, because it's been long since yesterday in this same range.
Yeah, me, I'm trading more on fundamentals. I'm throwing TA out the window these next 2 years, in my opinion. That's just me, though. I don't suggest anyone doing it, but I'm going to go with gut and fundamentals because TA, as you know, market makers, they're just, they're here to throw you off, basically, and, kind of get their own rhythm. Not just market makers, but, professional traders and whales and liquidation hunters and, stop loss triggers.
Got some nice buys rolling in.
Big buys, let's go. And when you see corporate interest growing like this in Bitcoin and Ethereum, and not like it was, of course it was always growing. I don't want to get too bullish, but I'm ultra bullish. Just what's going on. So right now, there's more than 70 companies around the globe that have crypto, and this is according to Forbes, and this is a conservative figure because, of course, there's a lot of unregistered operations going, but they have data that says 70 companies around the globe that are holding crypto as a treasury asset already, and that's about $70 billion, and that number is growing every day right now. So probably in about 2 weeks, it's going to be 100 billion. 3 weeks, 100 billion. So what are they saying?
So you saw the news.
What's that? Go ahead.
You saw the news about Chase that they partnered with Coinbase. So now a Chase customer, they will have a crypto wallet that they can do whatever, like whatever coin you have on crypto value, you sell, deposit, CD, transfer to savings, to checking account, write checks, whatever.
It's basically to use Chase credit cards on Coinbase. So that's kind of like, that's going to be their competition for what Gemini's doing with their Bitcoin card. Chase is going to help with Coinbase, with credit cards. So you could fund your Coinbase account using that Chase credit card, basically. Also, that's good though. That's the first time you can add any kind of crypto with a credit card. That's crazy. That is good news, though. That's very, very good news. But that's, bad news for degens because that's just going to create a big hole in a lot of pockets right there. And it's just, never-ending debt, and it's just going to increase the cycle of people in debt. But for responsible, risk managers, that's beautiful.
Yeah.
So you have to use it through JP Morgan's API, basically. So this is, okay, that's pretty cool. So this is anybody that's already a Chase customer, and they could link their bank. So this is beyond, you're right, this is beyond what the credit card is doing with
Yeah,
Gemini.
it goes above the credit card. Yeah.
that's
They're gonna offer all the products on that wallet.
There we go.
Bitcoin's pushing.
We're gonna hit the 18,000, 118,363.
Also waking up pretty nicely, actually.
Oh, wow. So they can transfer their ultimate reward points to their Coinbase. And people have been stacking. I remember I used to be a Chase customer, and that's when I was in New York. But that's good. So now they can put all of their things into. Hold on, my cat just caught a bird. Oh my God, I'll be right back.
Hot dang.
Yup. Bitcoin over its 200. Let's go, baby.
I know it's gonna sound crazy, but I'm crazy to short right now.
No, I'm having that itch too, but I'm gonna ride this out.
They're like I said, it's the 5% range. They're gonna hit the top of the range, and then
Yeah, I'm
probably
riding
get
his side.
back down to the range.
Look at the
Or
volume,
top.
brother. The volume's 3 times more than the past day on the
Yep,
past
that's what I was saying
past
earlier.
5 candles.
The
So
volume
market's
was
awake.
nice.
Market's awake.
But
GDP's
you do you,
positive.
bro. You do you, bro.
Let's
Try
go.
to short. Try.
I'm riding. You right? Oh, I know you're in the long. I can hear it in your voice, bro. Yeah, let's go, Vic. Yeah, I
Always on
longed long Soul, Sui, ETH,
But like I said,
Mossy.
I think it once it gets to that 121 area, I think it's gonna shoot right back down pretty hard.
Nah, it is. No. Maybe not 121. Our first test is right here. 118,
Right here.
850.
Mhm.
118, 850. We got to break
It's
that.
gonna crack it any second.
Big boy candle. Let's go, baby.
Phew, I just saved the blue jay.
Yay! You saved a bird the other day too. Seemed
My
like.
cats are crazy.
Yo, you gotta let them cats have that animal instinct and let them be
I
wild.
do. I mean,
Don't-
I don't scold them or anything. I just like, grab them by the back of the neck and squeeze, and then like they open up their jaw a little bit. I had to yank the bird out. Luckily, he wasn't punctured or anything. They don't kill them anymore. They're just like they used to kill them.
They play.
Yeah, now they're just doing it out of instinct.
Domesticated cats.
Now, these are
How many
wild,
cats?
wild Transylvanian cats. Like they're from Transylvania and they're wild.
The other day, our cat
Beautiful thing
brought a
here.
lizard and put it in my girl's shoe outside as an offer.
Yo, I think Sui probably found a bottom right there. By the way.
Yeah, that's 786. That's the local 786 from Sui. But they do need to do their retest. So let it show a really nice range. Let them all go up, show us so that we can do new highs, then do a retest, and then do a next move. So far, the alts are producing new highs. Sol just produced a new high, but it needs to go above 182. Goes above 182, we're good. I entered also Fartcoin. Fartcoin went into a psychological low, which is 105. That's its very, very strong.
Dude, they
One thing
hammered
with
they hammered memes really hard over this week. Like with Altcoin, Pepe.
That's
they
good.
destroyed
yeah,
them.
it's just one thing with Farcoin. Keep an eye on the wallets movement, and there's been a lot of whales that have been kind of offloading and getting into a lot of new little projects. One
Yeah,
of them
I
was
heard
Pump.
about
There was
the
a $3
whales
million sell swap for Farcoin for Pump. That was pretty interesting.
Bunch of people getting into the newer trends because they're a little tired. Yeah, they made a lot of money with Fartcoin for sure.
Yep.
From 74K, Fartcoin did a 7x.
That's I'm kind of thinking a lot of that money's been taken off the table, and there's new tables being set right now. So
No, I completely agree. Now is the time to like start building new projects, new ideas,
yep.
like creating
I
communities.
think a lot of it's gonna go right back. I think the smart. I feel like the smartest traders are in meme. Like those really big whales. They're smart, bro. Like they take profits. They know when the downtrends are coming. They just, but then
That's what I'm
they
saying.
they
You should
catch
follow. You can follow those wallets and see what they're doing. That's how I made some of my best trades, basically. Like my Mudang trade was following some whales, and everyone was like, "Why are you getting Mudang? This thing is deaded." I'm like, "No, it's not."
Look at that.
Yeah, I should have known.
Yeah, that's
Like as
new
soon as
high. We
Farcoin
broke
starts showing
resistance.
weakness, I should get
Let's
out of the
go,
market.
Biddy. Yeah, next hurdle is way up here, 119,250. Let's go. It does need a retest candle though.
But in my opinion, every trader setup should have one tab open or two tabs, one for ETH scan, one for Sol scan. Of course, your BitScan, Bitcoin, blockchain scanner if you're trading Bitcoin. But it's really good to see some of the wallet movements and see how they're going in and out of projects. Because if you're quick enough and you follow the big ones, some of them are straight up like traps, and they know what they're doing. And there's whale games going on and whale battles, and they're battling each other too. But if you're quick enough and you see like wallets that caught a rhythm, at least like a 2-week rhythm. Usually when they're on fire, and they're the catalyst. It's these wallets that jump in projects that actually are the spark. It's usually not even a TA. Of course, you need the TA to be secondary, to be ready, like a nice double bottom, maybe break a little low, fake everyone out, and you break that double bottom, and then the whale just jumps in. And all of a sudden, people aren't even looking at TA. They're like, dude, this guy got in right here. Okay, we're in. Everybody just jumps in after that.
Yep. Agreed. That's why during a downtrend, I take it easy on the TA. I just watch volume, because on a downtrend, of course, your volume is going to go flat and it's going to go really low. And then when you start seeing like an increase in volume, that's when you got to start watching what's about to happen.
Evgeny Poiznak said, Brett lists on Binance US. Look at that candles. Well, that's pretty bullish if it got a nice listing on Binance US.
Oh, is that right? Yeah, I'm watching Brett. I thought it was just pumping with the market. That's crazy.
Yo, if Brett lists Coinbase, that's going to be really good for Brett. Might dump real quick, but it's really good for Brett to be on Coinbase.
Binance US means nothing, but like if Brett can get into Coinbase, that's it. Let's go.
It's obvious that it's going to be on Coinbase because Coinbase Wallet, they sponsored most of the Brett movement. You can see the marketing money that was put in Brett had to do something with Coinbase Wallet, in my opinion.
You know the one thing, because Brett is a base-based meme. Like I don't understand why Coinbase won't put it on there. Because I'm heavy in Brett.
Man. You know they got patience.
Timing.
They have
timing.
Exactly, timing. When there's so many things going on, and do everything at the right time. And build up patience is good sometimes to build up that want.
I feel like they're doing it on purpose because they want to have on-chain activity through Bet and not have it maybe. Like they want people
they're capitalizing on transaction fees on DeFi too, but I still think they capitalize easier on their centralized exchanges than they do on DeFi.
Yo, that Brett candle looked big.
Yo, I got in a Brett long red at 48.9. I didn't even know. I was just getting in it because I was like, yeah, that's a low. But
I want this psychological low on Fartcoin. I got in at 105, 105 to 105.34. Yeah, 105.34 right there.
Me too, man. I'm also
Let's
in
go.
Fartcoin.
Yeah, Brett looking good though. That looks really good.
I'll be Fartcoin for a long time now.
I think we were talking about it a few days ago. Someone in the chat, I was telling them as like 105 is a huge psychological level.
Yeah, it was me.
Oh yeah.
But I got a lot of good profit from shorting it as well.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Because it just follows Bitcoin like crazy, but only it's a higher velocity, so you get more percentage. Of course, you have to watch out for the amount of money you put in it, but yeah, it's nice. Let's go, let's break.
All right, let's see if we're gonna move down or we're gonna keep going up.
FOMC at 2 p.m., right?
yeah, 2 p.m. the statement comes out. So he comes on the podium at 2:30.
In my opinion, we're just gonna swipe the liquidity up and down here. I don't trust on that move.
A lot of the times, if we do pump into events like this, usually, when the event just starts, there's a quick retracement, no matter what's said. Like if we pump into it, usually there's like a little bit of volatility. You'll see some huge wicks on the 5 minute, even 10 minutes. And then usually it balances out and then figures out its path. But if we pump into this meeting, we'd probably get a quick retracement, I think, right when it starts. And then we might continue.
Coinbase is going to introduce Nano Sol and Nano XRP perpetual style futures for US users on August 18th.
Hide the wife, hide the kids.
Those of you watching ZBCN, we found a looks like a bottom on the 5-minute chart. So 49650 is really our new floor.
Dogecoin Twitter setting off shots. It's knocking Floki, Pepe, Shib, Pengu, Peanut, Croc, Trex, Seal, Dino, and Trump. It says imitation is the sincerest form of flattery that mediocrity can pay to greatness. Of course, that's an Oscar Wilde quote. And it has a picture of like a big dog, and that's the Doge. And then all these little stuffed animals after it. And they're saying like all these other coins are just stuffed animals, and Doge is the real dog. But they took a swing. They took a swing.
True.
Yep. I'd say that's the biggest swing towards Pengu. They're like, Pengu, don't even think about it. You're just a stuffed animal. And they put Trump last because, you know, they're hating on Trump. Yeah, what if Powell steps down today? It's like, no, just kidding.
Make some pancakes. It's gonna be an interesting day.
Howard gets up. He's like, you guys know what? I'm taking my retirement a little bit early. You guys can go screw yourselves. I'm out of here. I'm sick of all this back and forth. He say, she say. You guys deal with it. I've noticed a trend. A lot of these companies acquiring Bitcoin right now, it's like they just have a coin count number. They're like, we need this amount. And that's what they come out saying. It's like, we need at least 43,500 Bitcoin. That's 21 capital right now. They have a little bit less than that, but that's their new target number that they need to have. I kind of like that. That's kind of the way I look at it, like how many pump coins I need. Not stop until I get to a billy.
$12 billion on a $10 billion market cap gives you 1.2 million or $12 million.
Yeah, I'll be happy with 100 mil. I can stop there. Did you guys notice that this White House crypto report was missing any verbiage about the Bitcoin reserve?
I think we're gonna hear about it later, right? Or are they talking about the crypto report right now? Is it right now in the morning or in the
No,
afternoon?
it was already a report that was put out by the White House, so it's more like I guess more broad blanket stuff on crypto.
Oh.
Like on regulatory stuff and framework, but they didn't address the Bitcoin reserves, and a lot of people were asking, why didn't you say anything about the Bitcoin reserve? And it's basically, it's against CBDCs, central bank digital currencies. I've been saying that a lot. People are like, yeah, CBDCs is what they want. It's like, no, they want government issued tokens. Federally, whether state, it's like, of course, state's going to want their own state issued tokens. Government's going to want their own government issued tokens. They don't want central bank issue, and that's their competition. So, I think that's going to be an interesting battle with the central banks basically trying to fight against the government who gets the stablecoin volume. And the banks are finding really tricky ways to get in there. Chase, JP Morgan, man, they've been plotting. And Jamie Dimon's a smart guy. He knows what he's doing. All right, so they only let out a sheet preview, okay, and it was reported by CoinDesk, but the full report's going to be released later today following President Trump's January executive order establishing the working group. Okay. But Trump already did sign the separate EO establishing the National Bitcoin Reserve and Digital Asset Stockpile. A lot of people are forgetting those three words, digital asset stockpile. So it's not just the Bitcoin reserve, it's going to be combined with the digital asset stockpile. So let's see what their key takeaways are. The key takeaways from the digital asset report is they got to focus on market structure, oversight mechanisms, consumer protections, and risk management practices. Other key objectives is to clarify the overlapping regulatory role between bodies like the SEC and the CFTC. And this is only from a preview they got. And they said the preview had mandates that have been fulfilled and that they recommend immediate coordination between the SEC and the CFTC. That's interesting because the CFTC, if Bitcoin is a commodity, CFTC is going to run things, not the SEC like we're used to. In my opinion, I think that's how it's going to work out. So if Bitcoin is a commodity, I guess CFTC would be the governing authority, right? But anyways, so their CFTC is supposed to facilitate the digital asset trading if that's the case. And by implementing these recommendations, policymakers can ensure that the United States leads the blockchain revolution and ushers in the golden age of crypto. That's via Trump. And the report says that U.S. pegged stablecoins strengthening the role of the U.S. dollar while opposing central bank digital currencies, with recommendations for anti-CBDC surveillance state act to ban CBDCs in the United States. Ouch! That's some heavy wordage right there. I'm going to repeat that. While opposing central bank digital currencies with recommendations for anti-CBDC surveillance state act to ban CBDCs in the United States. Oh yeah, the war is on. And they're also suggesting that the Treasury and Internal Revenue Service review existing guidance on mining and staking activities, along with new guidance on corporate alternative minimum tax and de minimis crypto receipts to facilitate payments, whatever that means. But that's really interesting. The part with opposing central bank digital currencies with recommendations for anti-CBDC surveillance state act to ban CBDCs in the US, that's crazy. I was not expecting that. This might be a way that, the dollar pivots away from fiat, which could be very interesting. Like we might see a paradigm shift. This is just my opinion. I'm not a financial advisor, but this is just the way I'm kind of interpreting things, that we can actually see without any kind of official rule or implementation of some kind of, monetary policy to say they're off fiat. I think it could naturally get off fiat with this whole stablecoin thing. That's the way I'm looking at it. And instead of being backed by nothing, even though we were backed by gold, we're either going to pick something that's relative to Bitcoin and Ethereum. It could be even an algorithm combined, but we got to be careful with algorithms. But they might find a perfect algorithm of Bitcoin and Ethereum to balance off the one stable coin, and it'll be algorithmic stable coin based on the activity of Bitcoin and Ethereum. And they could say, hey, we're going to back our US dollar to this. But that would be probably 20 years down the road. But we might enter a realm like that. You never know.
I think that it's already in place with USDC.
Well, yeah, USDC has already been a pilot program, and they already got official task force members that are intertwined basically with the U.S. government that have been placed in USDC so they can learn what's going on with stablecoins. It's basically a pilot program of the U.S. USDC, even though it's
That's gonna,
circles.
yeah, that's gonna be the new digital dollar, in my opinion.
Well, they still have competition, so I don't think it's just like easy peasy for them. There's still some other interesting things happening with JP Morgan too. They might be able to issue something that's not a central bank digital currency, but still in line with what the government's requesting to happen with stablecoins. They already have their internal coin set up.
Yeah.
But Chase, they're kind of pushing back a little bit. They're like, guys, slow down. I don't think we're going to reach $2 trillion that quick. And they're saying that it's going to grow slower than everyone's anticipating. That's the Treasury. The Treasury said 2 trillion stablecoin forecast. The U.S. Treasury itself was like, yeah, that's our forecast. $2 trillion stablecoin market forecast. And then JP Morgan's like, guys, slow down a little bit. And they're like, why do we have to slow down? And JP Morgan's like, there's still underdeveloped infrastructure. We got to pump the brakes a little bit. We got to structure the infrastructure.
Fartcoin on the move.
Excuse me. And Citigroup too. Jamie Dimon together, they're both like, yeah, we're looking at the issuance of stablecoin basically. So they're both going to issue stablecoins. Citi's like, we really welcome the administration's willingness to allow banks to participate in the digital asset space more easily, because they're scared they're going to get X'd out of this CBDC, you know? So right now they're kissing ass. Yo, Ghost, are you sure you're looking at the right Farcoin?
Yeah, I'm looking at the right Farcoin, 1.07. 1.07. What are you looking at? It just went. It just got over its 200 on the 5. I'm moving to the 15-minute now.
I'm not even looking at EMAs. I just saw that it didn't even break. It's trying to break that local high.
Yeah. Yeah, it's got strength. That's right. It's got strength. Well, everything's going to depend on
Litecoin
Diddy
broke
right
that
now.
high.
Nice. Yeah, Litecoin's a monster.
Litecoin's like a first mover, especially for altcoins.
Yeah, it's a very good sign if Litecoin's moving. I like that. You guys might hear a little bit of hate of Bonk and Farcoin from me, just a little every now and then, because I consider them competition. So don't get offended if I spread a little FUD.
No, I like it. Bring in the FUD. Bring in the FUD.
And if you
I
have
know
any
what my
counter
coin's
FUD,
at.
I love FUD too. Counter FUD is great. If anyone has some pump FUD, bring it. I want to hear it. The biggest FUD on pump FUD is that pump fund has been one of the biggest extractors in the industry. But me looking at some of these coins that ran from 10,000 market cap to billions of dollars, I'm like, not all of that was extracted. Some of that stayed in these projects, and they're still at Farcoin at $1 billion.
Yeah, dude. AI 16, Peanut, Fartcoin, XX, SPX.
Chill guy.
Yeah, all of them had good runs. A lot of money went into them. A lot of people still in them. Mudang has its days.
Yep. But there's definitely a battle out there right now. Like all the bonk coins and all the pump coins, they're definitely trying to battle each other right now. You can smell it on the timeline.
Yeah. Yeah, Bonk's becoming a really popular launch pad now, especially for new money.
They got good incentives, and I think that's bullish for all the other launch pads, because right now they're all competing with each other, and they're giving out really good incentive programs for people that trade volume, you know?
Yep.
You know, Bonk also sponsors, like, you remember those crypto fights that happened like between like Twitter celebrities?
Yeah.
Bonk sponsors those.
Yeah, there's a bunch of sponsors for those. There was one of the sponsors, yeah. The whole thing with Bonk, though, it's just like, it goes back. I'm such a Doge head, and I kind of felt like they were trying to swagger jack and using the Doge logo when, the Doge is bonking. That kind of, I was like, all right, you guys are swagger jacking, so you guys already stepped off the wrong foot with me, and you will never get my money, even if you guys make 100x. That's how hardcore of a Doge head I am.
Nah, you've been buying at the right time. Right. Have you been rebuying during this
Doge?
dip?
No.
Yeah.
No, not yet. Just pump right now.
What's the market cap of pump?
It's just floating around $1 billion right now.
Remember, Pengu lost like 80-90% of its value, and just like when it had its day, it's now near back to where it came from at launch.
Actually, it's at 892. It already went to like 700 million market cap and went back over $1 billion a little bit. So I think it's gonna keep on trying to knock that billion. Every time it gets over a B, we get a little pumpage. It seems like that Alon character always comes out with something bullish when we're out of resistance. They put out a 100% buyback. So all of the money that's generated, this is a daily thing, but it's not every day. And it hasn't been officially announced, but it's in the contract. You could see it in the SDK that they're doing 100% buybacks. And this was to buy back at Bonk because Bonk was doing like 2% or 3% buybacks. And they're like, okay, well, our platform, we're going to use 100% of proceeds to go for the buyback. So say one day Pump Fund generates $600,000, $700,000 of profit. That $700,000, all of it goes to buybacks. So right now they're competing with each other, and that's why the last pump from Pump was based off that news, So you see these contracts, and they're not even making announcements. It's just like contracts getting updated, which is interesting, and people are just going off that. And it's getting very AI and agent centric right now. And that's why this news pops off just when there's contract adjustments, because I think there's AI bots that are scanning these contracts nonstop. And any time that there's an adjustment on the contract, the AI bot tweets about it. And then, the chatter starts from there. But it's pretty quick and pretty liquid.
I have a feeling the reason why that's the narrative a lot of these devs are trying to put in their projects is because the ease of actually installing an AI bot into your development. Because a lot of the bots right now, a lot of the AI languages are like pretty open source.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just an easy, instead of like building a game, let's say you're doing guns, it takes you years to build that, right? Prime takes you a couple years. IMX it's gonna take its time also. But when you say AI bots, you already have the source. You have people posting their own code, so you could just like copy paste the code and just rename it and use it.
Yep.
Give
I mean,
credit
pretty
to the guy.
soon in the future, game designing is just going to be, you're going to orally prompt an AI and be like, okay, I want my wireframe to have 3 hexagons here to the top right and, in the metric area or whatever. And you're going to just verbally talk to your AI and it's going to do all your 3D rendering for you.
Dude, that's exactly what Alchemist is doing. That's
Nice.
Alchemy on the Soul Exchange. It's an AI bot where you can create games
Oh, sweet.
by prompting it. Yeah,
That's awesome.
yeah, but it makes 8-bit games. So if, for example, you have a website, you want to put in a mini game, you can prompt Alchemist for it. You should check out the website also. It's pretty cool.
I'll check it out, definitely.
Yeah, Alchemist, Arc, and Soul. Arc is pretty cool because that's a trading AI bot. You can train it to trade meme coins, and it will trade meme coins for you the entire day. That's Arc, and then Griffin, but they kind of lost their footing after everybody got tired of all the AI narratives. The only one that's holding its ground is Virtuals. Virtuals is still pretty much a monster up to now, just looking for its floor.
Oh, we got some Yinzers in the chat. What up, Andrew? Andrew been hanging out downtown, drinking some pop. Bitcoin getting a little bit of sell here. Nothing to be scared about, in my opinion. I'll be right back.
There's a guy still here that was asking about ENA earlier.
Athena. Yeah, dude. Nah, I don't know. Where is he? Someone asking about Athena?
Yeah, someone was asking about it. Told
the
him to look for
trades.
50.
Yeah,
50
I
to-
was.
Dude, look at it, bro. That's what I was saying. It moves independently. It's knifing right now.
Remember when I was telling you how Athena trades? Go to 50 cents, look for support, go to a dollar. Go to a dollar, go back to 50 cents.
Damn, I wish I kept my short.
Yeah, Athena lost support.
Yeah, it's got that 236, that 4828, 236 fib. And it's got some EMAs down there. I'm pretty sure it's gonna go there. I'm looking to catch a long there.
I'm at work right now, but let me know when it stops and finds support. Please.
Yep.
Big
I
buys
see
coming
it.
in. Big buys coming in. Bitcoin has to hit $250,000 before quantum computing comes out.
I'm down with that. I like that idea.
Some people are thinking Bitcoin might need a little soft fork to be able to withstand quantum computing in the future. That's wild though. $8.5 billion in dormant Bitcoin was moved just this month.
Ooh, that's a lot.
Mm-hmm. And this is Bitcoin from like 2011 to 2018.
Gee, that was one wallet. That was that one wallet. He moved. He had 9 billion.
Yeah, there's a few other ones too. I think it's total like of 11 billion already. Not just that one wallet that was linked to the Genesis miner or something like that, but there's some other ones too. So this draft, it's proposed basically saying, and this is from some Bitcoin developers, and they're saying the draft suggests invalidating coins stored in quantum vulnerable addresses, including those assumed to belong to Satoshi Nakamoto, before advancements in cryptography threaten Bitcoin's security model. But that's good that some devs are already talking about this and they're thinking about because it's going to happen. I mean, there's going to be quantum computing that's going to sit there and try to crack phrases, and quantum's going to be able to do it. But it's on GitHub if anybody's curious and it's familiar with GitHub. It was posted on July 14th, and it's called Post Quantum Migration and Legacy Signature Sunset. And that's the post on GitHub on July 14th. So they're saying that there's already 25% of Bitcoin supply that's stored in addresses that have already revealed their public keys on chain, making them theoretically vulnerable to quantum attacks. And that's where, those air gaps and all that stuff and security protocols are so important. Using, storing your keys on a cloud or services and ledgers and all that. A lot of these ledgers today, they still got things online, especially if you opt into some of their services. So current hardware cannot break Bitcoin's digital signatures. But there's a May 2025 paper that says quantum computers may require far fewer resources than previously thought to break RSA encryption. Bitcoin uses elliptic curve cryptography, and these researchers are warning that advances in quantum computing would pose a similar threat within the next few years. So yeah, we got to get Bitcoin to 250K before all this mess happens, guys. Let's do it. Balls to the wall. But that's crazy. I'm reading deeper into this, and basically they want to freeze some of these old wallets. I mean, then that means it's not immutable, right? That's like...
What do you mean they want to freeze those wallets?
That's part of the proposal, basically. There's a way, like, they fork and freeze somehow.
Who's they?
These are some developers. There's some guys actually from the Bitcoin development team. Let's see, that are in the organization right now. They have a foundation and all that bullshit. But let me see.
There's no way they could do that, though.
Well, they're saying they can block new deposits, prevent users from sending Bitcoin to vulnerable formats like Legacy, ECDSA, and Schnorr, begin 3 years after activation, encouraging migration to post-quantum formats like P2QRH. Then they have Phase B, which invalidates old formats. They're saying all transactions from vulnerable addresses would be rejected at the consensus level, making untouched coins unspendable. Starts 2 years after Phase A. And then Phase C, add a recovery mechanism with network-wide agreement. Owners could use zero-knowledge proof tied to their seed phrases to recover frozen coins. So that's the important part. But
that makes sense,
weird.
then.
That would be deployed a hard fork or soft fork only, that Phase C. But that kind of breaks the whole foundation of Bitcoin if they were able to do that and get a consensus with the miners and validators to be able to do this. Of course, they're going to have to vote on something like that, but if the vote goes through, that's going to undermine what Bitcoin's all about, and I don't think it's going to go through.
So basically, the platforms would reject the wallet, essentially. So the wallet's still there, it's just they won't accept it for payment or transfers. That's what I understood. Everything else sounded like gibberish. You were saying a bunch of letters to me, bro. I have no idea what the hell that is.
Yeah, let me see. So
I'm gonna make a coffee and I'll be right back.
check my phone right now.
Coffee, good morning, slurp, slurp. Looking at this 4 hour on Bitcoin. Stochastics oversold, MACD's ready to flip bullish. Money flows tight, looking like it's ready to flip bullish. We have resistance around 119.3, just under that, and we have support. Well, right now we have support at 117.4-ish, but in this ascending channel, the support's actually 116.5. If we could break 119.3 and try for like a double top round on the all-time high and see what happens, that would almost look like Bart Simpson if it rejects there. And man, that target's like 108, just over 108, but we're not there yet. And on the 4 hour, you know how we had from the all-time high, we had a bull pennant going, and it was playing out nice until it broke the above on the bull pennant on last Tuesday. And then we got up to 120,340 around there. All right. And then we rejected. So I drew a trend line basically making that pennant into a new pennant. What happened is we failed and we rejected off of that and came back down to the original bull pennant top of the. It's good when you get a bounce off of that and then it takes off again. But interestingly enough, it came back up to 118 or so, back to the new resistance of the bull pennant. Sorry, I'm slow with this, but I'm just trying to go with it. And rejected off my line again. That was on last Thursday. And then on Thursday, we had that big drop. Once we dropped below 115.9, we hit that new low. So kind of supposed to fail out of that bull pennant. But because we came all the way back up this past Monday, we rejected off a new one. And that line's holding for the past couple of days. So if we could break, it happens to be the same as the this ascending resistance that we're at. So 119.3. If we could break that, I'm expecting we're going for the double top 123.2-ish, whatever that was, 123.250. But my target is actually 126.8, or the top of that channel, 129.9, 130 by then. That's if you're bullish. If you're bearish, and to be bullish, we got to keep this descending support over 117.4. So it looks like we could do that on the 4 hour. But again, the bottom of this ascending channel is 116.5. That's got to hold, or we got 111.9 at risk. So 15-minute. Looks like we're going to come down a bit, but 1 minute. Same deal. So maybe we're going to cool here a little bit, but lower time frames. On the 5 minutes, it's cool. So 5 minutes saying we can go up, 15 saying we can go down, 1 minute saying we can go down. So my guess is going to test the top of that 117,775. See what happens. So the range we're in, tighter range, 119.2 and 117.3. That was a lot of talking, probably a bunch of useless information. Slurp, slurp.
Slurp, slurp. Gains, gains.
What's up, Drew?
What up, what up?
That was really good. Good job.
All right, thank you very much.
Yeah, appreciate that.
What's weird though on like the 4 hour, it's kind of weird because like we were in that bullish pennant up to the all-time high. And a pennant, you need, lower highs and higher lows. But Thursday we dropped down so hard and broke that you can't. Normally it'll tend to switch it into like a bull flag pattern, but it's contracting. It's like consolidating. It's tightening up just like a triangle or a pennant would do. But it has lower, because of that drop Thursday with the lower lows. It's just, and it's standing here so tight that between the 118 and the 116 is staying tight. So it's weird. It seems bullish to me, like it, but it also could look like if it does get that double top and it doesn't have enough to push higher, then man, that would be that by like by next Monday or Tuesday or next week, that could be a drop. Like that could be a Bart Simpson drop. But there's nothing that I know that would cause that drop. So
Yeah, so I was reading more into this whole freezing coins thing, and it is possible, but it would have to go through a network-wide consensus. And I looked it up, and that proposal is legit. And the proposal is up there. It's a draft, and it's under review right now by core developers and contributors. There's no improvement number. So usually if they already responded, there's a BIP number to these proposals. So there is no BIP number to this proposal, but it's there. So basically, if this proposal passes its first stages, once if they vote on it and it could become code, that's when they would soft fork it. But the problem is with the whole thing is like, do they know that all these addresses that they're freezing are Satoshi addresses? And why would you freeze Satoshi addresses? It's like that's against the whole ethos of what Bitcoin is. Like, imagine if Satoshi's passed away right now, he's rolling in his grave. He's like, you did what? And they can do that.
So,
It's possible.
so I was actually reading something about this, and they were talking about BlackRock's accumulation of Bitcoin, and whether they could do a hard fork on their own without the consensus of the general network. And these guys were saying that, to your point, that if you start to freeze wallet addresses that are at risk, it is anti-BTC.
Yeah.
But they're wondering if BlackRock or any of the major hedge funds, they can accumulate enough to create their own hard fork that would then split the two networks off completely off to their side. And because they're the hedge funds and they hold all of the assets, they can kind of force other players to go with their hard fork rather than the soft fork.
That's interesting. If I was BlackRock, I wouldn't even worry about that and do it. Since you have such large holdings, instead of forking it, you just put out your own stable and hedge against that.
Well, of course they want consensus over the network. They want their whatever their agendas are, they're going to push that.
Well, of course.
So if that aligns with quantum computing or anything like that, they're going to try to push the network in one way. And if you get a consolidation of BTC to the point that voting power is reduced, they're not going to be able to stand up to that hard fork.
Well, the thing is, I mean, it's not basically who has the most coins, so consensus isn't for sale. You know, I mean, it's even if they got the coins, it doesn't mean they got the consensus. They have to, which they could get the consensus because they just have to have the mining, the proof of work. That's what will change. You know, that's what's enforcing it, the proof of work, not the coin count or anything like
Yeah,
that.
and they're buying all of the miners.
Well, that's where it
That's
opens
the
up that
point.
floodgate. Yeah, that's so if they're buying the miners and they're really entering the consensus mechanism of Bitcoin right now, then you better it's like we got to be ready for it. We know they're going to try to take over, and there's pretty much not too much stopping them. And we just have to like kind of go with the flow of things, in my opinion. Like they're not going to be stopped. If I was them, I wouldn't even worry about it.
Well, I mean, they have a lot of incentive to lock those wallets out. I mean, if you are limiting the supply more and more and you're basically burning all of those, it's it's gonna lead to an or a decrease in supply and increase of price. And they're gonna want that. So
But
it's
it's not.
whether we want to keep decentralized and immutable or not.
It's going to have to stay decentralized. I mean, the thing is, once it becomes whatever they do, people are not going to follow the consensus. They need the people to back them, even though you could change the code and it would render Bitcoin worthless. And all of that work would be for nothing. And I think they're smart enough to know that because once you break the core principles of what Bitcoin is, the core maxis, they're out of there. And it's not going to be what it was. And they're not going to be able to artificially reinflate it if this happens later. If it happens now, they could artificially reinflate Bitcoin. It's not that big. I mean, it's big, but it could be done in a few years.
Yeah, that's why they're going after the mining companies and trying to get a majority share in a lot of these, including CoreWeave and all of them.
That makes sense. It might just be unavoidable transition, though. Like if quantum hackers start coming out and start hacking these wallets, it's like, all right, well, once one wallet's hacked, you got to figure something out. You can't let it just happen all at once. And of course, you got to preemptively prepare. But it's the jungle out there, and if they're able to get the consensus, and if they secure enough proof of work protocols that they're able to have that much weight in the vote, then so be it. That's just the way the cookie crumbles. And after that, I think it's going to self-destruct. They're going to get the vote. They're going to be happy if it happens like that. They're going to pat themselves on the back, but they're not going to calculate the thing that once you take out the core fundamental of Bitcoin, that people are going to run away. And their Bitcoin's going to be worthless in 5 years after that.
Wouldn't that destroy crypto? All of it?
Not necessarily. I mean, there's going to be so many new protocols coming out that are very quantum centric and thinking about these problems. And, it's these old addresses that are vulnerable right now. A lot of these new addresses, they have better security, bigger air gaps. They haven't been exposed. But, yeah, I mean, it's Ethereum will blast off if that happens. And Ethereum and Vitalik, they're thinking of things and they're already trying to gear up for quantum computing too. So I think Ethereum is going to be quicker than Bitcoin to get themselves ready for the next stages. And I think the big boys know that as well. But it's just my opinion on financial advice.
The big boys want to own majority shares of many stocks, and they're going to do the same with crypto. And it's not I don't think they're going to destroy it. I think it's more so they can make more money off of trading it.
Well, not willingly destroy, but they might destroy without them even realizing. By them doing that, they're actually going to destroy it, because once you take out the core principles of something, it just gets destroyed.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to. I don't think it's going to get destroyed. I don't
But you
think
know,
that's gonna happen.
but if hypothetically, if one day, you know, people wake up and they're like, "Oh my God, these wallets are frozen right now," it would be bullish short term because people are like, "Oh, it's okay, we don't have to worry about the Satoshi wallet selling off. We don't have to worry about these big wallets selling off." It's like, all right, that's like something a degen dev would do, and we would say red flag. This is not fair. You're not allowed to freeze these contracts. What are you doing? And it's just not fair, you know. And it's because they're not going to be able to tell all of these wallets are Satoshi. Some of them might not be Satoshi, and that's the big problem right there. You know, they're saying like there's bound to be a few mistakes, and they're going to be freezing all these old wallets when 10% of them might have nothing to do with the Genesis Satoshi wallet. And if that happens, Bitcoin will self-destruct, in my opinion, because then it's like out the door. The whole thing of what Bitcoin was built on is gone. So it's basically irrelevant after that.
Then how about shares that, you know, your great grandfather bought that are sitting there and nobody knows about it from, you know, on the stock market side? There's billions of dollars sitting there. Those stocks never moved. You think somebody's going to allow them to do the same on that side?
No, it's only so the thing is, you know, it's only things that are connected, I think, with this Satoshi wallet and a few other ones, but that would be the pitch would be like this, like the draft. I have to pull it up again. I don't have it in front of me, but it's basically saying like, you know, these specific wallets, but the problem is they're not 100% sure that all of those wallets are Satoshi wallets. There's not that many in the list.
But it's like 25% worth.
Let me see. Hold on right now. I'm gonna pull this draft back up. So they're saying 25% are already exposed, basically. They're not saying these are the ones that we want to, you know, not all of them, but they're saying these UTXOs can theoretically be targeted in the event of a successful quantum attack because blockchain data is publicly accessible to an attacker who can use a powerful quantum machine to derive private keys from known public keys without triggering alerts. So hold on, let me see. This slow drain scenario has been described in the draft as a bleed, a model in which coins are quietly extracted over weeks or months, avoiding immediate detection by chain surveillance systems. So, Satoshi's untouched coins, that's roughly 1.1 million Bitcoins, sit in early addresses that have never moved since their creation. Their inactivity has served as an unwritten cornerstone of Bitcoin's decentralization ethos. Freezing these coins, even for security reasons, challenges the protocol's historical commitment to immutability. The author concedes this would be a first of its kind intervention. No previous situation has posed a credible risk to Bitcoin's signature scheme, promoting cause for unprecedented measures. I'm trying to get to the meat of the bone here. Let me see. Okay, so they're saying, even though, you know, basically what people against this are saying is there's no way to verify Satoshi's coins. So identifying early UTXOs, and those are the vulnerable wallets, as belonging to Satoshi is still speculative. And that raises the risk to wrongfully freeze someone like your great grandfather's assets. And that might happen. That's a really good question. So that's what the whole argument is right now. So, you know, are you going to be able to identify all of the ones? Like, are you sure these are all only Satoshi only addresses? And they're not. And there's no way they can actually prove that all of these are Satoshis. Some of them might not be. And that's what's concerning. And if you normalize freezes, that invites future restrictions based on, you know, politics or ideology or geography. And that's not what Bitcoin's about, right? So if BlackRock or whoever does gain that vote and gets that kind of voting power on Bitcoin, people are going to be like, forget Bitcoin. Bitcoin is trash. Trust me, I know what I'm saying. That's that they know that too. They're not stupid. If they get too much consensus, they're going to have to do it hiddenly. They're going to have to do it with secret agents, basically, like double agents working with them, probably in China. And that's the only way they can do it. They will not be able to do it by them acquiring that much voting power. People will run away from Bitcoin. It's a fact. I mean, in my opinion, that's a fact.
Yeah, you right. And but they wouldn't just run away from Bitcoin, man. They would be gone from crypto. It just tells me that shit ain't gonna happen because the big boys don't want to lose the money, man.
But
This
not
is a
necessarily,
big
because
thing for them.
crypto still, the whole thing is like, all right, there's some new protocols that have higher security measures than Bitcoin.
So what makes me think that maybe because what we're worried about is this 20, maybe not even more worried that this 25% could get stolen or something like that, because that's a switch that's a safety thing. They could shut that off, right? And block it even from a supercomputer getting it, right? But maybe it leads more toward how the stock market has circuit breakers, on certain percent moves. So if those big wallets dumped it, we wouldn't be able to trade for a certain amount of time. Maybe it does shit like that, which would suck too. But
I mean, if people are that scared of Bitcoin, they should just open up a short. Right? Think about it. It's like, all right, just take advantage of the situation. You open up a short, bang, bang, boogie, woogie. Done and done. Nothing's really stable. Everything's prone to black swans.
and how far away from supercomputers are we next year? Because I still think general AI is here for those new NVIDIA chips coming out this year is going to put that on a whole different level.
It's getting closer and closer. NVIDIA, they're already doing, but it's like called mirror quantum computing. So they already have a mirrored version. They got to use a lot of computers at once, but they're doing, I forget the word, simulation, quantum simulation, basically. So they're already, they're on it. They're all over it. But the thing with quantum attacks, quantum defense, from what I'm understanding, is much easier to maintain than quantum offensive attacks. So whoever builds a quantum barrier, those barriers are going to be easier to build because the barriers basically all it has to do is recognize a change in signal. And any change in signal, no matter what the digital signal is, as long as there's a change, it can recognize that there's being attack is happening. And for the attack to happen in quantum, they have to figure out how to hide that signal, which is harder than to read the signal. So that's kind of, people say defense has the upper hand in quantum attacks because it's much easier to reflect the signal than to hide the signal or reject the signal. I'll be right back.
City on the 15's got that support at 117,375. If that fails, ascending support 116,425.